Happy Sunday, COD fans. We're closing out your weekend with 3 more exciting matchups.
First up, the Surge are riding a wave of momentum after a big upset win last week. But Vegas Legion are looking to make a splash. Can their new roster right the ship?
Then it's Optic Texas versus the Miami Heretics. Optic's the favorite here, but Florida teams have been their kryptonite in the past. Could we see yet another upset this week?
Finally, Atlanta Faze in the spotlight again in your monster matchup. These CDL Grim Reapers have already taken down the other top squads. Now they set their sights on the New York Subliners.
It's all coming up right now on the Call of Duty League.
Of course it's on Gwyn. One player left. Gwyn seals the deal.
Quick reposition here from me. Oh, whoa, beautiful second. The third as well. Darcy now sliding in. Last man left alive. Can it again.
Oh my God.
My God, this guy just makes it look so damn easy.
Simp is an absolute monster, Faze, and the best team in the world.
These guys are just playing next level Call of Duty.
They're going to call the crews. They have middle of the map control. You're just going to funnel them through. These have to run at this. It's 2 players inside mid. It may work out. It will not. It is 3 from the missile.
That is Standy leading Minnesota Rocker to a Game 5 victory over LA Thieves. A game that the Thieves always win. They've done it 3 times. 4th one was the charm, though, for Minnesota. And Standy shutting up all of the haters. Not only did he have that triple with the crews, the man also had an ace in that game.
Yeah, he did. And they did it 6 times, actually, Chris. So it's quite the streak that they were able to stop on the side of Minnesota Rocker.
That's a brutal slide. Nameless, what are you looking forward to today? It's the final day in Week 3.
Listen, you got to say that last match, New York versus Atlanta Faze, that's going to be at 6 o'clock. 2 top 4 teams should be a banger. But also match number 1, Seattle versus Vegas. Which team is going to make winners? Huge implications.
Let's start here by taking a look at the teams that were battling yesterday. With Minnesota Rocker pulling off the dub, they're looking to get right back into the mix of things and hope to lock in a spot in the winners bracket. How did they pull off the reverse sweep over LA Thieves yesterday?
It was a Standy masterclass, and they were able to win that attack round 5 on invasion control, which is insane in itself. And then we moved to the sub base, which LA Thieves haven't actually been that strong in. Standy has another incredible map, 30 and 17, and then we follow up with the 6-star again. Standy not only gets a 3-piece cruise, gets an ace, he goes 10 and 2. The problem right now with Minnesota Rocker, though, is that they just aren't finding consistency. They finally got a dub, maybe to stop their impending downfall, but there's still a lot to be done for the consistency of this roster.
Yeah, I mean, they were just waiting for Standy and Lins to get going at the same time. It's been back and forth of these guys having sort of an off series, and this one they put it together, and you could see their capabilities, right? Like they come in, they win an invasion control. The sub base was dominant. They fried them, and then we get to a Game 5 where LA Thieves have been so good, and it's a 6-1 masterclass by Standy. You can see them taking to Twitter afterwards.
Rocker now sitting at 2-1. That is good enough for 8th place currently in our Major 3 qualifiers. Today, though, we expect some shakeups as Vegas Legion takes on a surging Seattle squad. We got Miami Heretics facing off against Optic Texas, and the banger match of the week, Atlanta Faze versus your world champion New York Subliners. It's the Big 4 fighting things off. And let's start here with this Atlanta Faze squad, the team that is clearly #1 in the league right now, Rosalie.
And it's by a mile, right? Like it is Atlanta Faze, maybe Optic Texas, and then it is literally everyone else. And they're Optic Texas boogeyman. So Atlanta Faze may be looking to 2P, kind of the vibes we got during the Cold War season. And it's mostly because Simp is so comfortable right now. with the addition of Draza, it feels like his confidence has gone literally through the roof. Just to put it into perspective, right? Atlanta Faze has already played Toronto Ultra, one of the top 4 teams, and Optic Texas. They beat Optic Texas and then thrashed Toronto Ultra. Simp goes 8-2 on a Rio Search and Destroy. We move to an Invasion Control. He drops 41 kills on his own. He is simply the best player in the game.
Yeah, I mean, and you've seen Atlanta Faze, like 9-1 map count. They beat 2 of the top 4 teams. They have another one in New York to round it out at the end of today. And Simp has been dominating. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's a 1.8 in S&D, 100% opening duel win percentage. He has been the best search player and also breaking records in Respawn. The control that we just saw, he had like 40-something kills, a ton of damage. So Atlanta Faze, one of the scariest teams so far throughout this.
Taking a look at the SMG showdown, Simp versus Hydra, both with very impressive numbers, a 1.12 for Simp, a 1.10 for Hydra, and that's even with his S&D KD at a 0.6.
And usually these are 2 extremely comparable players. The problem, though, is that New York subliners have been struggling during this season, and Hydra hasn't been able to really get a lot of footing in the conversation.
Now, Nameless, those were our slaying numbers, but we were focusing on the objective this week in the green room. How do these 2 players, I guess, what is their role on the squad?
I mean, they have similar roles, right, when you really think about it. But for Hydra, he's just never been that objective-minded. Simp is just above and beyond. Like, you can't take Simp's stats this year and compare it to really anybody. He's top 3 in almost everything. I mean, look at that. 76% of the time, he's carrying the bomb. And he's 100% opening duel win percentage. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. He's on the hills. Like, literally, Simp is everywhere, everything, all at once in these games. But for Hydra, he's still been solid outside of Search and Destroy. Maybe giving up a little bit too many tricks at the last meeting.
Now, I would say take these stats with a grain of salt. They're only from our major 3 qualifiers, but Atlanta has played Minnesota, Texas, and Toronto, 2 of our big 4, and he's still dropping these numbers. On the other side, New York subliners are slipping. They fell twice last week to squads like Carolina.
And they're feeling it very painfully so in those Search and Destroys, like Ant touched on. Hydra's rocking like a 0.8 right now, which isn't necessarily bad, but you're considered the defending world champions, right? A top 4 team, and it seems like the differential between them and Atlanta and them and Texas and where them and Toronto are sitting is the Search and Destroy hasn't gotten better. They lost both to Carolina, and it wasn't in close fashion. It was 6-4 to 6-1 in a game 5. So for New York, it's kind of like, what tricks can you now pull out during major 3s as we head into Toronto?
And Nameless, it's been 8 days since their last matchup. They have had time to right the ship. Let's take a look here at the remaining schedule. You've got Faze today. You have to still play Ultra before you make it up to Toronto.
Yeah, and I mean, you look in between that, like, they've had some pretty bad losses. Like, no match is easy on their remaining schedule, but you definitely don't want to have to rely on a win against Toronto right before the home major, right? So today would be a massive opportunity. They went game 5 with Faze at the last major. They are comfortable in this matchup. Do not put it past New York to show up and look like that same team again.
New York's schedule, in theory, was pretty easy. This squad, though, the Heretics are in trouble. You have to play New York next week, and this week you draw Optic Texas. Let's start with the Texas versus Miami battle with the green wall. What has Optic shown you lately? I know they fell in the Faze matchup, but how strong is this team currently, Nameless?
I think they're extremely strong, and I love their approach towards this stage, like working on all different types of maps. We've seen them play a ton of High Rise, a map that's given them struggles in Search and Destroy. They're trying to figure that out, as well as their control. And then you look at the new maps getting added, like 6-star, they're 2-0 on the first couple of maps. They were obviously extremely close, but that's great reps. They're working towards being able to take down Atlanta Faze, and the only way to do that is to be able to be comfortable on some of these maps. So I love what they've been doing. The Karachi Hardpoint as well. We've seen them give another run at that one. I think they're just working towards that big goal of a championship.
Allie, who's been the most exciting player to watch on Optic?
Honestly, it's been Kenny for me. I feel like when Optic finds the most success is when Kenny's comfortable on the map, especially in that Atlanta Faze series. Like, those were some really close hard points. And to touch on the fact that Ant was talking about that they're expanding their map pool, it's working in their favor. And the last time they played up against Miami, I wouldn't be shocked if they put Vesta on 6-star in the series once again, because this is a team they're comfortable spawning against.
Comfortable spawning against. Can you afford a few map losses, play around with the map pool today?
Absolutely. I mean, Optic, we've seen their stats against, the bottom half of the league. They destroy them. And to Allie's point, Kenny's having his best stage so far this year, right? So if you get some participation out of him, especially when you get to land, like in the numbers department, they're going to be so difficult to deal with. But for Miami, we should talk about how good they've been as well.
Yeah, like, Real's numbers incredible recently. He has been able to carry the team to a victory so far in Major 3, but only one of them. That was against Boston, and it took a Game 5. They fell to LA Thieves in a Game 5, and also had to play Toronto, where they fell 1-3. Do the Heretics find any success today?
I don't know if they find much success versus Optic, just because, like you said, against the top teams, Miami just doesn't really show up. You went to a Game 5 versus the worst team in the league in Boston Breach, and it wasn't easy. So I think Miami has some opportunity here. I think it's just about them getting comfortable. I know we're all just kind of waiting to see the Miami that we saw at the beginning of the season that was setting the pace kind of for the rest of the league, but everybody's kind of caught up. So Miami needs to get a little bit more creative in their game.
Now, Nameless, at the start of the season, Vico was able to actually take over games against Optic. Can he still do it with Real now as his SMG duo?
I mean, I'm just going to say, like, you know, watch their games, look at their last couple series. Real's been unbelievable. I mean, the guy has a 1.5 in Search and Destroy. They've been winning those. You know, they went to a round 10 versus LA Thieves Game 5. Could have definitely went their way, a couple of chokes. And in the Toronto series, I thought that one should have been extended to 5. I thought they could have won the Game 4. So for Miami, I think they've steadily gotten better. They have the right pieces and the right culture now. They can definitely push Optic.
I need a vibe check from the chat today while we take a look at the schedule. There is a minimum of 9 games, a maximum of 15. How many games do you think we go today as we have Seattle Surge taking on Vegas Legion, Miami Heretics facing off against Optic Texas, and your Monster Energy matchup, Atlanta Faze versus Subliners. When we come back, we'll be breaking down Seattle, Vegas after this.
14 games.
Fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game.
back to a battle that the chat is saying is going to 5 games. Seattle Surge taking on Las Vegas Legion. And Nameless, you're already shaking your head. What's that all about?
I just think it's an insanely good matchup. I think this is going to go the distance. You talk about Seattle, the improvements they had since the addition of 04, and Vegas' struggles. It's just set up to be an absolute banger.
Ali, about a month ago, everyone had written off this team. They're like, there's no Arsenes, there's no chance they find any success. These challenger players continue to impress. Seattle Surge are looking to lock in a spot in the top 5.
Absolutely, and I think from the side of Seattle, when we pull up the Monster Energy pregame, like Prezi has kind of turned up to be a whole nother player. I know our X Factor right now, at least in a respawn, is gonna be 04, but we talk about that player getting added to this roster, and nobody really knew who he was. Nobody really knew what was supposed to happen to Seattle Surge when he was plugged into this camp. And now we're seeing them beat teams like the New York Subliners. So if they can get their Hardpoint on the same page, their S&D, they're already number 3 in the league. We could see Seattle Surge jump a couple rankings.
Yeah, I mean, I love it, man. You're talking about team 3-2 record, and Hardpoint's clicking, second hold, second and break. Everybody on the team is averaging 4K plus damage. They have taken turns popping off. You saw the interview with Hook. He's the veteran leader for these guys. He's loving being in that role. So for Seattle, I think they're feeling good.
Seattle's having fun. On the other side, you have Las Vegas, who has not had any fun recently. Last week, 0-2. You ran into Optic, Texas, and surprisingly, you fell to LA Thieves. And that is all after changing up your SMGs. ASIM brought in here for stage 3. So far, they're still looking for their first win with him.
Yeah, unfortunately, ASIM after that matchup has a 0.64 overall, and that is not what you expect after he got plugged into this roster. So for the Monster Energy pregame, the X Factor is actually going to be Geo because they're 0-7 in Search and Destroy when Geo goes negative, which is weird because they're number 2 in opening duel rate. They're 8th in conversion though, so they're putting themselves in a position to lock up the round, and they're not activating on it. And they're number 2 in defense, so the Search and Destroy defense has to be better.
Only 7 games negative from Geo. That was what I took away from that first stat. Legion going to be a fun team to watch as always, though, especially when you look at this map. We have Vista to open things up. Break it down for me. Who do you think has the edge, Nameless?
I mean, I'm going to say Vegas because of what we've seen from them over the last couple of months. I think it's a lot closer than what a lot of people might think. But with that Vista, like, Seattle looked good on it, man. They could start off early in the series, get momentum.
And I want to educate everyone who's playing rank play. The second rotation first hill is the money hill. It's the most important hill in the game. You might have heard that from Nameless yesterday.
It won in the match
let's
yesterday.
get in here with our scuff pick'ems. Nameless is leading right now by just 2. Are you catching up today?
I have a feeling he'll probably go the same way I'm going. I'm going to go with Vegas Legion.
Vegas Legion. Nameless?
Incorrect. I'm going to go with Seattle. I'm going to go with Seattle. I don't feel super great about it, but I have a feeling still.
Vegas without Purge, I got to go Surge. You know I'm picking Seattle today, and the fans, they are going with Vegas. All right, they believe Vegas bounced back. Are they right? We got Shift and Study on the call. How you doing, Shift?
Yeah, doing great. It's one of those things that I feel you when it comes to ranked play woes, especially with bad rotations. And I know, Jay, you and I have also seen our fair share of some questionable decisions on rotation from challengers this last week. 04, though, has been super surprising in all the right ways. Just comes down to, again, can this team keep that momentum building through this Major 3 qualifier?
Yeah, I feel like with this roster change for Seattle, they've been working wonders. We're talking about being the worst hardpoint team for 2 stages, the worst control team for 2 stages, and you're already beating teams that you probably weren't expecting to. Winning 3 spawns versus the NYSL roster definitely caught me off guard, but obviously everything has been gelling for the Seattle roster with that new teamwork aspect, man. And then they're going up against a Vegas Legion squad who I heard that that's touching it. Asim had what, a 0.6, but he went up against Optic Texas. This is the true deal to see what he can bring to this team.
Yeah, let's not jump into muddy waters too quickly here, friends. Opening battle, though, looking good for Seattle to get the early time. And like you mentioned, just to kind of speak more about kind of the hardpoint successes of this new roster, I mean, before this major, this team ranked 6th and 10th in hold and break percentages each. Now they're 2nd in both categories. So we saw kind of a couple of tweets from Seattle saying tempo, pace is starting to really feel more natural. And so far, that's proving to be true here.
And it's not based on off of one player. Everyone is playing well as a collective unit. You heard Nameless touch on it. Everyone is averaging about 4K damage. And already start into this game, you're walking away with at least 20 seconds at P1. You know that rotation is going to come over towards P2 over a Burger side, but Seattle Surge is still applying a lot of pressure. And this is what they have been showing ever since this roster change.
Decent cleanups, though, from the SMGs. Nero in particular really popping off on the exit time. So now we make that rotation down towards the bottom side of the map. Vegas, though, taking the long route around the back, trying to flip spawns before this hardpoint really starts to get battled over. And it is the seam. Up top towards Burger, first and foremost. Status of this map will start to tilt towards Vegas, holding onto the left-hand side. And yeah, Seattle not expecting that route for a seam has now been broken immediately.
Yeah, that's all it came down to. A seam hitting that route and also finding a kill. When he finds that kill, that player now spawns out. Seattle put on the worst side for this P2 HP. And now if you are Vegas Legion, you're doing a great job of maintaining the map control, keeping them off the hill as long as you possibly could. But you're more focused on maintaining this side of the map because it's way easier to rotate a P3 when you have Burger control.
Well, Seattle, good break from the front. Lots of time still to fight for. 23 seconds at the clock. You can see Vegas starting to stretch across the map, like you mentioned, looking to get themselves set up for new. But at the same rate, this is expensive time. And Seattle now has a chance to kind of break through Burger and maybe push around the back the other way until Asim holds the ground. And that'll be good for Vegas to at least keep control of the map, but losing a lot of time for the cost.
Yeah, but at least with 35 seconds now that they have to make up for at P3, you see the spawns for Seattle Surge, they're all the way across the map. So if you are Vegas Legion, this is where you got to play tight, because the way that Seattle got it done versus NYSL was due to their breaks, and they're simply about to be able to outnumber this player on point. Wow. At least Nero's able to take down 2, but the break is instantly going to be there for Seattle.
And I love that from Seattle. You know, don't worry about trying to push through the Burger side. Don't worry about trying to flip the spawns around the back. Let's just overwhelm this thing right from the front doors and then push through and start to make a mess of the spawns. So once again, Seattle, great objective focus. Get the hardpoint neutral for a time with a little bit of earned score of their own, but now it's down to the follow-up gunfight. Last 30 seconds to fight for. Seattle turning up at the kill feed in a major way, but due to the kill feed leading to 1 team kill, it's just 4 versus Asim. The new guys up for either squad, and Asim takes the win, and Vegas will hold on to a bit of time.
Yeah, that's a big win right there from Asim to potentially walk away with this final 20. He's able to find his second as well onto the point, but with only 10 seconds left, Seattle Surge, they are not going to slow down on their pressure. They're going to make sure they contest this one all the way to the very end, but that P4 is going to be crucial because both squads are scattered towards the backside. These one set of fights is going to decide who secures the spawn and who's going to be able to secure the hill. 04 and Hook, though, might have decided that for them.
Yeah, impressive little turn and burn from 04. Couldn't quite get the second, but like you mentioned, the spawn starting to move over for Seattle, but Vegas fully aware of this. Kill's looking absolutely perfect as Attach comes away with a couple. Abuza, last one left, flat out denied from finding more than just a first kill. So spawn still good for Vegas. Now the next fight, quickly on the way into the front side of the hardpoint. Asim trying to cut it off, but can't quite find too much. So now Seattle fully stacked, looking for their break, trying to make their way in, but it's Attach from the back, able to get one. Geo off the pitch, shut down, and Seattle's break looking good.
Oh, they're doing this with perfection. Everybody through the front, conga lining. Just punching him right in the mouth at the beginning of that hill. And now even with Vegas Legion spawning in towards the back, you are forced to hit that early rotation over towards P5. Seattle just said, screw the fundamentals. We're filling ourselves. The gunnies are hot. We're just running straight at you. And hopefully we're coming out on top. And so far, that has led to this 50-point lead.
It really is just Seattle saying objective, objective, objective. You know, some idea towards maybe pushing through spawn afterwards, but this is all about getting onto the hard point and seeing if you can overwhelm the sole defenders that Vegas have put there to this point. Another hit from the front. Keep your eye on Attach around the back. Should have an opportunity to blow up this play on the flank, and boy, does he ever. Lots of damage tallied. Brezzy completely stuck on top of the bridge. Contest is through. Attach no worry to finish off the elimination, and Vegas keep burning more time.
And now those spawns flip, so this can get scary if you are Seattle. You have to try to fight your way back for at least somewhat bridge control, or even fight for that P1, because if you allow Vegas Legion to soak up all this time and then set up properly for the next, that's where that P5 to P1 chain can start to get out of hand. But this is going to be a contest fest here at the Bridge Hill. Only 18 seconds remaining on this HP. Neither squad wants to drop. You don't want to give up time to either one of those boys. But 04 with the double, Nero with 2 of his own. It should allow Seattle Surge to have more bodies off the rotation the next.
And this is that rotation that Bucket wanted to watch. See if you can get yourself set up in towards P1.
Okay.
4 clean shots. Deals with early Vegas entrance. So now you've got Seattle set up absolutely perfectly. Lead about double the points with a 4 spree for 04. Maybe a chance for more here as Vegas are trying to stretch this hard point out. And 04 in the corner almost finds the last 2. But Asim shuts down the streak. Tallies up a second. And the contest is decent. But Seattle so quick to reinforce.
And Abuza just doing a great job of just staying alive. A couple pumps, you know. Didn't want to get the red card pulled out. But he at least stays alive for his teammates to get back to him so they can assist in those gunfights through the front. It hasn't been a single second earned from Vegas Legion on this P1, and Abuza has yet to fall. Now it's Hook's turn to potentially take down. They're blowing this game wide open.
And Vegas needs something desperately here just to start rebuilding a little bit of momentum. In fact, just to cauterize the current wounds that Seattle are inflicting. Over towards 2, we start to look at the action. Seattle, clean exit kills on the old time. There's really only one player here. It's Nero, who does surprise Abuza up top towards the staircase. So a chance to create a little bit of a buffer zone around this hard point, but still a bit of mystery here in terms of where Seattle's actually hitting from. 0-4 up top, good look towards the seam, gets the first, pops up and looking for the second. Oh, you can tell he wants it, but Nero finishes him off, and with that, Vegas will establish control.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Vegas Legion to reinforce their numbers through the middle of the map. You take P1 control, you take mid-map, and you find all the kills in the feed, but Vegas Legion have a tall ladder to climb. On the opposite side, Seattle Surge, they are filling themselves. Let's step aside and go to listening with the Surge.
I got 2. Got it. He's one shot. Yeah, he's left. Nice. I'm missing again. I'm I need that. Outside time. Nice. Mid-dive. I'll kill him. When he's because of the back. No, tell me on ult. Nero's on ult.
Yeah, I'll play you.
I'm in here.
Do you have low?
They're gonna hit the back on me.
I'm with you if you want to. Okay, Kaida.
Jump in one.
It's nothing deep. Then you deep right.
Nice. Massive kill. I'm winning from time. I try to buy time.
Do you have low?
I got him in the Geo. Left corner low. I'm winning from time. I'm done, guys. Enemy again. Dead.
Nice. Have you low?
Got P1.
Low is weak.
I'm trying low.
Yeah, I tried you guys. I think he's on the right.
They enemy on time.
I'll get time.
One more low.
Nothing P1.
I'm gonna my back. I'm my back.
One shot low.
Two bottom, guys. Make sure on my back. On my back. Yo, aim back there. That's on time. One more time. One back. Two back.
Yeah, play safe in the back. Okay? I'll play in the back.
In the back, got me.
Dead.
You're alone.
Just about as clean as you'd like. Holy cow for Seattle. This stretch of hard points has been near flawless. LV in a little bit of trouble, and Legion just trying to find some way just to get Seattle uncomfortable because they are cruising right now, Jay.
Oh yeah, they are cruising in the comms, cruising in the gameplay, and I think the one thing that I took away the most out of that listening was the communication from Hoop. When you usually think about Hoop's gameplay, he's always going to be the guy first up, right into your face with that Rival 9, ready to be the guy in the first engagements. But in that listening, he's like, all right, they're going to be hitting me out towards the back. I'm going to play it really slow on that end, and that just tells that he's leveling up his game to a whole different level. He's the veteran on the squad, and at least it showed in that listening.
And it's looking like it's going to be a runaway map number 1 after a very tight first rotation of hills. This second set has been anything but. And Seattle will do what they have been unable to do to this point, and that is take a respawn from the Las Vegas Legion. They were 0-4 in Hardpoint, 0-2 in Control, and this thing was anything but close once we got past that 5th Hardpoint.
Man, they just play that flawlessly off the rip of the game. You're definitely getting caught off guard if you are Vegas Legion, because you're expecting, okay, we just hit those spawns. We did the dirty work by working all the way around the back. Somehow, some way, Seattle Surge have to push this way if they want to successfully find the break. But every single time, they were like, screw going around the back. We're not really playing for the spawns. We're just going to play for the trades through the front side of the hill. And they found a break after break after break every single time. And then when you got to the second half of that game, it just came down to that P1, that P5 to P1 rotation. Puckett called it perfectly. That guy knows his stuff because you walked away with a 60 point there. You keep at least P2 scrappy, but then you close it out at a P3 to P4 chain by just flipping those spawns at the end of that P2 HP. Seattle Surge looking like a completely different team, man. Look at it again. Basically, everyone's sitting at almost 4,000 damage. It's a collective unit from start to finish.
Well, take a look on the right side of the scoreboard as well. 0-4, only 30 seconds of hill time, 1 objective kill. He's running around making a mess.
Oh yeah,
been going around for Vegas's setup to where the average hill time for everyone on Vegas is underneath essentially 5 seconds. That's not good. Flat out, it's just not good. And Seattle, I think it's just, again, that mentality around focused on the objective through and through. We've seen this not just on this map when they played up against New York last week, but it's been across everything this season so far in this Stage 3 qualifiers. The only losses they've had in Hardpoint have been really close losses, talking about 215 to 250 to Optic and a 230 to 250 to Carolina. So, I mean, it just feels like Seattle is renewed, rejuvenated, and looking real clean towards how they want to play around the objective itself in Hardpoint.
Yeah, the new roster's filling himself, and I think one thing that's definitely helped them tremendously is the new maps that came in, because maps like Skid Row and Invasion simply did not treat Seattle Surge well overall as an organization. But when you add a couple new maps into the picture, the 6 stars, the Vistas, and so far, at least for Vista, Seattle Surge have taken down New York and now completely demolished Vegas Legion on this map. So going forward, when you're playing against this team, you might have to get rid of this, because they are playing that one picture perfect from start to finish, and it's not even like someone's going off. It's a collective unit again.
To me, it's one of the weird things of like just kind of looking at the first set of hills. You could really see the identity of what both of these two teams wanted to pull in their gameplay, where Vegas really stretching, really nervous and kind of cautious about, are there any rogue long routes that are being taken to flip our spawns around? Seattle's like, we're not really all that interested. We'll hit a pinch on the hard point, but our focus is getting on the hill, And I think it's just the full flood of numbers kept Vegas completely off guard. So yeah, really convincing game flow, really convincing map number 1. And now the news doesn't get much better here for Vegas fans, because you're going into a high-rise search and destroy. Seattle's been a top 4 search and destroy team at least all year long. And for Vegas, this map hasn't really been a staple of your map pool to this point.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot of trying to hopefully figure things out, because if Vegas find themselves down 0-2 in this series, you don't feel good about their chance of putting together a reverse sweep against the Seattle team that is flowing in Hardpoint and has always been good in search and destroy.
Yeah, this needs to be the answer if you are the Vegas Legion. They're currently, as an organization, on a 3-loss streak in search and destroy, 2 to LAT, 1 to Optic, Texas. But a lot of those search and destroys were very, very close. It's just now you're going up against this roster in Seattle, who, like you said, so far in the season are one of the best S&D teams that we have statistically wise. But with the new roster, this is actually the mode that they haven't really shined that much. And I would think, like with players like 0-4 added to the lineup, he would only increase that. But when you make a roster change, you have to go through the lumps and bumps and all that good stuff in practice to perfect this S&D gameplay, because you're usually scrimming the respawns and the controls. S&D is probably in the back of your mind. But with this roster having more and more reps underneath their belt, obviously you want to work things and put them on full display here to show that you've gotten better.
Yeah, I love that call, and we'll, I think, see some of the numbers of what we're talking about to really kind of isolate that point and really hit it home. But the fact of the matter is, for Vegas, the search and destroy has not really been a staple of their gameplay. It's been their worst mode, technically speaking. Now, I think the thing about it is, outside of a couple of maps here and there, they don't often get really blown out in search. Yeah. It just feels like they're missing out on opportunities where they really shouldn't be. And I think in particular, as we look at the S&D attacks, this has been, I think, the most appealing statistic to look at overall, because Vegas is planting the bomb more than just about anyone else in the league. However, they cannot win a post plant to save their lives. Only about a quarter of their post plants find success. So with the team that plants the bomb in nearly 2/3 of the round, you gotta start finding post plant setups that get you round wins.
You have to, man, because that's completely unacceptable. We're talking about the time is starting to tick down. The team on defense has to make the play. You don't basically have to do anything. You just have to make sure they're not sinking that defuse. So Vegas Legion are definitely looking at that statistic to definitely improve here. And on the opposite side for Seattle, you saw for them, they don't really like to plant the bomb. So I think if you are Vegas Legion, you know that they're not going to find success at least putting that bomb down. Contest them as much as you possibly can, but more focus for them has to be on your attacks. You get that bomb down, you find that openly first blood. Post plant setups need to be a lot better.
Correct, and there is a lot to be told about what that opening duel win percentage looks like. For Vegas, it's been pretty solid this year, but Seattle's new roster, kind of going back to your point, Jay, they have actually not found a lot of success getting first bloods and converting. So there could be a pathway here for Vegas in terms of how do you start yourself off right. It's by finding first bloods. Not going to happen here in round number 1, though. Hook is able to tally the first, and wouldn't you know it, that's also the bomb carrier.
Yeah, that's going to make this a lot more difficult for Vegas League, because Attach obviously knows where Hook went off the exit, but it's all about this timing, thinking about that, about retrieving that bomb, and also trying to play for this kill. They're setting him up for the trap, and unfortunately, Hook is not able to take down one. Vegas Legion making it 3v3 again.
Yeah, and that really kind of isolates this opening duel to be a moot point. Down to a 3v3, Seattle's defense playing very far back. Lots of focus. Oh, over towards this B site. Oh no, 4, I don't think he necessarily meant to slip off. He misses the timing on Nero climbing the ladder by a fraction of a second, and that's gonna lead to a bomb plant. So now the post plant setup, this is what we're looking at. Can Vegas find ways to hold? Geo up top at Heli, able to find at least first contact, but can't find a kill yet, and here comes Seattle, Jay.
Oh, and 0-4 at least got info onto 2 players. Should be able to get the freebie onto Geo, makes it a 3v2. Also is able to spot Nero, and now the information is already gained. Attached in the back of his pawn, someone stick the defuse.
Yeah, Attach is just too far away, and wow. That is a ton of info gathering from 04. A little solo mission again.
Yeah.
We talked about him not playing around the objective on the hardpoint, just kind of floating, finding kills, making life easier for his squad mates. No further definition of that than that example right there.
And even though Seattle Surge walked away with the round win, that just comes back to the opening dual whip percentage, turning them into conversion rate. When you get that first blood, especially with Hook all the way on their side of the map, you probably want to take more ground and not leave him out to dry by himself, because you can push up, take more places, and then potentially find yourself in a trade scenario to make that round a lot easier. But still, Seattle Surge on the back of 04, who gets every single ounce of information to close out that round, secure the first.
Another 0-for-1 post-plant situation for Vegas. Not to say we're going to count it and keep tally of it, but we very well may if the stats keep unfolding the way that they do. Hook the bomb carry here for Seattle on their first offensive attack. Vegas stacking the box over towards B. Lots of nades over the top. That does land for Abuza's first blood. But Hook not deterred from still climbing up the ladder. Does he expect the player in the corner? Barrel was showing for a second, but neither player aware of it. Nero stuck now, but has enough help from Attach. Stun comes through. A little bit of extra separation. Attach backs off for a second, but it's 04 responding with a double of his own, leaving it with a 1v1.
Oh, man!
Boy!
No way!
Propane tank antics happening. All you can do is laugh about it.
I feel like, Alan, this happens to us every time we're on high rise. It's just the demonic propane tanks. Basically sets up 04 to clutch up in the 1v2. That's all out teamwork for Seattle. I'm pretty sure Hook was trying to stick that bomb plant, but he was able to at least spot the gun peeking out in that corner. But the fact that it turns into a one-on-one and Gio doesn't even have to shoot his gun to lose the gunfight, that is an insane round. Great plays right there out of the propane to secure for Seattle.
That guy's clutch, man, that propane tank.
He's like 100 and 0.
He's good for a 1-for-1 trade every time.
Untradeable, dude.
Well, Seattle looking to get a little bit more aggressive here on this defense. Brezzy up top almost finds his fate by way of the propane tanks. Tags are through, but he still will survive to tell the tale. Vegas still looking a little bit weary about any further push-ups towards the underground. Everyone going to make sure that they stay safe in the opening 30 seconds, and now their offensive fit can start to develop.
And so far, that's been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock. They spot not a single player from Seattle Surge trying to get aggressive, so now it's time for you to make the move. They're slowly working their way up through B. Brezzy not able to win that gunfight onto Attach. So the first blood in favor of Vegas, but 04 instantly with the response.
3v3 Hook. Oh, in and around. Asim, ooh, just kind of holds his ground. That works out for one, but Abuza over the top, all just completely whiffs. Huge opportunity right there to not just get a trade, but maybe even eliminate a second. But Nero quickly now pushing forward. Abuza, a little red dot chase, not going to happen. And that will be it, as a little bit of an extra set of pressure comes from the back. No worries there. Vegas cleaning their final 3 kills, get him on the board.
Yeah, Vegas found the first blood onto Brezzy right street, and then trade effectively drew down low. I thought Hook was going to end up with the snap bottom pit, but once he falls, and then Abuza at least finds the timing to spot 2 players. Just some premature shots there. Probably wants to have that round back, because he definitely could have been a deciding factor if Seattle could have went up 3-0 there.
Yeah, just a couple of missed chances right there off of what should have been, I think in a lot of people's minds, a little bit cleaner gunfights to come through. But Vegas will take advantage, find themselves their first round. And now what's the adjustment for their defense after, again, the propane tank foiled their last round? Nero getting aggressive right through the underground. 04, does he get the check on this over the top of the shoulder? Brezzy has moved over, but I don't know if they've fully seen him. Now the dead silence gets popped. There's the awareness that there are players immediately above, and Nero very cautiously closes the door and gets to work on this flank. The problem is Seattle has already made just as far of advanced moves over towards this A site, and Gio's in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Gio's in a little bit of trouble, but you can already see that Brezzy in your mini-map, he had the heads up that someone was pushing through underground, and stun connected early on onto Nero, so he instantly found himself now in the 3v2. Great shots out of Attach. Is the propane gonna blow up to find a kill? Yes, it does. 2v2. Great plays out of Dill.
Dude, this map is turning into a PvE fest. Let's see. Trades out Brezzy. Now it's just down to 04. He's on the hunt. Has a seam in the corner, and that'll be enough for the isolated clean 1v1. Now it's just down to him versus Attach. The new guy versus the long-standing veteran, and 04. Careful, tippy-toe your way through. Gets the reset. 22 seconds on the clock. Looking to play for the high ground first. Attach is still holding over towards his right windows. Is there an angle here for 0-4 to get this successfully planted? Attach is so worried about the underground, Jay, but it does look like this is going to turn into a 40-second 1v1.
Yeah, 0-4, he gained that info early on. That attachment down a couple shots. He's working his way through underground, and now that bomb's going to get planted for free. 0-4 spots him, so he should be able to line this one up for free. Another clutch out of this young man. Every single time we watch him in Search and Destroy, he's always making plays, but no more than here so far. 2 back-to-back clutches from 0-4.
I mean, the rapid rise of 0-4 was going to have to be studied in years to come.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, legitimately out of nowhere. First year in Challengers, played an event and a half, and then gets picked up, and this new Seattle roster is really vibing right now. You can definitely feel the energy's elevated a lot. So, Vegas, now in a little bit of trouble here. Down 0-1 in the map count. Down pretty big here in the Surge. I know it's just 3-1. I don't mean to get ahead of myself, but you've got Gio at 0-4. Really the only one participating for round-winning plays has been attached to this point. And it just feels like Seattle has a better handle on the map at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of controlling that right street on every single time of their defenses. The only defense that they lost was Rezi ended up getting picked off first, but already into this round, it's a trade back and forth. Instantly into a 3v3. Vegas Legion currently have a lot of B Street control, and underground Nero finds himself a second. So 2v2 now.
Quick awareness though, 0-4 pushes through blue, finds the trade. Gio does not see the rotation over towards green side. That is enough information though for Attach to say, okay, no one nearby me, I can get the plant off. And now again, we consider the question, can Vegas hold a post plant? This one a bit more limited in numbers. Opening shots from 0-4, connects onto Gio and he predicts it.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, this kid is everything. 10-2, 5 in a row. No sir, old man. How about a 4-1 tally?
He's letting them know, not today. You're not going to catch me lacking off these post plans. We're going to keep that statistic going downward for you guys as 0-4 gets it done with a 2 on the round. Man, oh man, every single time. Seattle Surge, they're just so great on the mid-round adjustments. Like, it turned into a 2v2. The trade is instantly going to be there. Once he finds that kill on Tenero, he allows the bomb plant to go down, but you're not expecting this route out of 0-4 to push all the way through your base, literally in the back of your spawn building, find the first kill through the propane, and then find the easy read onto Attach. 1 kill off of earning himself a cruise missile. Yeah, let's continue to play this one slow.
All right, this is Heat Check City right here. Anyone want to take this gunfight versus me?
Oh, man!
Oh, my goodness. Send him to control at this point. Cruise missile earned 11-2, and yeah, why not call that down? Confirm yourself a B plant.
Man, that bomb's gonna go down for free. You got a couple players scattered through bottom blue. It's only a matter of moments before Seattle Surge can find himself in a situation to play the kills. 0-4 finds over the Cruise. Now it's a 3v2. Gio and Nero left to clutch on up.
And good luck. I mean, with 0-4 still alive, this kid's raid boss. Nero looking to push forward, confirming the damage from his teammate Gio up top, but 0-4 just still throws the tiniest of shoulders, confirms that, yep, there's a push through. He'll reset. Rezi, the next one to check for the defuse, does get caught. Nero on a follow-up. If 0-4 pulls this off, send him the next contract. No, not gonna happen. Nero does get the shutdown, and that's actually a massive round for Vegas.
Yeah, you can't let that one go if you are the Surge. Like, you get the opening first blood with the gunny out of 0-4, then you get the second kill with the Cruise, and then you allow 2v4 to simply just get away from you. That can't happen if you are the Surge. The post plan needs to be better, but as we take a look at the replay, just wall bangs, not missing a single bullet. The guy was definitely in rank play, getting in a warm-up this morning. But Seattle Surge, even with all that just happened, they choked that round. You're definitely going to want that one back, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that is a massive reset in this map for Vegas to pull away that round. No more cruise missile. You secure yourself a 2v4 essentially. And now an opportunity to bring this thing back to within 1. Can heads cool a little bit here though? Get yourself into level footing. Trophy system denying some opening utility from Seattle. I'm really sure this is trophies on both sides denying, but it's a lot of utility being thrown. A lot of players are weak, and must have been a little bit of a bounce back off the nade. Hook will drop to a team nade, so an early 4v3 here for Vegas.
Now Vegas Legion just need to put themselves in a situation to where they can play trades or play for the info that's already going to be gained. You at least spot Rezi through the underground. Gonna rally the true subs and try to execute a blue push out towards A, but no, you just got to go back towards B because you have the numbers, and now it turns into a 3v3. 0-4 finds Attach.
Yeah, you got Gio kind of helping on support for this approach and does well to get one, but ooh, Takes a little bit too far of a step forward, trying to play deep in towards A, so Abuza will confirm the kill and now take this to a 2v2. Brezzy down low, shut down by Asim, and it all rests with Abuza for the 1v2 situation. And he is a bit trapped at the moment, trying to pull a similar route through the underground. Doesn't see anything. Maybe he can catch timing here onto Asim. Yeah, sure does. That's a freebie. It predicts the second, but no. Shots are good, and how about it? Vegas down just 1.
Yeah, that was a perfect read right there out of Abuza in the 1v2, but just better shots from Nero to close out the round. I don't know what it looked like off the rip of that round for Seattle Surge. How 0-4 was able to nade Hook. Once you gift the first play in favor of Vegas Legion, they're going to take full advantage of it. Bomb goes planted, and that was the first successful post plant. Great job.
Okay. Now everything has to start to, again, get back into control here if you're Seattle. Couple of good rounds here from Vegas in a row. Nero on 4 in a row in particular. And this is all in the midst of a very explosive 13-4 from 0-4 through 7 freaking rounds. Stuns landing over towards backside blue. That's from the defensive side for Vegas. Hook aware that he could be challenged at any moment, so he turns his attention for just a brief second. And now Abuza also catches just a bit of info that Gio's playing on the A site, and that may be enough to actually deter Seattle from playing over towards A completely.
Yeah, any info is good info, but that's already been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock, so eventually Seattle Surge got to work out of their base, and as they try to do that, Gio lines up 0-4 with the Semtex. Not the guy you want to fall, who's top slinging the entire lobby. And then Nero also takes care of Hook. That is going to be your bomb carrier, so it turns into a 4v2, making it 3v1.
Yeah, Brezzy will be pretty much in the Bermuda Triangle here, stuck between 3 different Vegas members. Asim will confirm that he is playing from bottom blue. No worries for the follow-up from behind. So after the saved round, after the cruise missile lands, for a 2v3 for Vegas, they pull a convincing offense, and that has been the most stable defense we've seen from them to this point. Things starting to really trend back to Vegas's direction. You need a response from Seattle in this next round.
Yeah, it wasn't shooting bodies from 0-4 when he clutched up in that 2v1, but it was a little bit of looking at Attach's body saying no, and that might still be the fact. Their job is not finished. We got to stay locked into the map, and Vegas Legion now, off the back of a 4v2, have chained 3 rounds in a row to tie this game up. Basically going to be a 0-0. Vegas Legion on the attacking side. 2 players trying to get aggressive up through the green fence, but just making sure no one's going to jump in towards B so they know where the pressure's going to be.
Topside elevator propane will explode. Gio still looking to maybe make a play on that. He's holding that angle. I think they know someone's up there. Doesn't make a difference though. Brezzy down low is helping support 0-4. Pop up from Asim though, good. And now Gio has to come help this if you're going to try to look for a plan. I mean, he's still watching from like deep towards spawn. Yeah, he had a look, I think, at 0-4 up the ladder, just could not quite find it. So now he's playing a really passive angle, and it seems kind of on an island right here. I mean, he's going to need a little bit of help if they want to get a bomb plant.
Yeah, Seam is on an island, but at least based off Seattle Surge's setup, they don't have anyone watching over that site. 0-4 is going to put down a couple shots, eventually sets up Gio for the kill. Now Vegas Legion in the man advantage. You just have to try to work this objective, but Hook has worked himself into a great position.
This is an absolutely beautiful defensive spot. Only question is if he gets hit through mid-map, has to kind of trust that he's predicted a good angle here. Hit from Vegas also needs to come through sooner rather than later. There's the slide across. Asim just could not quite lock down the shots through the red tower. Abuza also helps up by finding one. They know where it attaches. Hook separates himself. Plays around the backside of the elevator. Not going to give Attach a chance to win this by way of an early gunfight. He has to plant, and Hook may have played this absolutely perfectly, but he doesn't see Attach on the bomb. So we're going to get the 1v1. Attach goes down low. Hook has seen it. Just down to confirming the kill. Up and over. Works out for the 1v1, and Seattle will get their 5th.
And that is all on the back of Hook, just putting himself in that position to shut down the bomb carrier on Vegas Legion. And once it turns into a one-on-one, to not panic in that moment. I thought Attach was going to get great timing. If he finds a different exit from that side instead of jumping on their side pit, Hook has no info on where the hell he has went. But once he spots him, uses that rival 9 to the best of his ability, up close in person to secure the one-on-one. Seattle Surge stopped the bleeding and are now at game point.
Yeah, huge turnaround right there, especially with the sudden cool-off from 0-4. Hard to expect him to keep that up for the entirety of the map. He's done his job.
Hey, he shouldn't have shot bodies, or basically looked at bodies and said no, you know?
That's fair. Nero's also stepped up in a big way for Vegas, trying to get to a very even tally with the opening surge from 0-4, no pun intended. Poop, bomb carrier over towards B, stunned, but not affected enough to get up the ladder. And he's gonna go for the quick plant. He's got support from 04 on this backside of elevator, so a quick plant now has a different test here for Vegas on the retake.
I love this. I love this play so far. The Seattle Surge, they set the tone on this round. Throw the smoke grenade to make sure you still have the ability to contest the site, but the gunfight goes in favor of Nero. Vegas with the first blood.
Oh, and the second 04 gets shut down over towards the elevator. Now all of a sudden Seattle has to start going forward. They need to check the bomb. Brezzy gets distracted by attach. Oh, but the kills are good. Booz is able to find one off the bomb. It's just down to Asim for the 1v2. Moves over, MCW in hand, but tries to pick up the bomb for a sneaky defuse, and it will not be allowed. Seattle will take the search, avoid what was nearly a catastrophic letdown considering the start from 04, and now they're 2-0 up in the series.
Whew. It started to get scary for Seattle Surge to the later half of that search and destroy, but they were able to stop the bleeding, clutch up in a 1v1. And then even in the final round, Boozer doing a great job of cover firing over his teammates on that left side of the street. When Hook lost that gunfight and then they dropped initially for the second kill as well, it was instantly responded with a trade from a Boozer. So it was a 4v2, turns into a 3v2, and then a Boozer also finds his second on the round. The fact that Brezzy was able to work his way up the middle of the map, win that one-on-one versus Tats as well, was chef's kiss, because a Boozer finds two on the left. You find the player on the over towards the middle of the map, so that forces the bomb carrier to now relieve himself from his duty. And then at that point, it was just not enough time to locate where Boozer was or even think about that objective. He's able to clutch up in another round for Seattle Surge to close out the Surge to destroy 6-4, and now up 2-0 in the series.
Big time. Unbelievable stuff. 13-7 for 04 is where it stops. He was 12-2 at one point, but that's a minor footnote considering the single-handed ability of him to win rounds in the early stages of this search and destroy. So after the blowout, map number 1, it was a hot start for Seattle, closed out with a win, and now we go to the follow-up question of, is this Seattle team really for real? They're going to go back to an invasion control, which they won last week for New York. It was their first win. Really, it felt like forever. When it came to a control. In fact, it was one of their first wins on Invasion since the opening weekend at Major 1 qualifiers. So if Seattle could find a 3-0 here, I think they pretty much win over the community and say this is not just a top 6 team. They may be battling for 5th overall in the power ranking. I don't know. We'll see. But it is Invasion control. When we come back, don't go far. We got a break coming up, and then we're into it right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, everybody. We're in a very opening dominant express here when it comes to Seattle running away with the series at the moment, 2-0 up. But for Vegas, good news on the horizon. You got an invasion control here for map number 3. But I have to say, Jay, I think a lot of people right now are looking at this Vegas team, and the scrutiny is probably getting heavier and heavier based on the roster change not leading to as much as success as maybe people were hoping for.
Yeah, that's the thing that's really questioning me. Like, my eyebrows are raising because at least with Purge on the roster, whenever you went up against someone not in the top 4, you always went down to the wire, or you always walked away with the W. So far in this series, they just simply haven't had an answer. Asim ended last series at a 0.6. So far in this series, he's at a 0.8 alongside Geo. So it's just a new team thing. They just haven't figured it out yet, and you don't want to be that roster to lose 0-3 here. You have to try to fight back.
Well, you kind of saw it on the statistics. Obviously, we know Seattle's marks not great across the board. Really, though, the recency bias gives you maybe a little bit of hope here that Seattle can kind of turn this into not just one control win, but maybe a second, as they won this map versus New York last week. But for Vegas, they have been a defensive juggernaut, rarely letting up ticks of progress. The big issue has been finding offensive success, which, to be fair, no antics towards A to start here. It's just get our ticks at B, make our moves towards the middle of the map, and see what we can create on rotation.
And the good thing is for Vegas Legion, they found all the kills right off the rip. So they have a majority of the map control, and Seattle Surge now put on their back foot. They have to try to clutch up in a bunch of these gunfights, and none of them are going in their favor. They have yet to find one on the round. Nero, all you have to do is find this kill onto 0-4, and the stack is going to be in at A. B is almost done, but the first segment is here.
You got a trophy system denying a lot of this opening utility. Abuza trying to work their way back in, and they will clear off the zone, only allowing one tick of progress to be captured. At the same rate, the exit from A back to the middle of the map has also been really good for Seattle, and they're finding exit kills over towards B. So maybe a bit of a slow start for the defense, but a quick bounce back as now they've completely dominated the map and ripped it away from Vegas.
Yeah, now they have a lot of mid-map control, and Vegas Legion forced to try to overextend their way out. Pushing through this B point hoop over towards DVDs, finds that one-on-one versus Nero. And at least the positioning right now out of Brezzy is going to know exactly where all of Vegas Legion are planning their attack from. It's all through the overextension. So let's just keep on building layers and keep on slowing out this game clock.
Now, ooh, Asim just gives up the angle right as Hoop was crossing into his line of sight. But end all be all, Vegas still looking to largely play this on the overextension around the back, and this may be the one area of approach that Seattle is not fully ready for. Seems still trying to find the isolation, but Hook with the rival 9 in hand is just too good in close quarters. Finds himself a double, and now Nero's left at an island over towards the backside of Garage, and he is being hunted. Surely only a matter of time before he's found, and that is indeed the case. Down to 60 seconds on the clock, and Seattle have brought the life count back to more manageable terms.
Yeah, that's already been a minute wiped off the game clock, so now Vegas Legion only have 1 to 2 more good pushes, but Seattle Surge are doing a great job of just keeping the kills scattered. That's another 3 dead. The only player on the point is going to be attached, but there's more plays from Seattle Surge just ready to pounce, because everyone from Vegas Legion all the way across the map is going to have to win 3 gunfights to at least secure the second segment, but cannot find one. Seattle Surge stabilized that push, and now only 45 seconds left. Vegas Legion only have 1 more shot.
Yeah, Tatch was kind of left out to dry right there.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 players off spawn for Vegas. None of them even bothered even playing towards the middle of the map, let alone the A street. And now all of a sudden, Brezzy's created some issues for Vegas off spawn. Fortunately for Vegas fans, he's dealt with quickly. But we've got 28 seconds on the clock. This is, for all intents and purposes, kind of the last opportunity for Vegas, and it's coming together very slowly, and maybe more importantly, and maybe more aptly, it's falling apart in pieces. Just individual kills here and there now, allowing Seattle to push up. Brezzy gets a read, says, I'm not interested in really losing my life. Just hold off, kill the clock, and this elimination through laundry may just determine the rest of the round. 0-4 is able to find his second kill, and with that, it'll be the round going to Seattle's defense, giving up 4 total ticks.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Seattle Surge to just stabilize the map when they needed to. And then even when Vegas Legion found themselves around DVD area, around Cafe, and even pushed up towards Blue with a couple players trying to contest them towards Mannequin, Seattle Surge did not panic in those moments. They knew where the pressure was coming in. They knew if we clutch up on these one set of fights, then we could potentially put them into the trap. They found all the kills at the right time, but you do give up 1 segment at that 8 points. So Seattle Surge in the back of their mind, we need to try to at least get 1 done at A.
See what the break-off is going to look like here. Again, the marks for Seattle are 11th or 12th, pretty much across the season in control, and no matter what category you put it at. But the big moniker here is that, yes, thank you, production. It's like you knew where I was going with this. These guys don't lose defense. If you're Vegas, absolutely dominant affairs. And I want to say the one time they did lose a defense is one of the one times they've ever lost this map. So those are things to keep in the back of your mind here. Abuza quickly already able to find first blood as Seattle once more just kind of taking a lot of their focus in the middle of the map. Nice little route hit by Hook will again just create more opportunity for free capture over towards B. A little bounce off the zone for now as Abuza will actually find a little bit of success moving over towards A, but he's being tested. Or is he? Oh, that's not a good one for the Esteem haters out there. You're going to be clipping that one and chipping it. Oh no, and it's not getting any better. Hook now on 5 in a row, looking for number 6, but turned aside through mid-street. But in the meantime, Seattle really committed to this A rotation, Jay, and they've lost a lot of time off the clock to not really get much entry.
Yeah, that's tough, especially with that double nade coming over the top. So now Vegas Legion know we have a lot of mid-map control. We're trying to put them in the trap, and this is why Vegas Legion are so damn good on defense, because they outslay teams by 6 or more kills every single time they're on that side. But Seattle Surge, they were trying to just capitalize on an opportunity with all the kills going down on the map to get something done at A. But Vegas Legion, they were able to stabilize that. Now Seattle Surge have this the rotation over towards B, where the second segment is about to get complete.
The Semtex catches the outside of the wall from Nero, so not going to deter any of this capture. And that will look pretty likely like it's going to be a third tick, although Vegas is still trying to get this to go. If you're going to hit this, you got to hit it quickly. Gio's got to get here in a contest. Just slides in the nick of time. Hook bounces out, finds the kill. Brezzy right there to support, and that is an expensive challenge from Vegas. The extra 60 gets tallied. Live still looking good for Vegas for the time being, but Seattle's gonna exit away, and wow, you said it. I mean, Hook the nuke definition of right now as he absolutely blows away a handful, and now there's an opportunity for him to get behind this player in Laundry. Doesn't quite expect it, still tries to turn to fight back, but does get taken away, and Vegas can reestablish the defensive line.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell Hook was able to get that kill. My rival 9 does not kill like that in rank, but obviously he's shooting nukes. At least if you are Vegas Legion, you need to try to clutch up on these fights, because at least Seattle Surge have a lot of mid-map control. Players already pushed out towards A Street. You have somewhat cafe control as well. Vegas Legion at least doing a great job. One player in towards the point. Winning is one-on-ones. You have the crossfire through the middle of the map, so no need to panic yet if you are Vegas.
Still a lot of focus right through the front, though, from Seattle. Trying to get their way back over towards the previously captured B zone. Vegas reading it pretty nicely, all things told. Oh, especially if Nero finds himself a couple. The pistol out almost gets the triple, but still, job done here for Vegas. Holding a 1 life lead, 30 seconds on the clock, and you've got pivotal positions here at mid.
Yes, Seattle Surge, you saw Boozer just simply back down from this positioning after finding that trade. He's just waiting for the troops so he can establish at least one more good push over towards the save point, but just how spread Vegas Legion are, it's gonna be difficult to break into their setup, and especially to get past the gunny up attach, who finds himself on 4 in a row. No more respawns left for Seattle Surge. Vegas Legion doing what they do best, dominating on the defensive end.
Yep, and that's going to give them the 1 tick advantage through the first set of offensive rounds. Really good work from Vegas. Couple of moments that things got a little hairy. I think that late contest over towards B, not perfect, obviously, but it does kill off a little bit of extra time, and the trades through mid-map have been really, really efficient through Vegas, really on both sides, offense and defense alike. So something that Seattle may have to kind of keep their eye on. They're having a great performance from Hook as well. So, you know, it's one of those moments you just kind of look at him and say, hey, go do what you want to do. Wherever you're feeling it, go ahead and hit it, because he is shooting laser beams right now.
Yeah, 15-9 start, especially running a rival 9 on the station. You never usually find a lot of success, but when he's hitting shots the way that he does, he makes any gun look good. But now Vegas Legion back on the attacking side, just gonna do the easy work right off the rip. Not showing presence over towards A, just trying to maintain a little bit of that map control, trying to catch a good plays from Seattle Surge off guard. And with those 2 initial gunfights going in their favor, this is where they can apply pressure over towards A.
I really love this approach from Vegas. It's noise and attention over towards A Street and Mid Cafe with no commitment, and then as soon as Seattle kind of hear all of this deafness that hits over towards A, they start to rotate back to the B zone, and Vegas haven't left. They're just sitting there waiting to pull that rotation over towards the opposite side of the map. It gives them a look over towards the A zone. Doesn't fully work out for them, but the kills have been very convincing. So Vegas are going to walk away with an extra 60 seconds here at B. Seattle trying to contest the exit. This could get a little bit costly. An opportunity for them to try to actually challenge right back in, but it's just a little bit too slow. Extra 60s in, and now Seattle, they win the B Street back, but it comes at a bit of a cost as now Las Vegas could just come out of spawn and try to work their way over towards the A side.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Seattle just be a little bit more aggressive out towards the B point, because you know you have segments to make up, but you can make it a lot more difficult for Vegas Legion out of their base. That's where you can potentially pitch a shutout. with now a minute 45 left on the game clock, Vegas Legion know they cannot apply pressure up the B street. We're going to try to overextend and push over towards the A side, but Abuza in a perfect position to continuously cut them down.
Yeah, Abuza's just not giving them anything. Gio on the corner, nades will not land. And I mean, this is about as sturdy of a position as you could possibly get. Hook also assisting over towards the A bomb site. And yeah, this has been pretty flawless here from Seattle on that exit through B. And Vegas are actually going to try to re-clear this. This is going to feel very laborious to try to make this happen. Brezzy on 4 in a row. Has plenty of assistance around him. And yeah, there's just not an angle for Vegas to hit anywhere. They're so scared of going through Abuza that they have to go through the triple stack down B street.
Yeah, this is tough, man. Gotta just get past Brezzy. Good job to shut him down off of his streak as well, because he was on 4 in a row. If you are Seattle Surge, you can have a cruise missile going into your next attacking round. That can work wonders, but Vegas Legion now have an opportunity as they got past that B tank. Already find himself over towards DVDs and Treehouse, but Abuza gets impatient in that situation, and now Vegas Legion have an opportunity to attack from multiple different angles.
Brezito up top at Broken. Oh, runs out of ammunition. May have had a chance for a second, but catching Nero. Finding a little bit of success here over towards the backside at Laundry. 04 trying to slide through. Denied by Attach. Does he get a prediction on the side? Oh! That is good. One more to follow up. Abuza on the hunt. Pistol out. Attach almost turns on him, but the damage has been dealt. And now Brezzy and Abuza can get to work, try to lock down more of this A street. They've done well to this point. Last attempt for Vegas would have to be by something created by Nero. Not really going to happen, and now it's desperation time for Vegas trying to get back to A.
Yeah, with only 8 seconds left, if you are attached, you just got to sprint right into the point, but the Qualifiers are going to be set up for Seattle Surge. They're going to be able to walk away with the defensive round. Up 2-1 on the control, but you know, in the back of their minds going into this attack, we have to get something done at A. We're currently down by 4 segments. We don't want to be the team on the attack going into round number 5, going against this Vegas Legion squad who basically never lose that side of the map. So we have to think about the objective.
So do you break off with something designed for A? Something that you can get a stack in, try to get 1 tick only? That could be an opportunity here, right? I mean,
I would play off the cross. Like, I would sit in the back of the half wall in the middle of the courtyard, watch the cross, and just see how Vegas Legion are setting up off their defense, because you might just want to go stabilize right to B, just get that one out the way, but send a couple players to roam around that middle of the map, because if a lot of kills go in your favor, then you can pounce over towards A.
Well, it will be a bit of a split hit. 2 on one side, 2 on the other. 04 looking to create something over towards the A zone, and hold on a second. Abuza finds a second. They can get 2 players on. Vegas are not anywhere near this. The long crossing angle from Nero is only a mild deterrent. So now you got nades, a trophy system, and everything you could possibly want. First ticket progress at A, gonna get locked in. Vegas on the recovery. Help from Seattle, trying to rotate over, and no, nothing further will happen. So they get that first tick, and now all attention goes back to B.
That's all you needed, because now if you are Seattle Surge, you've been able to outslay them a majority of this map. You get these 3 captures done at B, you will guarantee yourself defense as long as you come out on top in the engagement battle in this round. That first segment is going to be complete. You do have Mook in a very crucial position towards top blue, just being a nuisance, causing mayhem for Vegas Legion, and now that's going to be 3 dead. This is when you can start to take map control, be a lot quicker off the rotation to A.
The extra 60 is pretty much a guarantee. Gio's the only real defender that has slipped through this Seattle hit, and he's going to get taken down, found by Brezzy. So now you've got numbers for Seattle starting to amass in the middle of the map. A seat trying to go back through Laundry, turned on by 04. Shots from behind get him tagged up, and Nero will finish off the damage. Abuza trying to get into A, but we'll have to hold off for just a moment to stun locks him in place. He's got a trophy system at the ready, has the gunfight initially versus Gio, and then gets caught by Asim trying to place a trophy. One more attempt here for Seattle, but Asim... Oh! No!
Oh, no.
Not like that! Asim should have had the freest kill of his life. Just got snapped on. And now the second tick of progress is in. Attached forces a team kill, but the rest of Vegas are here.
And now there's 2 segments complete if you are Seattle. You are currently up by 4 lives. You're going to guarantee yourself defense to go to round number 5. And now if you are Vegas Legion, you have to try to figure this out. Potentially earn yourself a couple cruise missiles and try to work on that attacking side in round number 5. But it's already job well done if you are Seattle Surge. You can walk away with this 3rd segment as well. A clean 3-0 isn't too bad, as they already have a lot of cafe control. They're already applying pressure up through A Street. Vegas Legion need to iron up.
Couple of shots coming through Abuza. Hold on a second. Seattle can find success here from the front. Gio trying to get here to assist, but the clock has stopped. Abuza on the corner, dealt with by Gio. And a clean feed here for Vegas. Gets them back up the map. Who quickly off the respawn, though. Goodness gracious, Seattle are not losing these tough gunfights. And there's going to be still plenty of opportunity here for Seattle to hit this. You've got yourself a 4v3 right now. An opportunity to break through. Attach over towards Laundry. Gets caught looking the wrong direction. Nero trying to fill the gap. Only gets one. Stack. Geo shut down. Here comes the stack. Seattle will find the third tick. And a 3-0 in the series, putting everyone in the league on notice.
This new Seattle roster, man, they are just doing everything right. We're talking about opening HPs absolutely dominating. Search and destroy, they almost let that one get away from them, but they were clutching up a majority of those rounds. And then even on the control, this used to be literally the worst control team that we have in the game. But the roster change has done wonders for this team, man. They close it out in a clean 3-0. They walk away with one attacking round. Vegas Legion were literally the best team on the defensive side. They do not give up any segments on that side of the map. But you could just tell how different it was for them, because for Seattle Surge, everyone's sitting at 4K, close to 5K damage. On the opposing side, Geo just did not have a good series today. We're talking about a map like Invasion where your ARs need to be felt, only 2,800 damage, 9 non-traded kills, 12 and 19 overall score. That's not the way you want to get it done. But Seattle Surge basically did exactly what they did at a Hardpoint in that control. Just never gave Vegas Legion any breathing room. We're talking about being great on defense, but they could never find a clean 2 to 3 dead to allow them to push up on the map. Every time they came off spawn, they are forced to iron up through mannequin. They are forced to iron up through back gas because Seattle Surge are so damn fast to retake the middle of the map, and Vegas Legion simply did not have an answer for it. Seattle Surge, without question, sitting at 3-1 on this stage, looking like a completely different unit ever since the addition of 04, man. Congratulations to them.
You clutch up versus Carolina. You beat down on New York in both the hard points, and now a 3-0 versus Vegas. And let's be honest, even though it was an 0-3 versus Optic, those boys were fighting. As we get ready to throw things back to the desk, I guess the question to consider here is Seattle potentially threatening maybe a top 4 position in the league?
I think so. That's got to be thinking so too.
They're pushing it. I mean, they're top 6 for sure. There's no questions asked.
Nope. There's the big 4, and then there's Surge and Vegas and everyone else underneath him. Seattle Surge get the win over Vegas, though, and I don't know. Do you give the credit purely to Seattle, or are there issues in the Vegas camp?
I'm giving it to Seattle. I mean, there's clearly issues in the Vegas camp. No, we'll get to that, but we got to show Seattle their love. I mean, they've had 3 signature wins against teams that you would place in the top 6 for sure. I mean, you're talking about Carolina, New York, doing it by way of Search and Destroy, doing it by way of Hardpoint, and this one, you're getting a little bit of it all in a 3-0 steamroll. Seattle is the real deal, and they're here to stay.
04 has turned this team around. Brezzy looking way more comfortable with the AR as well. Alley Cat, how did they pull off a 3-0 over Legion, though?
Well, in that opening Vista, like Vegas just, whenever they did have that early rotation, they were getting instantly broke. And that's almost the expectation, right? Seattle right now sitting in the league. They're the number 2 holding 2 and the number 2 breaking team. So they just need to clean up their fundamentals a little bit. What do we see in the second half of the Vista? It's the early rotation over to that P1 to chain it, then into the P2 spawns and hold that P3 to close it out. So for Seattle Surge, they're not only beating these teams, but they're making strides towards getting better.
Yeah, I mean, you know, halfway through that control, I'm sitting there, I look over at Chris and Allie, I went, these guys are legitimately good. I mean, the way they're playing their trades, playing their lives, they're together. I mean, on their defenses, you got Abuza pushing up the street. He's comfortable playing the slow AR role. Everybody else is getting mixy. And then Allie mentions the Vista Hardpoint. It's like, okay, they only outslayed them by 1, yet the score was 250 to 110. How does that happen? And it's prioritization of the right thing. Second rotation, P1, Chris. As we mentioned, they steamroll them, control the spawns for P2 and P3. We know how you can get those back-to-back. It's exactly what they do. Seattle are looking phenomenal. Great job by the management getting these guys locked and loaded, ready to go.
180 seconds of hill control is what turned around that hard point, and you can see Seattle locking down A was the final blow. 3-0 Legion going packing, and it has been a rough 2 weeks for a squad that is now done leading into week 4. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game, though. It's got to be 0-4 in S&D, right, Allie?
Yeah, it's probably him getting another cruise missile. I think this guy is literally averaging a cruise missile, a series, maybe even a map at this point, because he's guaranteed for at least one. So this is going to be his opening 3, and he was doing it in every single round. And even when Las Vegas was trying to bring it back, he was pulling out moves like this and saying, nah, don't worry, guys, I got it.
He killed Attach, I think, 4 rounds in a row.
We were calling it out.
Yeah.
You're like, look at him and Dylan squaring up, and 0-4 has his number.
Yeah, I mean, he wins that 1v2. Next round kills Attach up into the base, and then he maps Attach. He's just like, listen, your best player is in my blender, and then they go ahead and they close that map out. So 0-4's got to be, confidence on the moon.
Can we give a shout out to our replay team, by the way? Everything we wanted to talk about, you just had it visually. Well done, production. Right now, though, we need to talk with a member of the Seattle Surge. Welcome to the stream. It's Brezzy joining us. Brezzy, great to have you. And can we just start off, how would you like us to pronounce your name moving forward?
Just Brezzy. Like SZ. I know it's hard to pronounce because it's half of my name. It's just say Brezzy and not Breggy, but you can say whatever.
We'll let Chance know. We got you, bud. Brezzy it is. So Brezzy, talk to me about the move, bringing 0-4 onto the lineup. How did that change your team as a whole?
I mean, you can see, guys, with 0-4, it brings us a lot of pace, especially on the map. In our points, we look completely different. And I think we are completely new teams. We won the Hardpoint by 100 points, and kills were pretty close.
Yeah.
Or we are just have 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, 1 kill.
So, at the moment in Hardpoint we play pretty good, and I don't know, we are just different. So, shout out to 0-4.
Yeah, I actually want to talk to you about that. This is now 3 Hardpoints that you guys have won, and that's been kind of your bane when it comes to these series, that you haven't been able to take the respawns. Where was kind of the change? What was the focus for Seattle and Hardpoint that made you guys get so much better?
When we brought 0-4 in, we tried to think in a different way, because we are kind of slow with Alec. Nothing wrong with him, just our game style was slow, all of us, and we tried to change our way to see the games. We did a lot of work outside. We watch a lot of VODs, and I don't know, I think we found our pace, we found our game style, and I guess you guys can see it.
That's awesome. It's paying off.
Brezzy, we just saw lower third. It's at 44 kills, 11,000 damage almost in the series. You were fine in the series before that. You switched to an AR, and you've been running it pretty much full time. How's that been for you, making the role change throughout this stage? Because you've been putting on a show, my friend.
Thanks. I was always a flex. Maybe not a lot of people know that, because I used to play with a sub. But in the past game, I could even run an AR. Obviously, I didn't this game. But when we brought 0-4 in, we thought it could be a great idea to play with me as second AR with Jordan. And I don't know, I felt comfortable in couple streams, and pretty much that's it. I don't know. It's
because
fits well.
You guys all pretty much changed your roles, right? Abuza, he's a slow AR now. He's in different positions than we saw previously. Does it just feel like everybody's comfortable now?
Yeah, we had to change something, and I'm just glad now it works. So everyone's happy.
It all is working. Congratulations on a hot 3-0 to start the day.
Thanks. It's just amazing. Like I said, we did a lot of works, and the CDL is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and every matches are big, and it's a great win today.
Fantastic reminder. Right now, you're going to see this team in your top 5 for the Major 3 standings. We're going to let Brezzy go as we take a look here at what is next. We have a number of teams that are battling with Seattle for these spots, but just to name the squads directly above them coming in today, it was Optic and LA Thieves. You look at the overall standings, how far back is this squad as they now reach the 100 points?
I think they're in a great spot. They're obviously going up the ranks. They're probably going to be in winner's bracket, and we're seeing Vegas fall. So for Seattle, they're feeling comfortable.
All right, I see a surging LAG, a surging Seattle Surge, and of course, LA Thieves. All squads on the left side of your screen. Keep your eyes on them as we continue partying on throughout Major 3. Coming up next, we got Optic taking on Miami. They're sitting at 1 and 2. Can Miami start to climb the leaderboard? They got to cause the upset when we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Shotzzy might have the timing on the flank. No one's gonna turn.
Bonus as well. Oh, come on. Shotzi's playing real good tonight. Nice tags. I don't have a clue as to how he has managed to survive.
Shotzzy versus the world.
He can't get the third, but here comes Shotzi, 10 in a row. Looking for the 11th. That's the round. You may never see one like it. Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if Faze's been seen, he will drop off the map.
They've planted at Bravo.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Ultra, they're trying to make it happen.
Oh, they're making it happen. Scrap, what a two-piece that was. 20 seconds now. Scrap holding it together. 41 kills, 42 kills. As he's absolutely mauling Optic on the approach. Shotzi, Pin, Dashy taken care of as well. A 5 spree as the final moments tick down.
This man is breaking records in control.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line. Might, oh, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vico, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round 1. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vico, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
So with the help from his teammates, actually, what is this? What is this?
City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
Optic is currently 3rd overall on the season, and they're facing off against the Miami Heretics, who recently got dropped down to 11th seed when they lost to LA Thieves. Tonight, the Heretics are playing as the underdogs, but Optic looking to prove that they still belong in the trophy talk.
I mean, they do still belong in the trivia talk. The only team that they struggle against is Atlanta Faze. They've been on the losing side of this matchup the entirety of this year. But beyond that, like, they're 3-0 in map number 1s. They are unbeaten basically against the rest of the league in this split. And when you look at their S&D, it has slowly but surely gotten better. And that's been the game mode that all the other top 4 teams have been struggling with. And not only that, the 2 players that needed to step it up, and Dashy and Pred, are now rocking 1.16s overall across the board. The highest on their team, 1.16.
Brutal. Nameless, why do people say Optic pads their stats against the lower teams?
I mean, because they just run through everybody. What you mean, man? It's not padding the stats if you're just getting the job done. That's been giving them struggles recently, but, you know, I've been talking about Optic and their approach towards this stage, and it has not changed. It is expand our maps and refine and fix the small tunes that we need to beat Atlanta. And you can see the Monster Energy pregame, the X factor is Pred. 38-8 in respawns when Pred has a positive KD. 9-18 when he has a negative KD. So yes, a lot hinges on Pred, but guess what? He's gonna go positive more often than not.
38-8 when Pred goes positive, and that is almost a gimme.
And if there's anything to work on, it's got to be in that search and destroy. They're 7-8 on defense. They're second in the opening duel win rate, but they're last in the league in converting it. And this is something Optic Texas has been taking strides towards in some of these matchups.
All right, that is a look at Optic Texas, the favorites coming into this one. On the other side, you've got hope in Miami, and that is something we couldn't say at all during Stage 2. They've brought in Real, an SMG player that seems to be bringing some new flavor to this team that is still looking for wins here in Stage 3. They got the Game 5 victory over Boston, but that was more of a Boston throw than a dominant Miami victory.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely sort of a Boston throw, but I will say, like, when you look at Miami, they just look much more competent, especially in the respawns. Like, in the tail end of last stage, they improved in Hardpoint. They're actually a decent Hardpoint team by the end of it, and now you bring in Real, who seemingly is doing the right things on every single rotation. You are in these matches. If you think back to the Toronto series, if you're a big Miami fan, they could have pushed that Game 5. Toronto's not a great search team. They could have won that. We'd be singing a different tune about this roster. So I really do enjoy this team, and I think they have the makings to be a top team in the league. And the X factor is Metals. 16-8 when Metals has a positive KD, and they're 8-21 with a negative one. So you're relying on Metals, but he does put down a lot of damage regardless.
He does, but on the flip side of things, they're lost on attacking. They're 0-5 record across all 3 maps with a 6 life margin. That's last in the league, and that's talking about control. They're 0-3 in control in the last 30 days, going against a very strong respawn team. And not only that, they typically get slammed in this matchup. Everybody on Texas averages a 1.28 up against this squad. And you're looking at Metals and Vickle, they've gotten worse throughout the stage. They're sitting at 0.8.
High Rise is your control map 3. Can you get behind Optic on this map and cause some chaos, or is this one of those most dangerous maps to go up against it?
No, I mean, this is the best chance Miami's ever going to have against Optic. They're combined 10 and 15 maps 2-5 in this series. Optic. That's Optic. They're not good at. They're trying to fix all their maps right now. They are testing everything against Miami.
All right, it's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless, you called the upset. You are up to 93. You could finish the week with 95 correct picks. Can you make it 94?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Optic Texas. I don't think this is a hard one to pick.
Allie?
I know you said that Miami's best chances in this map set, but I see both those high rises, and I'm thinking there's no objective play. This is all going to be in the slang. And like I said, Texas have a 1.28 and up against Miami. I'm going to go with the green wall.
You wonder why Optic stats are so high? You can't kill them. Shotzi is going to be my player to watch today. I'm taking Optic once again over Miami, as will the fans. It's time to get the party started, though, officially. So we send it over to Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Desk. Oh, all green all day, Chance. Well, the pundits have had their say. The chat has as well. Is there any hope for Miami here in this very, very heavily skewed matchup up here?
Yes, of course there's hope. I mean, they beat him before in a 3-0 fashion, and I think the Desk did a perfect job of covering just the pick and bans that we have throughout this series. So I just like Nameless's quote of, this is the best possible chance Miami are likely going to have against Optic, potentially for the rest of the year, because, you know, if things pan out well, Optic aren't going to square up in this type of series again. So it'll be the right from the jump, got to set the tone, and even for the players to watch. I think Metals and Shotzi will be the 2 respective players to watch from either side as well. I know at the start of the year when Miami got the dub, Metals absolutely popped off, but since then it has absolutely been the Shotzi show, who gets a 2-piece off the rip and a nice little opening break there from Optic, already setting the tone.
Yeah, it starts things off very well. The Heretics have had some lovely form recently. See if they can put it to testing. It's an exceptionally strong roster here at Optic Texas. Middle of the map, all Kenny. Big wins. Shotzi on the point there as it continues to be a seemingly perfect hold here on the first hard point. 25 on the clock. Vikal and Co can't seem to get too much going as Kenny is having his way. Both he and Shotzi are 4-0 chance.
Yeah, no, they can't kill either of them. Finally, Shotzi's going to fall, but Kenny has just been a pixel for Miami to shoot at so far on this opening P1, and maybe credit to Heretics, eventually do break through, but on the rotation, maybe Pred will be the cutoff man. He is by himself, so he's going to be happy to take it slow, trying to play for a guarantee. So Heretics might get the early few seconds, but Pred waiting in the wings to strike, and well, he has struck. There's the extra kill as Shotzi continues just to dominate the kill feed.
It's all Shotzi, 7-1. This is a new spree. It's a 3 for now. Looking to make it 4. Looking to make it 5 in a moment, is my word. Shotzi already on a lovely tear here. He is having a good time.
Yeah, and like, again, the first series that Miami won, Shotzi did not have the best of times, and then the next series on land, he snapped. They got the 3-0, and he was literally dropping bombs on Miami constantly, and I mean, he did that 2 series back-to-back. I think the worst KD he had overall against Miami was about a 1.5, and well, Shotzi apparently is going to light that up even higher, currently sitting at a 2.0. Maybe the nade kill going to drop him down just a touch, but Optic right now, not feeling pressure, not feeling the heat. Maybe the first rotation where Heretics have an opportunity to make a dent, and it doesn't last long at all. The only player able to push through the back gets cut down immediately. The only player from Miami anywhere near the time falls in short order. Heretics, they are not just on the back foot, they are so far away.
I was let on the back foot. They're on their back at the moment. Optic Texas. Let's see how their ground game goes. So far, a wonderful hold on Ps 1 and 2 over to the 3rd kill now in our Rio runaround. Dashy there with the rival, not quite enough to get any more in that life, but big work in the kill feed from everyone in Optic. Once again, holding it down. Miami Heretics with an opportunity to get in here. This is a bit of an aggressive push. Metals, looking at the Metals are old, flying forward, finding time. 20 to go here. Optic have set up the crossfire though. They're going to have eyes on the hardpoint and eyes on Nu. All good looks for the Green Boys, John.
Yeah, there is absolutely no room to breathe. Miami actually had a really big opportunity. They got the break, they had the back spawns as well, and then Shotzi wins the 2 key gunfights to get Optic the spawns back. So maybe a very small window of opportunity for Heretics to make a dent. Shotzi slams that door in your face, and well, now you get the spawns, you get Dashy, just gets to sit and collect this time. Not a perfect hold though. Heretics putting a lot of pressure towards the back, but now the key gunfight's got to get Bruce off the time, and well, you at least got to trade him out. It takes 3 players to jump on top of him, but hey, at least Heretics able to get it done.
Yeah, he brought the right weapon for the fight. Lucky winning that one by a single hit point. Keeps his 3 spree going, so the Heretics are back in this. Not over just yet, folks. Now we can see Optic go for a break. We get to check out the holes of the Heretics. Eyes on that new hardpoint in a moment. It's been a good look here on 4. As the Heretics have pulled this right back chance. It used to be a massive lead. Now we're about halfway there. We're still living on that prayer.
Wow, you see Optic setting up for the kill though. Yeah, they took their time. That is a perfectly coordinated, everybody taking the right route and waiting for the timing to make sure everybody is in position. So, don't get me wrong, Heretics able to get maybe 20-25 seconds off of that break, but Optic still snuff away the time. And now on rotation, it is just discomfort now from Heretics. It feels like getting picked apart towards the middle of the map. Nice coverage for Lucky though. Metal's able to stay alive, and maybe a stable moment from Heretics as Optic now just trying to flood through the front.
Contest still on the bridge hard point here. There's always a troll or 2 under the bridge causing problems. Kenny deals with him. Gets the pair. Wow, good shots there from the Optic boys. They're going to get the hard point and cross over the 100-point mark with 30 to go in this hard point. So far, strong showings and a very uneven set of KDs for the Miami Heretics players. They have seemed somewhat off foot here as Optic Texas are running the show. The first set about to come to a close. Very much all Texas.
Yeah, I think Texas right now, they just have like great timings on everything that they're doing, like a very solid understanding of how they want to work together as a team, because they're not out slaying by like a massive amount, a decent margin, like to be sure, but like even their breaks, even if they're just smashing through the front, everybody knows when to chow at what time. And well, now the kill feed just being lit up. Vikul able to pick up 2, but it is not good enough. You go back towards P1 where Optic dominated you the last time around, and Kenny setting up to do so once again. Nice little hop, but even the trophies right now from Optic are putting in serious work.
Kenny does get his 6th kill though, so that's cruises. that we rolled with here on Rio, and they are very handy dandy indeed. A lot of open hard points, a lot of open rooftops. You know, it's a Vista. You got to let in the sweet sunlight. I keep saying Rio. It's the wrong map. Oh my God, boys and girls. Miles needs a break. Let's go for a listen in with Optic Texas.
Help me, whoever's there. Ivory cat, right, Ivory cat. What is lower? You, right. Late mid.
They wrap bridge. One's going low out to you.
I'm There's one is behind our door. Nice.
I'm missing one guy. You have to back.
Lower. Watch out there. Lower at me.
Top of the guy mid.
Check out. Terrible. Holy fuck.
There's
Take go mid, bro. One shot P1.
P1
one shot, bro. One shot middle. Nice P1 big late. Let's go. I send it for you. Leave him.
P1 big one there side.
Yeah, near the side. P1. I'll see P1.
He's 100% P1. Play pitch fine.
He came back. All good. In couches. One. They're set out. Do something. Couches.
Shit off!
Nice.
One more time. Top burger.
Let's go. I'm about to take a run. On top. Low. I'm playing kill this. One shot. On top. Big overs on one.
Can we kill fly time?
Need to get town for you. Pitch him out. Tom. And once we tower shit first. Sling down. One shot their back burger. Literally bullet. Tom Vickle. I'm one shot, bro. I'm trying to live. Their back burger. Literally bullet. I'm one shot. On Tom Vickle, bro. And one shot. Absolutely.
I'm running a test. One in burger.
I'll play the right. I think it's top burger. Give me new.
I'm flying with you, Ant. Where's he?
Back right side.
We flipped him, I think.
I'm running right now. I'll see him. He's there.
Rail, shit on. Okay, listen. He's going vines.
I'm low left. Alright, bro. Low left. Alright, vine. What's the
Vine.
Watch out. We're gonna start step. Guys. Be low left there. Back left.
Have you pilled?
I fell off the map, bro. Two lower. Watch out.
I'll go two.
I shot bait. Take a shot. I gotta go.
I'm shooting mid.
Could be low arm, bro. Could be low arm. One shot.
Kenny has always been one of my favorite players of all time, but after that listening, I think Kenny might be the absolute favorite for me personally, Chance. Whether he's making plays, falling off the map, or just enjoying himself, it's a wonderful thing to be a part of.
I mean, Kenny's also like an accidental flow state right now. Like, even his mistakes just grant him kills. His trophies are picking up kills for him. So yeah, no, Kenny right now absolutely frying in this series, but right now people just getting to take turns. Well, the crews that he earned earlier. This is Heretics on a money hill trying to hold on, and that is not the start you want to have. Kenny gets the kill. The comms deliver Pred another one, and now Kenny pinching to block the spawns as well. And you can see Vehicle had this set up, but just getting shot in the back. Real feeling too much pressure. And maybe Real looking at his teammates saying, why, oh why did you guys piss him off at the start of the year? This isn't fun.
It feels personal. 210 to 94. Heretics have been held down here on Vista. Kenny still finding kills everywhere, man. 35 and 15. Outrageous performance. Now on the point alone. Pred there on his flank, keeping things safe there, soaking this up. You won't be able to win it, but you're looking towards the new hard point as well. Optic Texas is what a runaway this has been.
Yeah, this is just, no, unreal. Nothing really you could do. Every gunfight going Optic's way. Earlier I mentioned Optic wasn't outslaying by a massive amount. Yeah, I take that back. Now they're outslaying by a massive amount, so they don't even need the teamwork that they are providing. I mean, this is just destruction. One good break, they're going to win this game. Good news for Miami. You did not get a 100-point club. Bad news. Shotzi in the hill, trying to get the timing. Only able to pick up one, but Kenny, next man in line. Maybe just looking to break the 40 bomb. This is actually one of those games that if Optic let it go long enough, Kenny could break the kill record.
I think he's very much, I mean, I'd get off the point for a Mo, boys. Let him have a crack at it. President Shotzi. All right, Dashy's just sending it. Give Kenny the kills. Here we go. This is for the history books, boys and girls. It's 25 on the clock. He didn't get any out of that life, but he'll be back in a minute. Observers, can we just go watch Kenny and see how he does in the kill race?
Yeah, the Kenny cam, I suppose. I mean, Heretics what? I mean, a decent hold, I suppose, on the bridge hill. They've been able to fight back. This is actually a hill where Pred has been picking up sort of consistent 2 pieces, but maybe the strive for 40. I think Optic actually do get the tick on this hill, and, well, if you can't get past Kenny and Pred, that could have been game. Vickle, that's a nice little Semtex to force it over towards P1, and maybe Miami trying to make things mixy. I mean, they're going to have to claw their way back into this game, but at least they're showing some fight.
We're showing fight, and we're getting somewhat distracted. Dashy's in. That's the final second. Done. And it is smiles with good reason. Maybe for Kenny a tough one, almost able to break the kill record for the Heretics. A little bit more work there needed on Vista. Sensational start for Optic Texas. They've got a very good record and they are very much still in title contention. And some of the plays we saw there, some of the individual fights chance, not a whole lot you could really do whatsoever. Optic go up 1.
No, and I was just looking at the player cams. I kind of feel bad for Dashy. He didn't get any dope that game. I feel like Kenny and Shotzi just getting to gleefully giggle after that destructive performance where quite literally from the opening break, those two players both started 4-0 and seemingly untradeable. Kenny, 29 non-traded. Only one player from Miami had more total kills after that. I mean, credit to Real. He brought the game back. I know he was struggling early on, but again, I think he might just be a little bit disappointed for his teammates. Maybe, I don't know what you would call it, awakening the beast, angering them, giving Optic the extra reason, because it's not a team that has needed the motivation, but they have taken it and ran with it. That is a dominant map 1.
Oh yeah, their Hornet's Nest has been firmly shook. And them boys are stinging. Good stuff there from Optic Texas. They read everything that the Heretics threw them across these highlights. As Real has been the route man for the Heretics, has been very, very solid in bringing them success and hard points, but Optic seemed to read him every step of the way. They were there ready for the fights. Kenny and Shotzi on those big rotation kills, the pinches, as you called them, brother, they were absolutely on point. Pred as well, another big frontline fighter alongside Dashy. Those boys just sending it, headbutting the lines of the Heretics when they needed to. The breaks were good. Holes are even better. Optic Texas there on Vista, open and shut case. Very, very strong start.
Yeah, and there was maybe, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 moments the entire game where Heretics were able to sort of take control of the map, win a rotation, get a decent setup, and I mean, those moments just simply did not last long. Like, Optic just completely run them over, and then when things were easy from Optic, this is how the kills were looking, just easy read, snap on the 2-piece. These are the moments for Kenny where it was that accidental flow state of like every hip fire bullet connecting. If he falls on the map, it works out perfectly for the timing. And even the teamwork and the shots rolling through, he was certainly collecting a ton of kills on players that were one shot. So much so that his trophy was a contributor. So really not too much to say. Again, Dashy just disappointed. Didn't get to have too much fun.
Indeed. Smooth sailing. Start the series off for Optic Texas. Now you're going to turn things around. Heretics, we want to see some success in the search and destroy and push this series a little further. This is a team that the Dex brought it up. Very, very strong ceiling. Good caliber of players. Unable to find a hole to go on there. Man, what a nearly perfect trajectory chance there as the Optic boys. They ran that one apart from a couple of minor setbacks. Very, very solid work. As that P5 to P1, they really did try to let Kenny break the kill record, but alas, his teammates didn't let it go down. Map 1 in the books, boys and girls. Now we say hi, hi, hi to High Rise. Karachi Invasion to close out. But the way things are going right now, Heretics, unless we see some success in the search, this series could be done in 3. Let's find out what they've got in this High Rise S&D.
And as Nameless pointed out, for the maps from 2 to 5, so from the high-rise S&D all the way to the Invasion map 5, if we get there, it is a 10 and 15 map count right now for Optic Texas. So they're trying to flex the map pool, trying to work on things as much as possible. So for the Vista, no questions, comments, or concerns. They look fantastic. The high-rise, they still have a few more questions to answer. Thinking of those moments where 0-4 clutches a 1v3 against them, where they over-scam just a little bit, or maybe going to prep some strats specifically for when they play against Atlanta Faze. Optic again just working on their depth, and right now I think Miami is a team that is going to need to dig deep to get these wins. Real first experience against Optic Texas, again very slow start that he had. I mean, I think I saw him at maybe like 12 and 26 at one point, but he really started to heat things up and turn it around. No slow starts will be an option on the map number 2. You got to come out of the gates hot, and specifically on the attacking rounds, Miami have been pretty strong, able to get the bomb down. Fantastic on the first blood front as well, 68%. Make no mistakes, that gives a squad like Miami a massive advantage. You got to keep that rolling. And again, from Real, no slow starts. His KD is fantastic. His output in the kills per round that he is getting, 0.8, is a very strong performance. And the fact that the new man on the squad has a couple of clutches already are some great signs for the Heretics.
Yeah, again, just to recap there, statistically, the Heretics very strong on the attack. They'll start things off defensively, though. We'll see if there's matters for them. 3 members of Optic there towards the A side of the map. It's going to be Top Heli. Down low is going to be Shotzi. We'll see if the Heretics make any reads of this, or that's the first red ping on the mini-map.
Smokes out for Shotzi. Can he find the jokes?
And that's just his exit strategy. Pred gets picked for the first blood, but there's the trade, and there goes Shotzi. And that's also information on 2 more players, so nice little movement. Now Dashy gets in position. Shotzi going for the trades, Dashy for the coverage, and, well, how good are the trades? Not quite there. Vikul able to get out of dodge, and in the meantime, Shotzi gets caught. There's a beautiful round right now for Miami. Their teamwork is flowing.
Yeah, that's a tough look. A lot of effort there from Optic, doesn't amount to a whole lot, but Kenny's now in a 1v2. He may be spotted on the cross. He doesn't look the right way and not enough to get it done. Vikul holds his nerve and holds the iron. Yes, Heretics on the board.
Yeah, and I think Vikul probably the real focal point of the round there for Miami. Not just for the fact that he gets the 2 kills, but wins the gunfight, or at least catches Shotzi as he's running back towards blue and make sure he doesn't get traded, because Dashy and Shotzi certainly setting up to make sure they can watch each other's back, but Heretics a little bit too clean with it. And again, as far as their teamwork goes, when they want it to be, it can be on point. As soon as they got in the 2v1, just insta laid down, watch each other's backs, make sure you hold your irons in the setup and play for the trade. So Heretics, no mistakes in round 1.
It's a lovely look on the attack. See now, on the defense rather, here's the attacking round for the Heretics. Statistically, this is their strong suit. Let's see what they've got. Have Optic done their homework? As Real doing what we can to just check eyes on. Again, a very different style of attack here. Optic Texas played heavy for the trades. And Lucky finds his back-to-back first bloods here on High Rise.
Yeah, both of which on Pred as well. So Lucky right now has his number. I'd say for Heretics, though, you're not comfortable until you see Shotzi on the mini-map, and, well, he gets the kills, so at least you have that information. Real, though, obviously worried about the bomb plant, but nice shots. Shotzi had the MCW in that situation. Real able to drop him for the 2v2.
Nice work. Lucky and Real still making it happen. Kenny and Dashy have now moved into pinch. One of them's going to go down low, and they're both going to be low, essentially. As Dashy has got eyes on, massive bit of work there. Huge information passed over. Real now able to get the bomb down. Kenny's in a position to cause some problems. Dashy still has overwatch over all 3 exits. Have they accounted for the down low here, though?
Well, that was the only way he could get out, but now position is known. Dashy reposition, and this is just feeding the information for Kenny to get in position. Real, better gun for the job. There's the 1. Not the best moves, though. Couldn't quite get the slide. I think it might have died on him in that moment, but Dashy there for the trades as well. Nice little clutch moment there from Optic. The ARs getting it done.
Yeah, Dashy gets another clutch. I like that Dashy played so close there to Kenny. Maybe thinking that Real, of course, running that Rival 9, he's going to want to take that close gunfight. Kenny unable to find him as he pies across the door there to bottom blue. But lovely work here from Bruce. Yes, his boys trade instantly on that defuse. A good look on the attack, though, chance from Heretics. I like what they did, but the 2v2 didn't exactly go their way.
No, I will say the first bloods, though, certainly are, so they're at least able to get these advantages. Again, a 68% compared to, I believe, Optic had a 43% rate so far in Stage 3. Heretics at least attempting to make use of it. Fred's gotten caught twice, so want to see the adjustment there on the Optic end as you see spreading the map, looking for that information. Kenny just staring down the middle of the map, trying to call out players on the cross, and the only player that did cross was Vikul, so everybody else in Miami stacked up on the B side of the map. Not smooth moves there. Wallbang's not going through on Vikul, but here comes Shotzi.
Oh, he's been spotted out, though, so this is going to slow him down. A minor setback here for the attack from Optic Texas. They're still way over towards that A side, but you can see where the guns are up for the Heretics. If you cross over, you're in trouble, and Lucky, again, his 3rd now in a row.
I mean, he's perfect. Cannot complain. And now, like, they were worried about Shotzi sort of dancing in over towards, like, past A, like, getting into their base, but they've cleared that out, so their attention completely turned this direction. Shotzi gonna get spotted and traded out as well. Lucky aggressive to make sure he gets the kills. A 2v4 here from Optic with bomb down, less than 30 seconds on the clock. Good luck with this one, and that might just collapse. Dashy gonna get dropped as well. He was on a 3 spree, so no opportunity to play from the cruise because Optic cannot find a first blood. Lucky right now, unstoppable in that category.
Absolutely. Every round so far has been his. Heretics looking solid here in the Search and Destroy. Real winning a couple of big fights. Everyone trying to keep themselves composed and keep this train a-running. Captain Lucky up there on the top right-hand side, just giving the boys some final words.
before we get into this next round. It's only a 1-round lead for now, Charles, but you're starting to look at streaks again for Lucky. He's good for his 3rd in a row if he can get this again.
Well, there's some information. 2 players stacked up on defense from Optic over towards A. Shotzzy repositioning. He's played Propane. He's played on the A side of the map, and now here he is tucked in a corner waiting for someone to jump up the ladder. So Lucky for the moment isn't being afforded any sort of action on the first blood front, but if the Propane tank gets cleared, maybe, you know, B Street, at least the mid portion of it's going to be open. Shotzzy, well, there's the damage. Real going for the hunt. Strikes him down for the first blood. Dashy might get the trade, though. Metals couldn't quite get his boy, but either way, you got a 3v3.
Yeah, lovely work there. Oh, Metals does find Dashy. And Lucky. Somehow didn't spot out Kenny on top heli, and that's going to allow Metals to fall. Okay, 2v2, awkward spot. The gun's up for Optic now, just watching that right-hand side lane. The B Street, not a place you want to hit if you are the Heretics. Pred has got some form of awareness. The Lucky's behind. Not gonna get the kill, though. Wow, a big one again from Lucky. Puts Kenny down into another 1v2. Another round to the Heretics.
Dude, Lucky is zapping right now, too. That was mid drop shot at range. Pred in a decent spot for it and ready for the gunfight. It just does not matter. Lucky right now, I think 3 for 3 in his gunfights he's having against Pred, and whether it be for the first blood or late in the rounds. And that's just another strong one there from Miami. And again, the identification on Shotzzy for that first blood, just to make sure you go out on the attack. But here's a second look. Pred swings away from cover, and Lucky drops down. Only 60 HP, so that was a clear-cut win on that gunfight.
That's right, he is a predator. His vision is not movement-based, though, so if you stand still, he'll just rip you. Like, Kenny's trying to rip these boys super damaged. Watch out for any Semtex is coming your way with that. Guess what, boys and girls? Giant exploding propane tank. Thankfully, doesn't rip. Kenny's there with the trophies. Onto the bomb site we now go, and it's still a 3v3. Lucky still alive and kicking on a 4 spree now. Yeah. Might be able to get the final kill of the round.
He's looking for it, or it's going to come to him. Well, no, Kenny going to be able to catch him, so... You have a 2 versus 2, invisible arrows. That just means Kenny holding the bomb on the map. So a funny look, but both players right now are really all 4 making individual plays. Real, though, in the perfect spot to catch him. Kenny forced to drop down low, and if you work underground, Vikul, he's waiting for it.
Vikul completely trapped over here. Stun, connects. Shotzzy gone. All down to Kenny again, as the Heretics have found it. And Kenny's on an immediate U-turn. He's going to hit this instant. Vikul reads it. Not enough to get the kill. 1v1 now. Kenny taking on Real. They are poles apart.
I was going to say the problem for Kenny is he has no information. He's going to have to guess which bomb site to plant at. And Real might just have this perfectly under lock to watch the cross. Kenny clearing it out. But as he goes for the plant, Real should be able to see him and take him down for a freebie.
And there it is. Kenny did everything he possibly could. Real, the perfect positioning, a stroke of magic to be that far out, and a 4-1 now on high rise. The Vista seems like a thing of the past.
Yeah, how the turntables. And that's a tough round from Optic, too, because the opening break, it was, what, 3 players going down B Street, taking the chows. They had an absurd amount of damage output, but could not finish any of those kills. And those mid-round adjustments, Vikul on point, massive win. He had, again, Shotzzy, making sure the stun grenade connects before he goes for it. So Vikul big wins, and for Pred, struggling. 0-5, doesn't have an answer for Lucky, and has gotten first blooded, by my count, at least 3 times.
At least 3 times, yeah. It doesn't help that Lucky is beating the snot out of him. We'll see if he can find him again. Oh, Vikul does. Not a teammate, though. So, Shotzzy's gone. Real, okay. What a pick. An opening snipe there with the rival. As Shotzzy fades away into the first blood category. Here we go. Man advantage, Miami Heretics.
Yeah, no, the gun was too hot. The map didn't want him to survive. That is tough. I think he might have gotten the bunny hop thing. I don't know what to call it exactly, but there's certain places when you jump on the edge of the map, it just force pushes you off. So maybe Kylo Ken digging deep to find that extra kill to even up the odds at 3-3.
Lucky holding this lane down. He's not going to account for Pred on the old sneaky ledge. Or will he check it? Oh, he did, sort of. Vikul at least gets the kill, makes it a 2v2. Not a huge amount of movement from Optic. They're going to pick up the position where they have. Hold what they got and let the fire down. 25 on the clock as your boy Giant exploding propane tank goes boom. Metals, though. Been here before. In the cross-map exchanges, there's a bit of a shuffle chance. Dashi might be able to pick up the players here.
You want to jump off the bomb? Oh, he's going to play for the extra kill. Now you just trap the guy after the plant vehicle. What does he want to do? Well, he's going to get caught. Kenny reads it, or maybe Kenny gets back down, but there's the trade rolling through. The AR duo clutching up once again. And really, I would just say credit to the map shenanigans. This time, not the giant exploding propane tank, but just the, I don't know, giant fans on the edge of the map, or the extra win up top. Just going to brush Real off and cost him in that moment. If he jumps, that's what it is. You jump around this spot and it bunny hops you off. He doesn't hit the extra one. It'd be like that sometimes. Don't know why that's a thing.
Yeah, it's a weird sort of physics thing. I would love to have been in a listening.
I wouldn't have understood.
I definitely would have. All my Spanish is vulgar. Here we go into another round. So far, still Heretics. An unfortunate moment to slow things down for them, but their pace so far on high rise absolutely brilliant.
I think Optic at this point, just desperate for first blood, because the graphic showed Real, so I think it might have been lucky for the first three and maybe Real for the next three. By the way, Heretics on first blood's been on point once again, working B Street. Shotzi leading the charge. They've been pretty good about clearing out the elevators, but they're getting tagged up along the way. So Metals is looking over this street if Shotzi ever overextends, but Metals, so much pressure in this moment.
Lucky's gonna see one. Get it. Another first blood. His teammates are there for the coverage. Here come Optic to clean up. Dashi and Shotzi find theirs. Real onto the site. Shotzi somehow wins it with a little help from Pred, and now 1v2. Vehicle. Oh my word, you have been spotted. You have been gunned. Optic Texas, what a bounce back on this slow attack.
Yeah, and that is just a massive trade fest. Metals actually does protect Lucky for the moment, but as soon as he dies, that basically becomes Lucky's death sentence inside of the elevator. He did have extra help from in the B site, but for the first time, Pred, instead of being the first to engage, is one of the last. So he's at least alive to be there to cover his teammates. So an adjustment on the pace of Pred. Make sure you get the trades towards the end, and that is a round that collapses in the span of 10 seconds. Every gunfight rolling through.
Yeah, that was, the go button was hit. Irene, and the mission was on. Real, aggression, and the furthest forward member of the Heretics here on this attacking round. Doesn't see a soul just yet. He might see Kenny now. Good shots. Oh, this is Semtex as well. Run, Kenny! Run! No, Real blows him away with a little bit of help from his friend. And that's going to be another first blood.
Yeah, that is perfect utilization of the mini exploding propane tank. Not the one that kills you often, but if you're tagged up, light work there for Miami. Another first blood collected. In this 4 versus 3, they're still just playing for picks. A little bit of time still to play with before they're forced to make a move, but this is a spot Shotzi has played before. It got read in the past. They're going to have to read it again.
I'm doing that in rank later tonight, no doubt about it. This is something I won't be doing, is popping Daddy and running underneath the spawn. I love it, though, from Real. Yeah, he's going to get himself a Pred. Stationary Pred on his belly. You'll find him there more often than not, but if you spot him out, that's one thing. Aha! Pred has been spotted and dealt with. No! Wait, Real has missed it! Pred guns him. I don't know how that happened. Either way, Pred's now in a 1v3. Got to get 3 kills and defuse the bomb. Good luck, mate. This is going to be map point.
There's just nowhere you can go. Yeah, everybody able to jump up on something and spot you at every moment you cross, and Veagle just gonna gun him down. I think Real in that moment probably just getting the call outs that there's someone B Street, so he's more focused on Dashi than Pred in the mid window, but Pred just not a factor in that play. Just another first blood Miami are able to get. I don't even recall. I think Optic might have one so far on the entire map. Heretics have absolutely been picking apart. Yeah, just in the first blood category.
I think it is one, yeah. Heretics absolutely running the at least opening rounds. But their strong starts, it's not like Optic are bad at, bouncing back. They do to get back in there. Was that a Texan mug? Oh my God, we're gonna have to see that one in another round. Josh, I know you can hear me.
That's insane.
4 for Lucky, 4 for Real. Who will find it in this round? And if you get it, will they be able to push the advantage for the Heretics and tie up the series? Dashi and Shotzi. Oh, Lucky, another first blood. Giant exploding propane tank gets the assist. Lucky now, can he get a real first blood? Yeah, he can. Gets away with his life. Oh my good God, nice moves. Gets into the bomb site as well. I don't hate it. Pred's going to be sent in as a big pitch now. They don't check it! Nearly gets both! Vick'll go before they can regen. This could be absolutely tremendous. Can he get anything? Yeah, one, but done. What a freaky round.
Yeah, and look, I know Lucky technically got the first blood, but those are the nades from Optic, I think, hitting the old mini exploding propane tank. And it is commented that Lucky's standing right next to it doesn't die, but the teammate that I'm assuming was underneath it does, because that's how that works. By the way, Optic, finally a first blood, and they execute. Just 2 more rounds. Just desperate to get that first kill.
Yep. I mean, look, it counts as a technical first blood for Lucky, I suppose. Another. Madam, this is no time for dancing. Optic are trying to find the round 11.
Kenny.
Hey, Real's really good at this. He's genuinely nailing it. Kenny gets away. Wait, Real, what is this stairwell? What are we? What the duck? Just get your gun up, shoot him. Pred gets it. Massive advantage now for Optic, who have managed to put it all down to Lucky. We will see if luck has anything to do with it. Oh, he's running. Here comes Kenny. Beams. Kenny. Ooh, round 11. Optic have figured it out, Chance.
Good Lord. That is just a hyperactive round. Optic starting to run it down in spite of the first blood. Pred, nice play as well. I think he's just able to flood through the middle of the map, and then Kenny and Dashy have been on point in the clutch moments. Honestly, kind of baffled. Lucky was able to beam Dashy as well, but Kenny right there for the trade. So the 2 AR players from Optic getting active. Round 11, here we go. Maybe the first blood battle doesn't even matter for Optic, as they have just continued to clutch up, but I know Kenny and Dashy, they have been enjoying them some high rise.
Really? First blood goes to Shotzi. Heretics now down in the opening duel. Immediately answer back, and look at both teams lined up at the respective ends of high rise. Pred's trying to make a play.
B Street is just being dominated by Miami, though. Like, you just lost it. Yeah, it might be a freebie gunfight. Shots, or excuse me, Kenny laying down as he's being chased, and Pred looking for the trades, goes straight into the iron of Lucky, who still has his number. Kenny, though, just turned himself a cruise, back down, call it in, get the intel. Yeah, or maybe just gun him.
Just find him, gun him. Vehicle now having a clutch. He's on the bomb site. Kenny, I may have just seen him. The 1-2 chow. Dashy looking for the kill, potentially. Here comes the cruise. Dashy's on the bomb. Watch Kenny's mouth as he immediately calls out Vehicle and finds it. Kenny! He lives!
Oh my God!
Still in the fight! Gotta get his gun up. Kenny has to check the bomb site. Does Vehicle know where he's gone? Kenny might have gone over towards A. He's trying to bait Vehicle out. We are testing the man's patience. 10 seconds. What a round as the Heretics survive in round 11.
Oh, I can't say the word, but holy smokes, dude. That is insane. Kenny is a crazy person. He just dropped that Hellstorm basically on his forehead, and the giant exploding propane tank that was a menace on the map in that game. I can't believe he made that call. I can't believe Vehicle survived it. I can't believe Kenny survived it. And the funny thing is, I think if Kenny had if he had killed him and Vehicle in that moment, the game would have gone to Miami, because they were on defense and the bomb wouldn't have gone down. But I don't know, that is crazy stuff. But without question, the thing to pay attention to, 5 first bloods from Real and 4 from Lucky. They utterly dominated Optic in that category. I mean, Kenny and Shotzi able to get 1 first blood apiece, but even in the final round where Shotzi got the first blood, he killed himself 5 seconds later, running into the irons of 3 different Miami players. So Heretics much better about being grouped up and playing for the trades. And kind of insane that they got that many first bloods and it still went to round 11. So on the clutch factor front there from Optic, I know Dashy and Kenny certainly on point, maybe up until that final round, but that is certainly an absurd high-rise S&D. One for the ages. The propane tank and the wind tunnel that's at the top of the map also putting in serious work.
Banging Search and Destroy. I'm sure we'll be talking about that one for a while. We get to rewatch that play. Decision making from Kenny, like, really good. I think he was a bit concerned about maybe blowing himself up in that situation, which would have been tough. Time was on his side for a moment. Patience was tested. Magic in the air in this series. We're going to take a break, though, boys and girls. When we come back, we're staying on high rise. Don't put your shoes on yet. We're rocking and rolling this one after the break.
Oh my god, can't play it. I didn't know. Oh my god, can't play it.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here is a little quick look at that final few moments of what was a 1v2 for Vehicle.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to see, like, on the mini-map, it gets called in. Oh, there's the look. Yeah, Vehicle able to get the beat down on the shots, and then he runs to the only safe place he can find. He still takes damage because the propane tank explodes through the elevators, but I mean, he just disappears and goes back to the exact same hiding spot he had before. And I mean, then as you pointed out, Miles, just the patience. Vehicle gets to the corner, trusts himself, waits the extra 15 seconds, and times it perfectly. As soon as it was 5 seconds, he checks the bomb because Kenny gonna be forced to be there in that moment. So Vehicle on point in the calls on that moment. That is just a wild game too. Again, propane tanks out of control. I cannot believe Kenny dropped the cruise missile there. Can't believe he didn't catch him or kill himself. There's absurd stuff, but here's the player looking to turn his game around in map 3. He was not enjoying gunfights against Lucky on map 2, but a 1.45 KD in control is absolutely bonkers. And as we know, everything is bigger in Texas.
Look at those mugs. I'm not talking about Dashi. I'm talking about the actual, you know, like liquid receptacles. On towards the B zone we go. Bruce is there to help out. Kenny's holding it down. I still want to keep talking about that 1v1, like the decision process that got us to that point. Kenny did everything right. Didn't want to blow Bruce away. Didn't want to kill himself. Tough scenes. I'll see you on the flank. Second segment will be on its way out, boys and girls. Say hello to an extra minute of the game clock. Or not.
And no, I was going to say the jump up. Nobody actually watched it. Shotzzy just a little bit too late, but only able to get one kill. You know where Kenny is, and well, Kenny's going to fall. Shotzzy, though, able to pick up a couple extra kills, and there you go. Extra minute out of the clock. B is unsecured, and that is a very strong start. Optic really didn't waste any time.
Real finds himself too in the feed, immediately over towards the A side of the map. Now it's a single. Whoa, holy! Lucky takes care of Metals. Real walks it off. One absolute badass.
Yeah, didn't even do half his health, by the way.
Yeah,
they're like untouched. That's 2 bullets equivalent. That giant explosion.
He has some sort of familial bond with the giant exploding propane tanks. We're gonna have to do a DNA test because there is definitely something going on there. There's also something going on the A side of the map. There's Shotzzy. Feed.
Yeah, no, that'll be round number 1. He's doing smooth moves, maybe taking a little bit too much time. Spawner's a little bit quick, but still. Triple stack on the point, should have a trophy as well. The tank has already exploded. This is as good as it gets from Optic as the second tick already through. Miami trying to force it. They need the gunfight wins, and Lucky on the bench actually times it perfectly. And Kenny might be over here making plays. Kenny trying to dance on him. Lucky, though, the saving grace. Still, though, 1:40 just for 1 tick.
Hey, that's a decent amount of lives as well. Spend them if you've got them, Optic. Mid-map, Lucky's going to turn at the right time. Here's the thumps of the boots from Pred. Shotzzy in the outside of the map might have gotten lost. We'll see. We'll deal with him in a minute. Catches out Real. 3 dead in the feed. That's it. That's the round. Just jump on that bad boy. Don't worry about the spawners. They've split. I won't worry about it, lads. Heretics down a round. Strong attack from Optic.
Yeah, there was nothing offered there from Miami. I mean, they had one good sort of retake on the A site, but there was not a semblance of spawn kills. Optic got the pressure off the opening break, and then they just simply never looked back. I mean, it was Kenny and Dashi doing the objective work as well, capturing B, while Shotzzy and Pred get a play on sort of the outskirts and pick up the kills, but there was never a clean 3 or 4 wipe on the side of Optic Texas, and instead they were just collecting them like they were, I don't know, stamps.
Round 2. Meow. I wonder what those books say as well. That's another one for you guys there. Say bye-bye, propane tank. Red sneaks off the map for a moment. Nice work there from Real and Vehicle to make the A zone a little bit more safe. They're going to get a slow cap on that. Not a massive amount of space gain on the map. That's going to be Vehicle's job. Kenny's got some inkling that he's inside here. Stun check, no good. Can't go with his life. Pred should be the next man up for it. Gets it. Don't close out the segment on A. There we go. It's a nice advantage here for the Heretics.
Well, just 1 segment, though. It's a little bit slow on the capture, and Pred, nice win against Metals. Gonna get traded immediately out, but Real doesn't have too much help in this moment. Still gonna be a slow capture. Need the gunfight wins. Able to give you 1. Trades, though, rolling through. Teamwork still on point for Miami. They're keeping the pressure up. I mean, this is basically the blender. Optic are challenging this 1 by 1, and there goes the A zone. Credit to Vehicle just for making sure it blows up first thing. And right now for Heretics, you just want to keep the pressure up, not start the spawn kill process, because it is a delicate moment. AR sort of pushed back. You gotta find your way out.
Pred managed to find his on Real. Vehicle once again straight back towards the enemy spawn. Spots Shotzzy, guns him, takes care of business. And now a bit of a life lead for the Heretics as Vehicle pick a corner, any corner. Let's use the shadows. 1, 2, big work. That's enough to get the boys on B.
Well, how many are going to get on? I mean, right now, number 2, Lucky, he's deciding to run for more spawn kills, getting in position. So just a solo capture for the moment. There's one, can't get the second. So that's a life. You've only gotten 1 tick, and now Optic have the time to at least attempt to swarm the point. Kenny nearby, but he gets cleaned up. Heretics continuously winning the gunfights, and now Optic desperate to get out of their spawn as the stack is in, and so is that zone captured. Heretics dominant in that round.
I mean, whether it's Vehicle just instantly leaves his spawn, goes to Optic spawn, causes problems. Every single time he hit it, the timing was magnificent. Vehicle absolutely the man of the moment at 12 and 9. Captures to his name as well. The Heretics are feeling it here on High Rise.
And, you know, the talk of the town lately has been that, you know, defense on High Rise has really been sort of making gains. Teams starting to figure it out, locking it down a little bit easier. Not right now. I mean, that is 2 offensive rounds where, again, basically just dominant from start to finish. Perfect coordination on, I mean, making sure the propane tanks are exploded where you're flooding in off spawn as well. So attacking rounds right now, showing off big moments, and a nice first blood there from Kenny. Optic, slow approach over towards B.
I'm not kidding, man. I think Real knows a thing or two. He knows some secrets about them tanks. Because he gets successful with them. He doesn't blow up often. This is a lovely bit of work defensively from the Heretics. Lucky. We're going to stay alive for a moment longer. Uh-oh. Perfect throw from Kenny. Gets an open lane now to work with. Shotzi opens up B. Vehicle slams that door once again. Good work either side.
Yeah, still more pressure on Vehicle. I think Pred might be sliding in for the trade, or maybe Pred playing the power position. Is Shotzi right now just dancing in your spawn? This is not a fun situation. Shotzi is in fact behind you. How many players want to turn to look for him? Well, they're sending him in one at a time. No trades coming through. And Optic only have 1 player on B, but still Shotzi the thorn in their side, making a guest appearance behind you once again. And this is a long life and a lot of kills and a lot of confusion for Miami.
He's not slowing down. 4. That's it. Hitting the back finally. Able to get onto the walls B for a moment though. A was looking a little decent. Pred is going to push on forward, try to, you know, conceal himself in and amongst all this stuff. Bodies and players. Finds a bit of help there on the Dashi. Final 30 seconds. Second segment of B. Soon to be done.
I was going to say, poor Dashi. He's not getting any help on the actual objective. Pred has spent so much time looking for kills. This is his first move nearby. Wins a gunfight against Lucky, though. That's a good start, but easy trades now for Miami. And just allergic to stacking to the point in this round. Multiple players looking for the spawn kills and maybe punished for it. Shotzi trying to bail you out in this moment. Nice moves just to stop the clock. 14 seconds left on it.
Oh, Vehicle finds another. Timing not that great, though. Pred not able to get any more. Can the boys get close to B? It's so close for the finish. That should be round advantage to the Heretics. Shotzi doesn't opt for the ladder. Point 1. Oh my God, they're in. They've made it in. 1 segment to go. The guns are at the ready, and the round's not over yet.
Yeah, now you stack the point going over towards A. How many players on it? They got the trophy, and 3 players? Well, make it 2 players running away, so you're looking for the cutoff kills once again, and honestly, why not? Didn't even realize 6 lives now remaining for Miami.
1 wave of kills all you need. Can the Heretics get in there? Trophy's eating it. Kenny! He blows up a tank, and it was a little one this time, not a big one. You've still got time. You've still got lives.
Well, from a 9v6 to a 6v5, pump the brakes and play the time. No more respawns for Miami. Kenny with the nice first blood.
Looking for find of a couple more. Pred's there to help out. Shotzi's on the flank as well. My goodness, this could work out. Pred finds 2. Last 2 members of the Heretics. Oh my God. 0.1 seconds down to 0.1 player. Metals gunned. Oh my God.
Yeah, and that's a ridiculous round, or maybe I'm a little bit too intense. Didn't realize how many kills Optic was able to actually collect. And that actually, I don't know if that's the strat call necessarily, because they were stacking previously, but it's that slow 1-man capture they had towards B just buys you all of the extra time in the round. But there's the moves where, I mean, 2 players in Miami looking at the exact same thing, and I mean, you can understand why. That is as close as it could possibly be to a round win. Instead, Shotzi, well, him and Pred had the timing dialed down to a T. But right now, the MVP of the map, making veteran plays, been doing it since 2009.
He really has. Actually, I don't know if it's a he or a she. It's hard to tell. I haven't quite looked under the metal. Yeah, metals though on the other side. Capturing A. Bang, Kenny right back in there. Heavy push here from Optic defensively. Kenny's going to find another one, but the boys are stacked over towards A. Kenny's still on that pinch. Dashy insta reads. They're onto metals. No real problem there. Optic Texas put themselves in a sweet spot trying to take the lead in the series.
Well, pick a corner, any corner. Brett in a sort of day one spot, and damn, Real reads it and wins the gunfight. Surprised he actually was able to connect on that one, and well, Miami off the back of it. A little bit of pressure on the B zone. Got the trophy player there as well, so that's a key thing to pay attention to. And Lucky's on a 4 spree. Even with the trophy though, still gonna get peppered up and feel the pressure, but right now Lucky, he just wants to find those 2 kills.
Looking for him, and he's in the right place to get him. The heat's going to come his way. Dashy from up top ends the spree, and they stop the capture. The second segment goes through on B. Vehicles managed to sneak in. A lot of work done. Great coverage there from Real. Pred now looking to get involved also from the hit into the feed. No more. Vehicles stays alive for a Mo. So close there. And Shotzi, what moves? Not able to keep it. As B has been drained, B has been made safe, and Dashy has A as well.
And this is interesting too, because Miami's sort of split pushing in this moment. Maybe they thought they were going to be able to secure the B zone, so they started roaming over towards the helicopter. Vehicle able to get maybe the first kill in this next engagement, but Kenny, good trigger discipline as well, but still gets traded out. Miami though, just struggling again to make sort of amends. 22 seconds on the clock. They need a little bit of magic, or Optic are going to take this game.
Oh my, weird. Got another annoying place to be in. I love it. Multiple good shots, not enough for the kill. Vehicle lives, trades. Final 10, done. That is a beautiful bit of work. And Dashy, the absolute insurance policy here. You are not leaving your spawn. GG's. We say bye-bye to control, and it was 0.1 seconds that really made the difference. Man alive, what a series this is.
Yeah, both the high-rise absolute nail-biters. I mean, that might be one of the most unique finishes to a round as well. Or not even like the finish to the round, but effectively calling game, able to get to the zone with that little time on the clock. And that is a very tough moment for Miami. There are a handful of different ways you can get on the zone, and I think they were prepared for nearly every single one. But again, Pred and Shotzi timing it together on the jump up is insane stuff to be able to orchestrate. I don't know, though. Solid stuff from Lucky there. 25 kills he was able to get. Pred virtually going to match who apparently is his rival with 24 of his own. And credit to Pred as well. 10 objective kills, both on the offense and defensive end. He's making sure those zones were kept nice and safe.
We'll take a cheeky peek at the highlights here. That was a really mad good game of control, and a 3-1 that definitely could have gone to a final round there. Shenanigans either side again. Everyone's favorite at Giant Exploding Pro Petting. I've talked to some of the stats team about this. We're completely unable to really effectively track the KD of the tanks, because if they get blown up, aka if they die, it doesn't come up in the feed. So we've got no really accurate way of knowing what the true KD is. So as far as things look like, they just like going 1-for-1 every time. You know what I mean, Chance?
No, it's going to have a negative KD just for the times where it explodes and doesn't do anything. But exactly. You're just tracking its total kills on the year. Honest to God, I mean, I'm not trying to call out any player in the moment, but, you know, maybe a player or two that was in stage 1. There was a roster change coming through. By the end of the year, the propane tank is going to be out slaying some actual pro players in the league.
Oh, my God. That is...
That might, honestly, it's probably already happened. If not, we're certainly on the way.
Low-key... There was a 0.01 round. We'll be talking about that one as well. Plenty to talk about in this series. An absolute blowout, man. Like, both sides, everyone's having their crazy moments. This is an absolute barn burner, whatever the hell that means. Who's burning barns? That's insane. Must be insurance fraud. Over towards our next hardpoint. We're on our way, though. And Optic looking hot. Heretics looking hot. Anything can happen here. Chance thing on paper. This was definitely a 3-0 for many, but good luck. Have fun. Frustration, though, for the Heretics. And with damn good reason, Chance, they were so close to a big advantage. We'd still be playing them right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I would say from Optic as well, again, they're really wanting to test the map pool and get more repetitions on high rise. And I still think a little bit more to learn. A 3-1 win on the control looks convincing, but it did take a nail biter moment to get it done. And then just the first bloods alone on the high rise, completely absurd. And I know, Miles, you mentioned barn burners. I mean, the Great Chicago Fire got started by a cow kicking over a lamp. So you got to be very careful in barns. Extremely flammable.
Was the cow a member of an organized crime syndicate?
No, it's just a cow.
Awesome. Almost ready to get into Karachi, boys and girls. That's a spicy. You got me thinking right now. All right, let's have a look. Optic got to be feeling good about this one. Karachi's been the playground of Anthony Cuevas Castro for the entirety of the MW3 season. He, of course, probably wasn't even alive in 2009. Don't quote me on that, but he was absolutely...
He was.
Maybe.
He was.
Maybe. He's quite young, but he's dangerous here in MW3. This has got to be a very happy place to be for Optic Texas. You may have lost the S&D, but the 0.01 round squeaks you through, and now you're looking very happy. Can they keep it going, Chance? What do the Heretics have here on Karachi?
Sort of a brand new look. Real, the new guy on the squad. I know certainly on map 1 he had a bit of a slow start, and that was a big factor into the reason why Optic were able to punish them so much. So not as many repetitions for Miami on Karachi. A 1-2 record overall, but again, a new man on the squad. Maybe the player to pay the most attention to. I don't entirely trust the stats, not that they are incorrect, but first in hold percentage, 12th in break. Again, yeah, Miami, they've only played it 3 times, so it's going to be a bit more extravagant. See on the side, though, from Optic, they're just solid at the hold, more extravagant. See on the side, though, from Optic, they're just solid at the holds and the breaks. Maybe you don't want them, or maybe they don't rotate as much as the fans might want them to, but as long as they're rotating to the correct hills, this is a team that is going to have a great deal of success. And I know Kenny, that's the terrifying sight, I would say, for Miami. This is a guy that's been on point. I know we might not have won the round 11, but he was still earning cruise missiles and gunning everybody down. So slow Cunny down, have a good bit of success. And off the opening break, Heretics, well, successful at least, keeping things slow.
So on the map, very happy for Optic. Early time from the Heretics, though. Dashi's pinned. They know exactly where he is. That's not going to account for a whole lot, though. You still have to gun Bruce. In these angles, whether he's watching Coop side or watching P1 side, very good work. Heretics, though, fine time. P2 looking good as well. Beagle's going to be the man over there, making sure the due diligence is done for the Heretics. And right now, things are getting done at the hard point. Shotzi, schmoving into it. Now, immediate transition over towards New. If that ladder wasn't so slippery, he'd be in a much better spot now. Oh my god, he is parkouring.
Yeah, dude, that movement is insane. Getting the information, baiting out shots, setting up kills for his teammates, making sure he doesn't overcommit, and he wins the gunfight as well. Shotzi, the absolute dream of a teammate to play with, and even sets up Pred potentially for the double kill. Everybody right now on Optic swarming around the time, but Dashi misses the beat down, and Heretics, well, keep the hope alive. They're able to get over the dumpster as well, keeping things mixy. But I think you see Real popping up the feed, getting the extra 2, back alley. They should have it secure, or Pred just finds the timing. Real letting that one drop.
Oh, and Pred looking to drop Real now. Slide, hip fire, clean, 25. Optic should be able to get back into this. Heretics are fighting tooth and nail across the map. The close spawners will be red. Real versus Pred once more. Look towards the new hard point, though. That's where Optic have gone.
And look what happens when you make a small mistake. Real lets Pred sneak in through the back door, doesn't get the trade, so now Pred's on a 4 spree. Instead of holding the time, you just lost maybe an extra 10 seconds. So that's a nice little swing moment. And Pred, playing for the cruise, feels the pressure, does the smart thing, and backs all the way down. He's got Shotzi to work with, but maybe just a little bit too quick. Should have baited a little bit harder in Miami. Wow, the luck. Maybe turning the tides their direction. Trying to put on the pressure and break this B3.
Raw pressure. Metals and Real smack through the front. The back alley now a little more dangerous. Optic starting to swell on the retake. Lucky from up high, keeping Shotzi at bay. Is it able to keep him at bay? No, he's one slippery customer. My god, he's so hard to deal with. Lucky gone. Metal's now trying to pick it up, and Optic have done a really good job of keeping the Heretics unbelievably uncomfortable on this hard point.
This is just like a blistering fast game right now that I think both teams are sort of struggling to calibrate and orchestrate. You got Metal snapping on corpses. Those were nice shots even if they didn't connect. So the comms right now for Miami also going to be flowing. An important P3 break for them to keep that lead maintained just a little bit higher as we go to a largely uncontested hill. Get to test both teams' ability to actually capture the time. Dashi on it. Doesn't last very long.
Wow, it's 3 in the feed, 4 technically. But that's all down. Pred, the last man up here for Optic Texas, anywhere near the hard point. He's going to be able to hop into it, hopefully keep a Heretics player out of a power position for now, but that's it. Lovely suppression. Pred out of the fight for a moment.
Now back into the mix is Dashi.
One of the better POVs. The shots is almost never misses, so it takes 2 to take him down. Vehicle, the overseer from top third, able to get it done. Still, though, a difficult hill to collect time on. Miami have been outslaying in this moment. Vehicle's on a 4 spree, and they've just now been able to set foot on it. Still need the trades, though. And by the way, if you look at the minimap, I don't know if it was a route or a spawn, but Pred is behind enemy lines for the rotation. He's got the opportunity to break it down. Miami, they want to hunt him down sooner rather than later, but now's the opportunity to move. But by the time Pred makes a noise, his entire team is here. This looks like it might be a rotation win from Optic, unless Lucky can break it down, and he can't get it done. Vehicle keeps throwing nades in the middle of gunfights. But I'd rather him use his gun. Good Lord, how did Optic not get that?
What is going on? The junk hill is upside down now. Heretics back in it. Optic have not been as concise as they have been on the attacks. Towards that hard point, we are going to send it, and Vehicle's timing is so unfortunate here. He helps his teammates out with a little bit of presence. Out from top red. Bang! Pred done. Downstairs safe. Get on the time, boys. Immediate awareness of the spawn here from Vehicle and the Heretics lads. Nice shots into Shotzi, who also gets peeled. 20 to go.
Those are huge gunfight wins. Nice trades as well. Vehicle won his one. Real wins at least his first engagement. And I mean, you're setting Vehicle up. You want this cruise. You're 16-9. You're already frying. You need to get that extra bit of utility. It can be damaging on a few different hills that we have, but right now, Metal's over towards the bridge. Bunch of players trying to root him down, getting tags on Shotzi. His Vehicle getting sent in for the kill. That's the information from the bridge player, but Vehicle choked it. No cruise there, and for the moment, no time collected either.
No, oh, that's tough. Real, you're alone. You're in the worst part of town right now to be in. Trophy's going to be working in that hard point for Kenny. Lovely stuff. As Optic have got a nice grip here on P1 in our second set. Heretics very much the front runners. A little bit of time here to make the comeback. And now the counter-attack is on for Miami.
And you got bridge control as well, so Kenny a little bit more comfortable inside the time. Dashi, the overseer, feeding kills to his teammates. Vehicle trying to get back towards P1, but he's had no success on this little zone of the map, so much so that Miami chalking it up and playing for rotation. That is a ton of time being given away on P1. And obviously a lot of time from Optic to work with to hunt down these kills. Pred connects on Lucky every time he gets that kill. Maybe a smile can branch out on his face. Right now, Heretics a little bit turtled around this new time.
With Dashi as the overseer, the fallout of this play has just been a hard point hold here from Optic. Texas kind of get in. Whoa! That's hip fire at its finest. A little bit of magic from Shotzi, who has not looked down those iron sights in a minute. Doesn't matter whatsoever. 5 spree.
Yeah, and look at that moment too, right? You turtle just a little bit. Shotzi able to belly crawl in position. It just breaks it down. I mean, P2 is really where Miami Heretics have just sort of blown their opportunities. 2 different P2s where they just get bullied out, and Eagle doesn't connect on the cruise. This is Shotzi's opportunity to get it. Great trigger discipline so he can keep his hiding spot. Waiting for a freebie, and there it is. Cruise collected, but maybe a nice little break. Miami want these final 18 seconds. Dashi versus Metals to make it happen. Optic get the scrap. Rotation, though, maybe a touch more difficult.
But it always knew we go. Heretics in full control. Shotzi with the streaks. He's going to level that side of the map. Try to turn the Heretics lineup into rubble. Can he find one? That pushes him inside. That's good enough for now. 3-man hit through junk. Pinch is on from both sides. Shotzi might go big. We'll see who wins the war of the flanks. Optic.
Yeah, no, not even close. That is a moment where Optic simply just bully them out. That was a perfect cruise missile call.
Absolutely perfect stuff. Heretics now on the attack. We'll go for a quick listen in and see how they sound. Trying to get the breaks.
Medio uno. Vale, está la tiro medio. Me cola reloj. Ahí no para la tío, Fred. Y han nacido open, han podido hacer open que creo que bloquea. No mueras. La Javi. Son tiro muerto. El dash mata. Un tiro misil, literal, bro. Segunda muerto. Bueno, dos han tenido bloqueado. hacer pollo. Otro más derecha, tengo pollo interior. Kenny Soci, Dash interior. Tengo derecha, pollo. Uno fondo del mapa. Una misma ácido. No veo nada por
Está en coche blanco. Está en tercera Londres.
Vale, dame un segundo.
Hacen mal, voy a pushar, Brix. Voy a pushar.
No veo al de Londres,
Queda una en Envy, no os olvidéis. Área Brix son dos. Dos área Brix. Una de Flash.
Vale, soy pista, bueno,
Cuidado
el siguiente, ¿vale? Vale, era Sandbags, estaba de pique Sandbags. Y si la pego piña, me tengo el medio yo, tengo el medio, ¿sabes? Tengo el medio yo entero. Déjame spawner, va a haber abierto derecha. Tiene que estar en derecha ya, 100%.
De Javi. Voy.
Puede estar de Ay, no, derecha, hat. Veo otro piña. Muerto, otro a ti, derecha, hat.
Me mata.
Tienes un trophy, estás bien, tienes un trophy, no te van a...
Me viene anterior.
Si me chiseen Halwon, de cara. Tengo uno deep, en el punto siguiente das y muerto. Uno deep Halwon P3. Así yo creo que era
Es que no,
ayuda. Vale, sí,
anterior.
¿Tenéis medio?
And I gotta say, those comms are fantastic. I think. I'm not bilingual, but honest to God, they could be some of the best comms in the game. If someone bilingual can let me know, that would be fantastic. But either way, the energy and consistency is there. Is Optic flooding the pressure, cranking up the heat, forcing Miami to respond, and getting back down in junk. It's Pred and Kenny letting you know they are an iron wall so difficult to pierce.
No one getting through that. Reals doesn't get streaks either. Trophies clouded the air around this hard point that Optic are soaking. Lead change once again. Pinch is now on. Vehicle punches through the back. Perfect timing from Lucky as well. It's a magnificent look at the break, but you have to contest. Still with Pred and Shotzi. We're alive and kicking. Where is Shotzi? Is he on top of the... Is he at the ladder?
They were right next to each other. I think I couldn't quite tell. I think they were on top of each other, but either way, a little moment from Optic to strip away maybe an extra 5 or 6 seconds, but still scrap time for Miami. And a nail biter of the game. Neither team has really been able to get top third control, and Optic's still going to struggle. For the first time, a player from Miami gets up there, and Real off the top rope slammed, but it's enough for Heretics to get the trades and attempt to get back towards that time. They are playing like maniacs around this P1 hill.
Jumps off that top third and breaks his own neck. Vehicle now from up high. Can he keep the players of Optic at the hard point? Get him out there, son. You're going to send it and get smoked as well. The anti-aircraft capabilities of Optic Texas absolutely paramount in their defensive P1. It's still a close game. Looking towards the new hard point as well. And luck has nothing to do with it, but Lucky does on the rotation.
I mean, they're just trying so hard to literally fly from the top rope. I mean, they've been struggling in that moment. They've also been struggling on the P2s, by the way. They've had the early rotation multiple times where Lucky, again, is setting himself up in position to try to get his team here first, and he even wins the initial engagement. So 2 players from Optic going to be pinching from red, but Real reads it. So another opportunity for Heretics on P2. They have struggled to execute. They need it right here.
Here we go. Very doable. Real absolutely melted. Metals with a saving play. Now through the front. Metals with the guns at the ready. Real back towards the hard point. Over 200. The line is holding so far. Heretics maintain control.
Gotta say, with that contest, by the way, Optic have at least bought the lifeline. Whether or not they get the break, they at least bought themselves another hill. Break, though, a different question, but again, it looks like Optic able to bully their way through and do it once again.
Ooh, backline safe. Still Optic picking up a lot of time. This is very, very dangerous scrap this late in the game. The pinch is there. Shotzi will not back down and will not die either. What a win! I don't know how he pulled that one off, and that is it. You needed to get in there at the very least, and this tick's going to go over. The time is done. The series is complete. Optic Texas 3-1.
And maybe no fire in the player can. Okay, all right. We'll add the 1 to the mix. Pred, yeah, not the memory of a goldfish, a player that is not going to forget. And that is a tough one for Miami, too. That is 3 different P2s where they have the early rotation. Able to win some of the initial gunfights as well, but they just get broken down time and time again. Whether it be from a sneaky play from Shotzi where he hip fires everybody in sight, or whether they just bully their way through the front and try to skill diff it as much as possible. Optic Texas, certainly a series they're going to learn from. I know a lot of those high rises, they're going to go back under it, pay attention with a microscope level of attention. And credit to Metals. I mean, he fried nearly 6k damage, a Titan in that lobby, but ultimately, if you can't hold on to some of the easier hills in the game to do so, you're not going to have a good time, and Optic punish them for their mistakes.
Absolutely. So a close one there in Karachi. It's not a bad look whatsoever from the Heretics, but there's a couple of moments where you just see that clear-cut difference, that little bit of magic that makes Optic Texas such a good team. Well, GG's, folks, as the orange and green tells a very, very spicy story of a back and forth between two teams on an absolute roll. We'll see if the Heretics can keep this going, keep up that pace, and maybe crack on through and find some wins. But Optic still looking so good chance. High-rise control, magic. High-rise search and destroy, magic for the Heretics. What a series.
That honestly might be the biggest takeaway from Optic for this one. Just the, what was it, 10 or 9 out of 11 first bloods. I think that Miami was able to collect. Lucky for 5 and Real for another 4. So certainly Miami have well-orchestrated strats on the first blood front. But again, maybe the drawing boards for a few hills in the response.
Back to the drawing board, and now back to the desk.
Good job, Miles. Thank you, Chance.
Thanks,
and now we got to break down what we just witnessed. It was a little bit longer than expected, but Optic gets the win. I do want to credit Miami, though. Much stronger than a lot of people expected, myself included. And Nameless, while we're watching the highlights, talk to me about some of the tiny things that you think they can fix to potentially break into the top 8. Because currently, they're the 11th best team in the league out of 12.
Yeah, sure, Chris. Well, one will be control. Those are going to be some big things in that game mode. So you asked me about the small things, and I would say in the Hardpoint, specifically that game 4, massive opportunity for them. I love what they did on the junk kill, P5. They sent in a pinch through Lucky. He finds a kill, and then they just kind of over-challenge down low. Just sit there and contest, right? At the very end, also, you're thinking about that situation. You're like, okay, Optic, they need 24 seconds to win. Let's get in here, play our lives, slow down and contest as long as possible, then think about that next rotation, right? So for Miami Heretics, it was the P2s and some of these small moments where they just over-challenged. It's the growing pains of a new roster. You can't expect to beat Optic Texas off the bat. I do think Miami showed a lot of fight throughout this one.
Allie, we're now in stage 3 of 4. How much time do you have left if you're the Heretics, and what's the future for Optic?
You do not have a lot of time left if you're Miami. Obviously, we're hoping that they stick with this roster as they've been hot potatoing that 4th man, and this is arguably the closest you've gotten to beating a top 4 team, and it wasn't a bad showing. Just unfortunately, a couple mistakes in that map number 4. You weren't able to close it out. Specifically, the tail end of that first rotation, allowing Optic to chain that P5 to 1 and 2 to give them a heavy lead to take over the lead in the game, not only close it out by the end. On the other side, Optic Texas, they look amazing. They're testing maps. We see that in their map pool. They put Vista as that map 1. We did not even see that in either of their past 2 series. That was an auto veto. They come out, absolutely slam Miami on it. Kenny has a master class, so not only that, now their map pool is expanding.
Optic, the most clutch team in the game if you've been watching the last 2 stages, and we have another clutch moment. It's your Scuff play of the game. Take a look at this one, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, if Miami won this one, it would have for sure been Vickle, but we're going to go back to the search and destroy. Just some crafty plays out of Optic here, getting pushed up close and personal. Shotzzy finding a kill, control. Shotzzy finding a kill on the point, staying alive, pulling out the AR and just jumping up. Like, you just have so many angles when you're inside this area of the map. You can jump up on the generator, find kills in windows, get on top heli, find more kills. And when you got guys like this who are winning gunfights, you're gonna have a good time.
0.1 second left on the clock, and they jump in just in time, get B, and keep the game alive. Optic ends up taking that control and the series 3-1. Allie, as we take a look forward, what is next for Optic?
Just cleaning up their search and destroy. That's literally it. They just got to work on when they're ahead to capitalize on it, and they're still a gross team.
There we go. Well, the real answer is an interview with Pred. Are you ready for this? Here it is. It's your Monster Winner Spotlight, and Pred is joining us live from Texas. Pred, congrats on another victory. What was it like playing Miami today?
Yeah, you know, we played Miami a few times. Had some gruelers against them. So we treat everyone the same. So yeah, just it was a good match.
Definitely, Pred. This is the most consistent, I feel like, and the most noise you've made so far in this split during this major 3 qualifiers for this team. What has kind of your individual work been looking like as a player?
My individual work, I mean, I know what I'm capable of. I know what I can bring to the team, what I'm good for. So I've just been sort of like just reviewing, you know, what I've been doing and just trying to make sure that I impact the game the way I can. I just feel like, you know, I wasn't really, you know, after Major 1, I kind of like, you know, wasn't really playing myself. Was kind of, you know, just trying to like focus on too many other things when in reality I just got to, you know, okay, run at people.
Pred, you know, we've seen your guys' record against basically everybody besides Atlanta Faze. You just dominate. It feels like all these series you guys have been working on your map pool, the entire map pool, right? And is it just all preparation for a championship versus Atlanta? Is that what it feels like right now?
I mean, honestly, yeah, that's the best way to put it. You know, obviously these online matches are just like good reps and stuff like that. I think we're already secured for champs and like all that type of stuff. So we're just trying to just, you know, open up our map pool and, you know, just get little things good. So then we get to that, you know, Sunday, we don't, you know, fall short again.
What's it gonna take to take them down? It's been some tough losses online and on LAN. What do you think you need to do so you can finally beat those guys and get that trophy?
Honestly, you know, we played really close series against them, and honestly, I feel like we weren't even playing at our best. So for us, it's just making sure in those crucial moments to, you know, have really good communication, listen to each other, and, you know, just do what we practice every day. And just, I think that's the main thing, is just closing out. That's, I think, the best way to put it. Just need to close out the situations.
Pred, final question for you here in the Monster Winner Spotlight. We have one match to go this week, and it's between Atlanta Faze and the New York Subliners. Subliners, of course, preparing for this match for over a week now. Who do you have coming out on top?
Man, that's a tough one. You know, both good teams. No ordinance now, so I don't know if like New York's S&D is going to be. So it's going to be interesting to see. But I would have to take Faze. I think Faze is just in a really good, just playing really well.
All right, man. We'll let you go celebrate with the team. I like that pick, and that matchup is coming up. Everybody, stay tuned.
Peace out. Appreciate it.
Awesome stuff there from Pred, and we have your Monster Energy matchup coming up here. It is the CDL. Let's lock in.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Go for one, go for two, go for three. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Johnson, you quit this ain't stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
Did Insight and Kleenex combine for in that last game?
I believe 34.
34. Nameless, how many kills did Simp drop in that last game?
He dropped 41 kills, 7,500 damage. Simp is an absolute monster. Faze said, it's just Big Me. They're the best team in the world.
That kill feed is just so yellow.
Nice.
Oh my god, Hydra. Obliterated.
It's time for another showdown amongst our big four. Number 1 versus number 4 right now as the Subliners look to upset a red-hot Atlanta Faze. But Atlanta, they have been dominant, taking our most recent major. They've been thrashing everyone online, including 2 of our top 4.
Puckett, they're number 1 in almost every single category across the board, exactly in Search and Destroy as well. They are looking undefeatable.
Nameless, this is the hardest strength of schedule. I was looking at it. Atlanta Faze has drawn some tough teams, but they've made quick work. Could they have a tougher time today against the subliners?
Yeah, the subliners played them close every single time. They played at the last LAN and went all the way to a Game 5. We saw some crazy strategies, but Atlanta Faze was able to adapt and reign victorious. New York subliners, though, this is your World Championship squad. Push comes to shove, and they figure it out. They make diamonds, right? Hydra has been not great in search and destroy. I believe he can figure it out. We've seen him clutch crazy rounds up against Atlanta Faze. The Tiny Terrors have had a bad time up against them in the last couple of years. So for New York, this would be everything forgiven if they can come in and get this victory.
Look for Hydra in those first bloods. The battle will be between Abizi and him, I expect, Ali. But when you're looking at this lineup, who do you think is going to be an X factor to watch?
I believe the X Factor's got to be on Sib right now. Again, this is a newer player when it comes to this lineup. And when we pull up the Monster Energy pregame, it's going to be the X Factor. Needs to be Sib. Stage 3 with a .94 KD, which isn't necessarily bad in the league. It's just underperforming for the expectations set for him and on the New York subliners. In Stage 2, he had a 1.06 KD, so obviously a little bit of a drop-off there. And for New York, though, it's not just a drop-off of a player. It's a drop-off of game modes as well. Their Search and Destroy looks abysmal right now. They're 1-3 in the last 30 days. Put that into perspective, 22-10 on the season. That used to be a game mode that they found their strengths in.
Yeah, you know, thinking about this, I agree with you, Ali, wholeheartedly. Sib is the X factor, right? He's been outspoken on Twitter. He's come into a World Championship team, and, you know, they've gotten worse at Search and Destroy throughout this split. You know, some people saying Ordnance Gloves being gone hurts them. Well, they're going to have to figure it out. And I got faith in the Bulldog Kismet, leader of these guys when it comes to that Search and Destroy, to get it done. And we're going to pull up, you know, their overall season Slayer rating. He still is that guy when it comes to killing people.
Yeah, I was going to say he's had 2 bad matchups, and that was all in the same week. This is a fresh week for Hydra, and he has the #1 SMG ranks across the board when it comes to those game modes. Alley Cat, I hope this goes to a Game 5. Do you think we get another extended series?
I wouldn't be shocked. Honestly, it's just kind of what version of New York we're going to get today.
All right, on the other side of this matchup, you have Atlanta Faze, the top dogs, and they brought in Draza. He had a plan, and it was to slay everybody. It's working out, Nameless. No one really hangs with this team when it comes to the KD.
Yeah, nobody does. And, you know, Draza, right, like leading the team in terms of hardpoint damage throughout this split. They got that championship, and they have built off of that Draza energy. It's like that's what they needed to get back to be Cold War Phase, where they were running through teams. We have it again. This is that same exact type of squad. Sip has his confidence back in terms of he is challenging everything, and they're dominating across all 3 game modes, #1. And in Search and Destroy, we saw them go up against Toronto. It was 6-1. Like, they were just running at them. So this is an Atlanta Faze team that makes nearly no mistakes. You have to be absolutely on point from start to finish.
And the Monster Energy pregame, the X Factor is Abizi, #1 in Search and Destroy right now. Remember, again, earlier I said Atlanta Faze is #1 in all Search and Destroy categories. And Abizi is one of the main reasons for that. 2nd in opening duel win rate and 1st in kills per round. Following that up, you get a streak. Everyone gets a streak. 7 straight series wins, 4 Search and Destroy win streak, 5 control win streak. Guys, Atlanta Faze is 9-1 in map count in the last 30 days. That 1 map loss was in a Hardpoint.
You know what's scary about Atlanta Faze? When this team recognizes they have the ability to play both ways. It's like, okay, we actually can challenge everything, guys, or we can just outsmart you as well. And when they can play into that fully throughout a series and change back and forth given the situation is when the other team is in legitimate hell. And we saw that versus the Toronto Ultra. And this guy coming off of an MVP, look at him, man. Overall season just been ridiculous.
Sipping ain't easy. Well done, graphics. A 1.16 overall, Alley. Don't shake your head no at them. A 1.22 in Search and Destroy. Respawn or Search? Where is he more dangerous in your eyes?
Oh my gosh, I don't know if you can put one. I'm gonna go with Search and Destroy just because Atlanta Faze has always been strong at that game mode, and the fact that Simp has become a whole nother monster in this split when we didn't think that was possible just makes him that much scarier.
Nameless, these are highlights from the last time these 2 teams matched up. For anyone who missed it, this was arguably Atlanta Faze's toughest match of the entire tournament.
Yeah, it definitely, I mean, this are the LA Thieves, but, you know, we go all the way to the distance in New York. We're bringing out crazy strats. The difference in this now is Invasion is gone for Hardpoint, right? And that's a map New York relied on heavily throughout the last stage and at that major. So we're going to see if New York can adapt and come strong on maps like Rio up against Atlanta Faze, who are unscathed there.
It's time to see the maps and modes for today's best of 5. Who is going to win the latest battle between these 2 juggernauts? Well, it's all going to start with Hardpoint on Rio. 6-star is coming in for Search and Destroy, and then we're going to the classic maps. High Rise for Control, Karachi for Hardpoint and Invasion for Search and Destroy. Allie, you've been cranking out the numbers. Who's got the edge coming in today?
I think this is both teams just going at each other in full force, to be honest. When I look at this layout, I see that Rio. I'm automatically thinking of Atlanta versus Texas and that really close W. And then I look on the flip side of things. New York Subliners was happy to play that versus Carolina, and they won it by over almost an 100-point deficit. So it's maybe going to be a game 5.
Man, it's time to make it 95 in your Scuff Pick'ems. Can he go 95 and 50, ladies and gentlemen?
New York are
No
going
way.
to take this series.
You're going
Game
New York
5,
Subliners?
they're going to win it. Yes, I'm going New York.
Why?
Because I think that they bounce back, man. They've had 8 days to practice. You saw what Hydra's capable of. The Search and Destroy is going to be on full force today. They're going to get it done in 5.
Allie, 92?
I'm going to try and catch up to him. I'm going to go Atlanta Faze.
Going Atlanta Faze. Originally, I was going to pick the Subliners, and you know what? I'm still doing it. I'm from New York. They got the best coaches in the game. No offense, Atlanta Faze. I think they come through. While the fans are going with Faze, we got our casters ready. Let's hand it on over with Shift and Study.
The bias is potent out of you, Puck.
Very strong.
Constantly. Cut him off, production. Get him off the air. Jay, Monster Energy matchup. And it's one of those things that we keep getting this at the end of a Sunday, and we keep expecting these to be barn burners, and then they don't end up being that way because Atlanta's pretty damn good at the game.
Yeah, we've been getting blessed every Sunday. We show up, and Atlanta Faze have been just putting on an absolute clinic. Obviously, versus Optic Texas, you take care of them in 4. But with that was when Abizi wasn't feeling his best. Then you wake up the next week, and you go up against Toronto Ultra, and you make them look like a bottom 4 team. That was insane stuff. And now we are blessed again with Atlanta Faze, this time versus another top 4 team in the New York Subliners. What Nameless said, he's expecting to bounce back for the Subline, but you're going up against Atlanta. This is very, very difficult. The only shining light has been Skies, who's #1 overall hardpoint KD so far in this stage. Everyone else, though, you need to start to step up.
Absolutely got to have it. 3 of the maps, runbacks from the last time they met, but this is your Monster Energy matchup. New York Subliners taking on the Atlanta Faze. Let's get it on. Rio Hardpoint to kick things off. First 2 kills. Surprise. Atlanta find their way into the time with a couple of eliminations to keep earning early hardpoint score here.
And now they get all 4 kills. So New York Subliners are forced to hit the reset. Now trying to re-break their way up with attack usage up through Sodas, up through Eskies. They finally initial 2 fights, but already 30 seconds remaining on this P1. Atlanta have done a great job of soaking a majority this time, but taking more ground around the map. Now you're going to force the Subliners to hit that early rotation.
I mean, you saw it on the graphic. What's the principle? Simpin' ain't easy. 3-1 start for him. Kismet able to trade things out. Decent opportunity here for New York to not just contest the time, but find a way maybe to rotate over, but the kills just not coming their way. And here we go again. We got Celium shooting bodies for 2 straight weeks against what is supposed to be top 4 opponents. Think they're feeling confident, Jay? I'd say so.
Without question, man. And they're already taking 30 seconds off of P1. They were able to flip those spawns as well. So now the Subliners are forced to work their way all the way across the map, potentially flip the spawns or even get close to the hill, because Atlanta Faze is just playing picture-perfect Call of Duty. This is what they've been able to hit that next level with. Stage 1, Atlanta Faze relied on a lot of breaking into HPs. But ever since that stage, it's all been about the fundamentals. We're rotating early. We're going to set up early. They're one of the best whole teams in the game. And now with only 30 seconds left, Subline is able to flip the spawns. But for how long? You need to get some hill time.
Well, the thing about it is we talked about this when we watched this team play earlier in this week in this qualifiers. Atlanta's fine playing this hard point from the front.
Oh, yeah.
They're gonna trap you on these little jump ups, this backside gate, and New York is unable to do anything. And I mean, who is going to fight against these guys, bro? 50-6, and we're going to have Atlanta winning rotation again. This is filthy.
Yeah, and Hydra's sitting at 1-8, and the opposite side draws at 11-3, but Abizi finds a double off the rotation. That's another rotation being won on the backside of Atlanta Faze, and now the Subliners are forced to break into another money hill where they're sitting at 9th overall in this map. They just haven't found any success. Finally, they show some presence toward top middle. They have some presence over towards boxes, but all the kills in the feed are Atlanta. These guys are just the best.
Dude, it's something about Atlanta on 150 HP titles, bro.
Dude!
They're impossible to trade. Holy cow. 73-8. Spawns are still in. Hit from the front, looking decent here from New York, but it's just, it feels so hard to bring like even commentary to these matchups because it's just such a one-sided affair. Simp getting it done. Another 3-man feed. Rinse, wash, repeat. Maybe they're born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Atlanta Faze is dominating again.
And look at the subliners on your mini-map. They're not even thinking about the rotation. They're trying to push through ult to flip the spawns for Atlanta to start the spawn out towards the backside of P2. But it's Atlanta Faze again, off the rotation, properly set up. These gunfights are going to get a lot more difficult, not easy. Celium going for the two-piece, but shooting his bodies is even working even better. And now the subliners are forced to break into the hill. Finally, with that two-piece, they're going to be able to successfully find the break, but for how long?
Okay, let's take a breath, New York. Let's get ourselves back in here. See what you can do to survive through this cruise missile. Maybe have an opportunity to get some more time in the back 30. Never mind. Wow. Just freaking wow. What do you say?
I wake up every Sunday, Alan. I see, okay, we got Atlanta Faze the cast. We're going to get a banger. They're playing a top 14, but this is what they have been doing. Like, if they're going to play like this all throughout the stage, going up to the major, there's no one in hell that's going to be able to contest them because they're the best S&D team. They're without question one of the top hardpoint teams and the best control team. You had to figure out a weakness for this roster, and they simply have none.
It's just unreal because it's one of those things on top of, we talked about this during the Optic matchup when we had them a couple of weeks ago, where, hey, a lot of Atlanta's weaknesses were killed when the map pool changed.
Yep.
You know, Invasion Hardpoint was one of their worst. As soon as the hardpoints moved around and the spawns changed, they just instant vetoed that. And I mean, now it's really just the sub base is the only bad map they have in their pool.
Oh my God!
What are we doing? 135 to 30. And I mean, what? To helps to someone. Spawn a sixth person into the map. Maybe that will help.
Subliner need to stop the bleeding somewhere, Alan. They just go one by one. Everyone's trying to make some individual plays happen, and they're just simply getting outclassed by the teamwork of Atlanta Faze. Every time you get one, it's instantly going to be traded. They're still doing a great job of soaking up a majority of this P5 hill time, and they're already break that 150-point mark. And with that bridge control that they currently have, they're going to find themselves winning another rotation, this time over to P1.
This is ridiculous. I mean,
it's not even fun. I'm not having fun.
I mean, I'm having fun, don't get me wrong. This is some, I mean, again, it's like the perfect example of how you play lockdown, clean hardpoint. Whether it's on rotation and setting up holds, I would say setting up for break attempts. They haven't had to do that often, but I imagine the comms are vibing, so we'll take a step away and see what the Faze comms sound like with an Atlanta Faze listening.
One might be trying at our side. Caesar vending heading. Oh, nice. I'm playing there. Hey, they don't. Hey, that's fine. One you playing now? How about there? Or economy. He's lobby or something. You went deep. I think. I held Caesar. One shot Caesar. I got after what? You pop hard and kill. I think it's. He's trying to play on new. Let me see kids though. Arnold. I saw him on the pillars. I'm walking left. I'm trying to hold on. I see them. That's a help front. I got it. On your front. Heady. I'm detonating the front. Heady. Another one ramp weak. Both weak. Ramp. On the heady. Hold this Hydra. Do that. They down time. Let's go. I'm gonna just I did up. I'm pitching the I try and kill it. Yeah, they're all spawning on you, Chris. They're all spawning on you 100%. This is massive time. This is a game.
These are white car. One shot.
What's on the van? I'm just staying down. Pitching one shot or house. He's on the van. Keep focused playing these guys. I'm gonna go bridge, okay? Everyone push through this. Ramp laying down, weak. Everyone push through this.
You are fucking terrible.
Yeah, the gameplay says enough, but I think the comms also tell us that this is, again, all business right now for Atlanta. And, you know, we were talking for a moment there, Jay, and I think the question is important to kind of throw into the community. I'm sure Zuma and the Flank will talk about it later. You asked the question, is this Faze better than Cold War Faze?
Yeah, and I agree. I completely, without question, think that this roster is the best Atlanta Faze roster that's ever been formed. We're talking about every single map, every single mode, they are the top of their game. And they're going up against top teams and making them look like bottom teams. It's 220 to 88. Finally, the subliners, even with the back spawns, are trying to fight their way back into this game. But as I say that, even the BZ's jumping in on shooting the bodies. Like, these guys can do no wrong.
It's just 3-for-1s every time. No one can get trades. 3-for-1, 3-for-1. It's just, wow. I'm telling you, friends, there's not much you could say here besides hashtag Faze up. Easy AF. That's about all it is. You can do it too, but maybe not, because right now it's just all Faze all the time. And this might be, if the score holds, this will be their biggest blowout on the year so far, which is almost surprising to say considering how dominant they've been.
And they're doing it versus a top 4 team, Alan.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing is, like, we've only seen 100-point clubs so far in this season. And thankfully, Subliners are not going to be featured in that category. They're doing a great job so far of at least trying to hold down the T4 time. But Atlanta Faze only need 11 seconds. One set of kills, map 1 is theirs, and that might just be it.
Yeah, sure feels that way. Could be just the last 1v1.
Oh, man.
I mean, we're just sacrificing our bodies. 250 to 105. That is now their biggest hardpoint win. The next closest was last week, 251-27 versus Ultra. So no one's holding the candle to these guys, man. Unreal.
The faces of the Subliners says it all. They looked left and right at the end of the map. They don't know what the hell they just spawned into, but that's why you don't square up against Atlanta Faze on a map like Rio. It's not like the Subliners are any pushovers on Rio HP. They were 5-1. It's just they've suffered a couple losses to Atlanta Faze, and Atlanta Faze, without question, are the best Rio HP team we have in the game. That was utter destruction for them from start to finish. Subliners cannot find an opening. Like, every time they try to hit an early rotation, Atlanta Faze bombard them with the kills, flip the spawns, force the New York Subliners to break into hills where it's not on the preferred side. No one even breaks 4K damage. No one gets even close, and yeah, there's nothing really left else to say. Atlanta Faze is dominate map number 1, man.
And the thing that's, I think, look, I don't mean to throw any sort of like negative side into this, but the thing about for this Atlanta Faze team is, like, you may sometimes expect teams that are just dominating this much to kind of let off the gas a little bit, maybe get a little complacent. That's usually the worry if you were to come and try to criticize a top team. That hasn't been evident at all in any stretch of the word since this qualifier has come through, really since Major 2's qualifier and LAN came through. These guys are absolutely dominating everybody, and it feels like each week they get better. Like, they're just leveling up every single time we see them. I mean, again, to come off of a 250 to 127 win versus Toronto on 6-star, and now put a 250 to 105 up against New York, I'm lost for words. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, there's just no big 3 or big 4. There's only big me. That's what Nameless said on the desk, and Atlanta Faze are showing that, because these guys are just simply untouchable right now. And the thing that makes it more difficult is the map pool change, because it got rid of Skid Row, which is like a 50-50 map. It got rid of the invasions, which was a struggle for them. So every single series, the only thing that they have to get rid of is sub-base HP, because the new maps, they've only played a couple times. But Atlanta Faze, for some reason, whenever new maps come in, they are one of the best teams at it off the rip of the game. And now, with them dominating the way they are in Hardpoint, they're trying to expand their map pool in Search and Destroy, where they are the #1 Search and Destroy team in the game. That's why we're going to have 6-star in map number 2, where neither squad has played it. Both teams are trying to expand their map pool in Search and Destroy specifically. But just the way that Atlanta Faze are playing, like, it's just hard as hell to stop them. Look at this game flow. Not even close.
You could build a Walmart in between the New York line versus the Atlanta line right there. Oh, unreal. This is, wow. Okay. Not that we needed to be impressed anymore, but we keep getting more and more impressed by these guys. And like you already framed up, a perfect frame up, mind you, as well. The 6-star search. Again, have not seen it from either of these two teams. We obviously saw that when Rio came into the mix, it was kind of a slow starter to get it into the map pool for Atlanta. But when they did, still a round 11, round 10 win. And then here in Major 3 qualifiers, 6-1, 6-1. So now it's time to try 6-star. You know what you're going to get out of a high rise. You definitely know what you're going to get out of an invasion. So this is about trying to, again, be indomitable from every angle in map vetoes and pools. Throw in the 6-star. If they're just as good here as they are in every other search they play, yeah, this team, I think, maybe walks away as one of the best to ever see the CDL.
And that's the scary thing, is that if they come out on 6-star map, they have yet to spawn in as a unit, and they dominate this map, it's just like, what the hell do we do? All the other teams in the CDL, what are we going to do to try to slow these guys down? Because you take a look at the S&D metrics so far in Major 3, 10-2 in attacking rounds, first. Defensive rounds, 8-4, first. They have just been dominating the hell out of everyone that they have played. And in the opposite side for the Subliners, obviously in the last 4 Search and Destroys, they've lost 3. They used to be the top S&D dog when you had them Ordnance gloves in the back pocket. Could no longer hit those long nades, and it's been showing because New York have been struggling.
Yeah, and the interesting thing I think about, you know, these Atlanta numbers is their attacking rounds and their defensive rounds come in maybe unexpected ways. Opening duel percentage is actually really good on the attacking side, but they really struggle at getting the bomb planted. And maybe there's some ability of they don't need to because they're just winning by way of kills. But the opposite is kind of true on the defense, where they haven't necessarily been particularly great in finding opening duel percentages on their defensive side, but their retake is unbelievably good, still ranking 3rd, and a lot of that is happening in 3v4s. So it's one of those things that is this Atlanta team, it gets it done in multiple ways, and they find ways to win rounds. Whereas for New York, this qualifier, like you kind of already alluded towards, has not necessarily been as clean. Maybe a bit of a regain when they played against Surge last week, but you know, still a lot to be left to desire here for the New York subliners across the board.
Yeah, I think the one major thing that the subliners have to focus on is getting Hydra going in Search and Destroy. Because if you remember all of last stage, Kismet and Hydra were 1 and 2 overall S&D KD in the stage. But right now, Hydra is currently bottom 3 with a 0.6, so he has to try to turn it around.
Yeah. First blood, good for BZ. Sib will drop in. Kismet with the bomb really sees this as a non-option over towards B. Is that seen on the cross? It looked like a BZ took a little peek over towards mid. A quick rotation back for Faze. They're gonna have to give up the plant. And again, this goes right into that retake percentage we were talking about. Maybe not even needing that, because there's shots that pull Kismet off from the plant. And now New York has to sit and wait to see if Atlanta gets baited into trying to retake the site. And well, Sky's cool angle over towards the bottom side of Skybridge. We'll turn this to a 3v3. Draza slips away to keep it at that way though.
Oh, but Selim is there to fill that gap, finds that kill onto Skies, and now the objective is going to go down for the subliners. Hydra finds one, instantly going to be traded. Kismet left the clutch on up.
And he tries to just run right at Draza, who doesn't even get tagged. I mean, I get it. You need to force and try to isolate a 1v1 wherever possible, but just too much cushion, too much space for Draza to back off, reset, have the perfect centering, and both players letting him know about what that challenge looked like from their perspective. Wow. Clean stuff in the first round for Faze.
Yeah, BZ, what is he? 77% chance at finding an opening first blood, and he found one right off the rip in this game. So that stat is going to continuously go on up, but Atlanta Faze showing the teamwork. Had one player roaming over towards A, and then once you find that one kill at B, you get the info, and then you retake together, at least trade efficiently over towards the site. So Atlanta Faze showing dominance on their first defense, but now they're going back to attack, where we usually see all-out pressure over towards A.
And that's exactly what's happening. Challenge, though, from Hydra. He's going to make all the way over towards the bottom side. Being watched, sort of, by Celium. First blood good for Abizi as he just pushes right through, finds the isolation on the bottom of the bridge, and now tons of information from Cell saying that it's not one but two players over towards the mid bar, and that leads to a very quick plant here for Faze.
These guys are just delusional. Like, Abizi just runs right up to the statue, pushes the Skybridge, and instantly flanks Hydra through bottom secret, and now they have the entire map cut off. The trade comes in for Skies. It's instantly going to be a 3v2, but 30 seconds left. Both players from the subliners trying to retake from mid.
And there's just so many questions. You can see number 4 and Sib is still watching this pinch to see if anyone from Faze has gotten aggressive through. And Abizi is not really tempted to take that route. First intel from Draza. Turnaround from Cell is good. Abizi now ready to follow up, and there's just no way you break through that choke point against 3 Faze members fully prepared for it. Quick 2-0 up.
That's just like a very delusional round right there of Atlanta. All out pressure towards A. You know where the pressure is going to come in, but Abizi doesn't slow down. Like Hydra, I thought he put himself in a great position towards bottom secret. Could potentially play a timing for the jump up to catch a kill, but when Abizi pushes through your side of the sky bridge and flanks you through your back end, you already lose you already lose focus on where your side of the map is. You don't have any mid-map control, and then even when you try to commit on the flank, Atlanta Faze had everything cut off. 2 flawless rounds in this S&D so far.
And it is puzzling to see Hydra make that push up through bottom secret without anyone being behind him. No trophies as well, so as soon as Abizi throws a stun and doesn't hit anybody, he says, okay, I'll just keep going then, I guess. Set up here for Atlanta over the middle of the map. Abizi in a little bit of trouble here at the DJ booth, and yeah, will be confirmed. Good follow-up from Kismet with the Semtex. Simp still over towards the mid bar, pushing out, finds the first onto Simp for the trade. Follow-up from Kismet, though, will keep the numbers in favor of the subliners, and now they're going to get a 3v1 post plant with Cell on the other side of the map.
Okay, now Selim in a 1v3. Subliners are fully set up, watching every single angle, and Kismet's able to find that kill. Good job from New York to apply a lot of pressure through mid. You find the first blood onto Abizi, who's their most aggressive player, and then you trade efficiently through the middle of the map while working that objective over towards A. Subliners finally put one on the board.
Yep, about time. Oh, okay, that was
something on the board. Just something on the board. You know what I'm saying now?
Yeah, that was a little aggressive. Apologies, New York fans. But okay, is that the way into this series? Forget about map 1. Forget about those first 2 rounds. Get yourself set up. Play off your playbook. Don't just allow Atlanta to do whatever the hell they want. Here we go again. Hydra this time not going to play down low. Just going to hit a little bit of a heading on the statue. Kismet for the first. Hydra follows up on the second once more. Cellium able to confirm a trade, but the bomb is now dropped, and it's a 3v2 in favor of the Subliners defense.
Now the Subliners have the numbers, but do they account for where Simp is taking ground at? Pushing right up to the DJ booth. The bomb is going to be down over towards A. Cellium finds his second on the round. Info already gained, so you're trying to isolate this last player here.
Oh, but because Mitt, key 1v1. Cell trying to follow up, able to at least get the quick trade to the 1v1. And Skies, where's the call out? He was down at the stairs the whole time. And Skies is looking, thinking maybe he pushed up into U-Haul, but it's a pistol for Cell that gets the job done with the 1v2. Skies is looking the wrong way.
And that's a 2v4 as well. Pretty sure Cellium finds an ace on the round. Like, even when you have the numbers, you're thinking everything's all fine and dandy. Atlanta Faze somehow, some way whip it out of the ass. Like, they're just getting it done. Cellium just shuts it down through that top window. Even off the back of New York taking a lot of mid-map control, Atlanta Faze catch up.
I mean, this is a straight rundown. Production telling us that was a 37-second round. I mean, it's legitimately all gas, no brakes. Okay, 4v4. Nothing towards A. Looking at Atlanta, how they want to try to play retake here. That would be a voluntary call of this setup. Knowing they've got full B control, you have to have some sort of a second level to this call saying, this is how we retake A. And it very well may be off the flank. And I don't know if Kismet has even sniffed out how many players are here. Does catch the first. That's a good first blood.
That's a big kill from Kismet. Also is able to find the second. Shoots a little bit of the body. Hydra finds the third, and now it turns to Simp in a 1v4. No way in hell he's going to even sniff a W in this round.
No chance.
Only 25 seconds left. Yeah, no chance.
I mean, if he pulls this off. There we go. New York. I love that. You know, again, just as much as they were framing up the Atlanta defense, voluntarily giving away that site, trying to play through the B side of the map. New York, very good awareness on the read. Turn it into a quick plant. Watch your mid. Play the bulletproof doors. Yeah, that makes that retake very difficult on the A side. Well done.
Yeah, that round is just completely different, though, if Atlanta Faze are able to sniff out the Bulldog and Kismet. The fact that he's able to be the island player and catch 2 on a deep pinch, it basically secures the round for the Subliners right off of the rip. That's why you've seen him shoot a little bit of the bodies. He's starting to bark a little bit, trying to give his team some energy to fight back into this search and destroy. But now you have to have an answer for Atlanta on their attacking grounds. Every single time it's been a whole lot of aggression over towards A, but this time they're going to slow that one down, spread the map a little bit.
And if there were to be one player you want to start barking up, it is the Bulldog. Kismet 8-3, 3 in a row. Information on that little deep opening play off the defensive push through Palm. Here in the Aqua area, follow up from Hydra. They look like they want to challenge this. Atlanta holding back just a touch, ready to receive if this does end up being an aggressive defensive play, but no reason to move any further forward here if you're New York, and they're very aware of that. Holding their ground nicely, waiting for Atlanta to make the first move.
Oh, but they're pushing right down the middle of the map. They're going to be able to at least find the first blood, find the second as well onto Hydra. Once they gained info that Kismet was pushed up towards the middle of the map, they knew that he had to be somewhat close by. He's not going to just back up all the way to his spawn.
Dude.
And then eventually they found that kill onto Sib. Now it's Skies left in a 1v4.
I mean, Sib's only throwing a shoulder right there to check to see if they're going into A. A couple of the pot shots come through as Simp tries to get the bomb planted, and then the immediate follow-up or clean. I mean, it's just the simple fact that that's a double setup for New York, a little crossfire setup inside of the aquarium, and New York lose both players without a stun or a nade being thrown from Atlanta. They just flat out vanilla push it with just 2 players and find both kills. It's just unreal.
It's perfect from Atlanta because you know exactly who you're playing against. When you spot Kismet already pushes him towards your middle of the map, you know that Hydra and him love to work as a duo. They're always playing for a trade. So you isolate both the SMG players and then you rotate it back towards A. Just catches the Subliners off guard. Is now Atlanta Faze. Back to the defensive side they go. Gonna put a lot of pressure over towards A, and they're already gonna gain the info that the pressure's not gonna be here, while they're gonna push to a rat back.
Well, here's the thing, though. You need to win back this mid-bar position. Kismet and Simp sitting on either sides. Help from Draza starting to come through. An idea that Abizi may try to play for the pinch, but here's the thing, is as long as this is taken for Atlanta to maybe get a full read, the bomb is now just getting picked up for the first time. Smoke out. Kismet cannot see Simp through that, so no pop-up, no push through. And New York gaining a little bit of extra ground here from Hydra, getting to the backside of the beach chairs, will maybe lead to an opportunity for the bomb to move on over to try to get a plant off.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see if they still think that Abizi's in the back of their spawn. The Skies did keep him working on that deep pinch, but he's wrapped back to at least assist Simp through the middle of the map, and now that bomb is going to get planted. Kismet strikes, can't find the trade. 3v3.
Still a decent opening first blood for New York. Helps establish this setup a little bit deeper. Celium, a couple of shots towards Hydra, but Draza does drop. So once again, New York looking good here in this post-plant setup. Simp is trying to go through the vent towards Palm side, but this is just going to take too long. Celium has to go at the exact same moment. Did not see Sib on the long cross. The opening shot's not clean either. So New York offensively looking really good here in the last handful of their attempts.
Yeah, that was very, very patient, more specifically out of Kismet. The fact that he's able to stay trigger disciplined when he spots a couple players through the middle of the map just allows that objective to work before he pounces for that first kill. And then once he finds that kill through middle, just very, very difficult to break the setup from the subliners. Hydra was watching the overextension through side alley. And then you had the player watching deep pinch, focusing on Simp, and then it turns into a 1v3. Just a subliner slow and steady wins the race on that attack to now go down 4-3.
Yeah, good stuff. Good manipulation around the map. Like I said, in their last couple of offensive attempts. So Faze's defense being tested just a touch, but still holding one round cushion as now their offense looks to kind of get their first look over towards the B site. Once again, Kismet getting deep, but picked up, and Abizi finds the kill plus a little extra. Feels like every kill is that way. Sky's trying to see if he can flush out any players over towards Tiki. Cell's taking a bit of a float. Push up from Draza. Yep, confirms the damage dealt. And that will lead to a 4v2. Atlanta Faze surely looking to plant.
And usually this is where Atlanta Faze would think about the plant, but even though they're one of the worst plant teams that we have in the game, they usually get it done by just simply out-killing the opposing team. Celium finds Hydra. Sib now left in a 1v4. He finds a kill onto Abizi, but now is when you can work that objective.
Yeah, and he has to re-clear all this space towards the outside staircase. Can he get any info on the exit? Yeah, clean first one, but Celium comes up just as he starts to look away towards the jump wall. And that's enough for Faze now. Put themselves on map point. So New York, they've been good on offense. If pending they do that again, I think the big question is how do you slow down this Atlanta attack as well? It's been pretty much all convincing offenses for both sides.
It's just because Atlanta Faze they keep getting a lot of info right off the rip. Like Simp, he was rotating his way back towards poolside, and he was able to spot Kismet going into the vent. Once he gives that comm, you see all the arrows on your minimap turn around and instantly focus on Kiz. You take care of him, and then now you know the subliners have to shift on their defensive setup, knowing where the pressure's coming in. And by the time they're shifting, you're running right into the premiums of Atlanta Faze, and now puts them at game point.
Nice little live update on how the attack has looked for the subliners, as they will once again take their intentions early over towards B. Draza, the trusted defender of this site, really cannot peek over towards that water wall jump, as he was late to the party here. So here we go again. The subliners able to get the bomb planted without any contest. 2-2 split setup though on this post plant. They have to worry about the flank while also making sure that he gets some sort of a read over towards what's on top patio.
Okay, there's going to be a 2-2 split from Atlanta on the retake as well.
Yeah.
We know Simp and Abizi, deep pinch, working their way all the way on the back end. Celium and Draza trying to at least take from their side of the base. Abizi info is going to be gained, but there's only 20 seconds left. You got to get a move on it.
This has been really good from New York, just showing a little bit of force, keeping Atlanta back. The hit from the front completely dealt with, and Sib over towards the ventilation shaft, able to find kill number 3. Help from Kismet to finish things off. And yeah, this New York offense, believe me, you friends, this has been clean, honestly. I mean, granted, there's been a lot of this kind of gamble stack for Atlanta where they're trying to blind counter with these opening setups, and then they're late to the other site. But retake-wise, the stats that we were talking about at the beginning of this map have not really come through yet for Faze.
Yeah, it's a new map. You know, it's the first time we get to see him play, so you get it versus one of the top S&D teams that we have in the league. Obviously, you got to work on some of the adjustments, and you definitely would go back after this series is over to figure that out in the VOD sessions. But subliners have been able to dominate that B site, and Atlanta Faze, the complete opposite, have been able to dominate on A. 5-0 on the attacks, trying to make it 6-0 to close this one out.
Yeah, there's going to be a trophy system here to deny most of this opening New York utility. Same could be said, though, on the other side here. The New York trophy also denying a lot in terms of stuns and nades. Cell gets a really solid read of the timing here on the push through from New York. I don't think that New York actually saw Cell watching through those bulletproof doors. So first blood tallied, and New York will actually get rid of any defensive pressure on A in order to play the middle of the map. So once again, Faze will get a post plant set up And Kismet would have to win this 1v1, which he does. Okay, this could put a little bit of pressure on the Atlanta post plant. 2-for-1 goes the exchange. 2v2 situation to finish.
Skies and Kismet trying to clutch up and at least force around 11. At that time, it's starting to dwindle down. And BZ trying to re-wrap his way through the middle of the map, and he might walk right into the premium of Skies. Now it's Simp left to clutch on up.
As the first on top statue, Kismet, good opening shots.
Oh my God.
Will drop. Now the finesse back away. Pistol out with the regen. No, not gonna happen. Kismet jumps right off the top ropes, finds the kill. The retake good, and we're going round 11.
And that all comes down to Kismet winning that one-on-one versus Celium, because
Absolutely.
that applied a different angle of attack for the subliners. If he falls, then you spot both the players from mid-U, and that's basically going to call the round. But Kismet, the Bulldog, has been the shining light for the subliners roster, always in search and destroy. And he's going to be able to get them to around 11. Which team is on attack, Alan? That's what it really comes down to.
New York's hoping it's them. I'll tell you that much. We'll see. The other side of this is, if Atlanta do spawn on defense, do they play something a little bit more orthodoxical? It doesn't matter. They're on offense first, and they are leaving the bomb behind. They're looking for full nade pressure here at A. First stuns deleted by the trophy system. Same can be said, though, as Atlanta has a deep trophy, making sure they stay safe from incoming utility as well. Simp, delayed play up towards Aqua. They know that Kismet likes to play this position, and it's a 1-for-1 opening trade, but still, New York get a little bit of further map progression than I'm sure Atlanta would prefer.
And now they're forced to change their defensive setup, and they're going to commit 2 players going on the deep flank. Hydra is trying to hold down the middle of the map, so if you are Atlanta, let's just try to get this objective down. It's going to fall into the hands of Selim again. What kind of info can he get on the deep pinch?
He sees both.
Yep.
And so he goes right back into the bottom side of security. Hydra, can he find timing? Oh, look at this for New York. They double back to mid. In Atlanta, maybe being conditioned to touch by that quick push around the back last time, could get caught off guard here, but the opening battle not won, and then beams out of the SMG from Avizi. They also get the read towards Skies, who still turns it into 2. 1v1 situation. A 1v3. 4-map win for Skies. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Celium back towards security, trusting the pistol. Bold call. Just playing a bit of a heady. There's Skies on the rotation over. Has to play for the kill, though. Cell, does he check? Does he get punished? Does it make a difference? There's not enough time for the defuse, and the clock will win the map. Does it make a difference? There's not enough time for the defuse, and the clock will win the map for Atlanta. Hell of an effort from Skies, but Cell plays it just a touch better, and Faze go up 2-0.
Oh, man, Celium icy in the one-on-one. I knew for Skies, once they found that double and did not have dead silence in his back pocket, he wasn't rocking those covert sneakers. Celium was in the advantage in that one-on-one. It was basically all-out attacks, a couple clutch up defense from both of the teams, but a new map for both of the teams. I wouldn't have wanted to end it any better. Round 11, down to the wire. Just Atlanta Faze just started off way too strong on this map. They were gaining confidence every single time on their attacking rounds, and simply subliners could not have an answer to shut down that A pressure, because Atlanta Faze every single time opened up with the first blood, were able to gain info to eventually work that objective, and then their post plans were basically perfect. You just got to go back to that 4v2 round that the subliners let Celium get an ace, because that was the difference maker in this game too.
1,000,000%. Offense successful on both sides. Lots of positives to take away. And of course, with that, a lot of constructive criticism towards modifying the defensive setups as we go forward. But here's the issue. For New York, you're down 0-2. And the news doesn't get much better as you move deeper into this series, because the high-rise control, has been one of those things that for New York, okay, here and there. So-and-so. I mean, they've had a couple of great showings, but a lot of it does go to round 5. Atlanta, again, like you mentioned, one of the best control teams that we have in the game. So it doesn't feel all that positive. And, again, get familiar with this graphic at the bottom of the screen, because this is a really cool look to see how the first bloods went and how the rounds went. And most of it, again, favoring the offense throughout the entirety of that map too, Jay.
And now Atlanta Faze are feeling great. Up 2-0 in the series. You're going to a high-rise control where you're the #1 control team in the game. It's just the last time that they matched up, New York walked away with the round 5. So that's what you got to think in your back of mind. We got to beat the hell out of them to close it out in 3.
Lots to ask, but it is the control coming up on the backside of the break. Get up, take a stretch, get a touch of breath, especially if you're a New York fan. Have to find a way to regain. So far, it's all smiles on the Faze side. We'll head away for a quick 5-minute break and be back with a high-rise control right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Death, taxes, and Atlanta Faze beating the poop out of everybody. The things that certainly have been proven so far through Major 3. So far, Atlanta all over. But hey, here's the other side of the coin. New York put up a fight in the search and destroy. It just comes with a little bit of disgust in the 0-2 current scoreboard and the need to take down Atlanta Faze on a high-rise control, Jay. That's what we have in front of us.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger because we have the best defensive team going up against the best attacking team. 6-1 record for Atlanta Faze, 7-2 record for the Subliners. So this one should go all the way down to the wire. Last time they matched up, it went all the way to around 5, and the Subliners are able to clutch on up. But for them, they have to get back to their dominance in slaying. You can tell in control, at least for Hydra, he's sitting at a 1.41. But on the opposing side, one of his main ARs, and Sib is bottom 5 in overall KD in control, sitting at a 0.81. So on a map like High Rise, you have to make sure that AR is working.
100% the case. Again, this is not a bad map by any stretch of the imagination for New York, and our observers have some kind of kitty craze going on right now.
Yeah, they love cats.
Favor. Well, it will be offense first for Atlanta. And intentions will once again kind of be through bottom blue over towards the B site. And I hope Hydra caught a nade or something, because that was a little bit too quick of a kill to really justify. Good follow-up, though, from New York on the high ground. And it is the ARs that set themselves up with a little bit of opening defensive success.
Now, Atlanta Faze still have a lot of map control, so they have another opportunity to work their way up through the B point. But at least if you're all the subliners, you're stabilizing with the kills through the middle of the map. Now you just got to realize where the nuisance players for Atlanta are. Is anyone to be rotating over through low pit, or is anyone trying to get aggressive up through our base? But they are continuously holding down the mid-map control, not allowing Atlanta Faze to get out of their spawn.
Really good stuff. Couple of kills for Atlanta do get them over towards the A zone. Just a touch. Cell on the hunt. Couple of opening shots. How does he predict skies right there? Oh my goodness. That is a absolute masterclass in micro decision making. But again, there's a lot to survive through in this opening round as High Rise continues to provide us random explosive moments. So really good from New York. I mean, perfect from New York so far. Hasn't even required too many clean kill feeds. Atlanta just has not found a way to get onto either zone with any much success.
With only 15 seconds left, you at least have to get some kind of objective work done, but they find 3 in the feed, so the game clock is going to be paused at A. Propane is already going to be blown on up, so you just have to clutch up in a bunch of these gunfights. And you will be able to potentially close out this A segment. Second tick is about to be worked on, but Subliners using attacks to reinforce their way back in.
Oh, and they get in right before that second tick gets locked, so more importantly, this could be huge towards tick progression as we move further down this map. Spawn pressure now starting to get established. Kismet with a 7-1 opening defensive round all over it. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for New York. Okay, follow it up with your clean offense, and we got ourselves a series.
Yeah, it's a perfect bathroom break. 5 minutes that was definitely needed for the Subliners. Only giving up 1 segment on their defensive side. It's not like they're a pushover on defense. They're sitting at like 4th overall on this map. But they dominate Atlanta Faze. Don't give them any breath to walk their way out of the spawn and even think about that objective. And now if you are Atlanta Faze on defense, you need to be able to dominate because you cannot allow the Subliners to at least get 2 segments, and that's going to be tough.
Yep. Well, I will say, again, looking at how New York have played this High Rise, they have been the most successful team on the attacking front.
Yeah.
So can they continue to have that be one of their causes for success? Trophy system down early. Kismet up top trying to support this play towards A. Hydra looking to get a little bit deeper in towards the spawn, but he's the only one to survive. Beams, though, coming out. Again, flexing that huge KD that we were talking about earlier, but not able to do much in terms of stopping the clock down to a minute on the clock already, with New York still trying to find a way into one of these 2 zones.
And right now, Atlanta Faze have a lot of B street control. So if you are the Sublines, you can potentially work your way up through A or through bottom pit. But it's going to fall into the hands of Abizi to at least contest over towards his B point. He's only able to take down 1. The reinforcements are going to be able to assist them. And by reinforcements, I mean a stun and sip. That's all 4 dead in the feed. Subliners with only 45 seconds left have to get something done on the objective side.
Decent shots, though, from Hydra after the stick comes through. Sip pushed off the angle and eventually dealt with by Sip. So that should open the doors to get over towards this B zone. Hoping, praying for some shots through the tarps, not going to fully land. Team nade, though, does come through, so New York can still stand on this zone with relative comfort. New York deep over towards the Atlanta spawn, but not enough success to zone off the middle of the map play. So again, the clock keeps ticking. Sip right back over the ladder. He gets a little bit of assistance from the propane tank thanks to Draza, and that may be just about all they call here on this defensive round. New York looking for maybe one last hit towards either of these 2 zones.
And that was a situation where you're finding a couple kills around the map. It's just Hydra was a little bit too aggressive in that scenario.
Oh.
So when his teammates were not able to stack that B point, but finally they find 3 in the feed. First segment already going to be complete. Great shots from Selling to at least eliminate 1 player on that point. Are any nades or any tags going to be useful to try to at least shut down that second segment? No, Subliners get the second one done at B.
And Hydra stays alive over towards A. This is both zones at the same time here, Study. So, BZ falls off the map. Oh, this could be the offensive round coming through. Extra 60 seconds have been added. 4 life advantage towards New York, but they may not even need it. There's still 2 players on the A zone. Draza delayed by a gunfight at mid-map. Trophy system keeps his nade at bay. Has to slide into contest. 3rd tick of progress, about halfway completed, and the second wave will be good. New York, chef's kiss on their first offensive round.
Yeah, I thought it was a bad play by Hydra pushing up to the space, but that's why you got world champion teammates on your side. They're able to find all the kills, stack that B point, and at the same time work the progression up at A. So Atlanta Faze would come to all spawn like, we got to stop one of these points, but unfortunately the decision was already going to be made for them because the Subliners able to close out B, hit the rotation over towards A, stack that point, and now we're up 2-0 on the map. This is looking like, without question, the Subliners should walk away with this control.
Huge regain for them in this series. Again, fighting tooth and nail through the search and destroy. But here, it has been all New York throughout. Hydra now 13-9 in these first 2 rounds that have gone by in the blink of an eye. First blood also goes his way. Sim falls off. Tiny tears. Need to grow some bigger feet or something. Falling off left, right, and center. More kills come through for New York as they start to push the envelope over towards the Atlanta spawn. Kismet in place. Sky's watching over his corner. Here's the follow-up hit. Looking decent, but the trades will allow Atlanta to at least get out of spawn for now.
Yeah, those size 4 shoes for the Tiny Terrors is not playing a big part walking across ledges. And now you're allowing the subliners to put you into the trap. You also have a cruise missile to work with in the back pocket for Skies, just in case it gets a little bit freaky, but Atlanta Faze have not had any breathing room. Subliners are dominating so far on this map.
Clean. 4 life advantage. Skies top heli. Able to find one. Gets a read that there's more nearby, but not 100% sure on where exactly the intention is for this Atlanta approach. It will be a clock stopped over towards B. Draws are the ones staying on for now. Sib looking to hit a bit of a route. May need to find success with it because that's 4 now in the feed. Now it's both zones at the same time for Atlanta. 2 on for B. First tick lock. Second surely will be given as well. Trophy system looks like it's fully healthy. And you've got Sellium and Beezy working on getting forward through A. Not just on it, but through it. They call the cruise missile. Second tick has been locked. Draws is still working though on the third, and he will be traded out. New York will regain control. Now 20 seconds left.
And it's their last push. Atlanta fans have to make this one count or they will be 3-0 in control. Sellium finds the first simp with the trade through the middle of the map, able to put the game clock again at a pause with 14 seconds left. But it's still a bunch of players from the subliners contesting over towards B Street. Just one more set of kills. This map's theirs.
10 seconds left. Atlanta, not an option besides to hopefully get the extra 60 towards B. But there's really not much of a route to hit. It's just this one from Abizi. Gets the first. Reads that Skies is in the elevator, but Sib is right there to support. Simp, the last one up, needs to slide in. Not going to get there in time. And wow, was that the fastest high-rise control we've had all year? Because it sure felt like it. We were in it, and then we were out of it that quick. And I will say that is massive for New York to say, okay, we are in it. And production's telling us that was 7 minutes and 22 seconds on map number 3.
Hey, the handle Atlanta Faze, who are the best control team, like the way you just did. That's a lot of confidence for the subliners in this series. They just went to a round 11 to search and destroy. If that one went the opposite way, then the subliners would have been able to be up 2-1 in this series. But now you got some life. You're able to fight back with a dominant performance in that control. It's just Atlanta Faze couldn't get anything going. On their first attacking round, you find a couple opening kills, but it was always New York coming out on top in those trade fights. And then you get to the defensive side, and with the subliners just able to reinforce with their numbers, dominating over towards B Street, they just shut it down. Like, Kismet barely had to do anything. 1,700 damage. He was cooling it. 12 and 12, but the AR is putting down damage. Hydra setting the tone with the pacing, hitting routes off the hot bubs, pushing into their base. 17 non-traded kills, 3,500 damage. No one had to go above and beyond. That was just a very, very clean map from the subliners.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. We may have ourselves a series now all of a sudden, because New York, after the slow map number 1, a stiff fight in the second map, and then here, all New York all the time. And the bigger thing about it is, like we talked about, New York has been statistically one of the best offensive teams on this map. But boy, I'll tell you, this defense has come a long way. I mean, they were up and early in the kill feed, and that turned into immediate map pressure. They just weren't giving Atlanta any breathing room, it felt like, throughout the majority of this map.
Yeah, to do that versus a team like Atlanta as well, because they're third on attacks. Like, it's not like they're any slouches on their attacking rounds. They usually find a lot of success where you talk about just gaining segments. But the good thing for the subliners is that they were always keeping the kill stacking. No one was going 2 to 3 dead. And then every time they were going 2 to 3 dead, it was instantly responded by a player from Atlanta Faze jumping off the map or losing a couple clutch gunfights. So New York subliners gained a little bit of momentum at the end of this control, but it's not going to get any easier because now you're going into a Karachi HP, which is Atlanta Faze, one of their strong suits. And for the subliners, they're sitting at an overall 500 on this map. It hasn't really treated them well on Karachi.
Yeah, it's been kind of one of those things that had early on really favored the subliners play style, like in Major 1.
Yeah.
But then as it kind of got through the second major and now into this Major 3 qualifiers, it's been kind of a mixed bag. I think in most recent memory, you look at that Seattle Surge matchup and you say, what the heck happened there? And that was one of those series that I think you overall look at and say, that didn't feel like our normal New York team based on the kind of general consensus we've been able to build for the entirety of the season. But like you said, Karachi Hardpoint has been a staple of what FaZe has brought to a map pool. They're really, really strong on it. Their average point differential is outrageous, and you just don't love the idea of New York having to see that as part of a mandatory reverse sweep in this particular series.
And it's just tough because you guarantee have to see that because Atlanta Faze really don't have any bad maps. The only one that they have bad is going to be that sub base, but every single series they're going to get rid of it. And as you take a look at our stats for the map 1 of this series, Draza and Celium were doing whatever the hell they wanted. 2.2 for Draza, 1.62 for Celium. Those guys are just ahead of the game when you talk about rotations, and that's what the subliners need to focus on this next map is you got to learn how to cut your losses and put yourself in the best possible setup off the rotation, because that's what got them off the back foot and continuously falling down in map number 1 is that they wouldn't cut their losses. They were challenging a lot of the dunk time, and then when you're challenging a lot of the dunk time, Atlanta Faze are doing a great job in the fundamental aspect of just rotating early, setting up on some of these insane head glitches, and then making it difficult for you to even find success at either one of these hills. So if you are the New York subliners, you usually find yourself off the rotation. That's their bread and butter, but the hold percentage and the break percentage needs to be a lot better just in case you're not there first.
Well, here's an overarching look at how the Hardpoint has gone. Faze have not played Karachi Hardpoint so far in this qualification stage, but you know, that's one of those things that they haven't needed to, if you even want to call it that.
You would test map pool in this one. You know, you get 6 stars in, you get the vistas in, you know?
Yeah. And the thing is, rotationally, hold-wise, this Atlanta team is difficult to deal with. So lots of questions here in terms of how New York will try to combat that. Opening Hardpoint, though, over towards P1. Lots of high ground focus for New York. We know that Atlanta kind of likes to take their time on their approach here. Try to see if they can flush out this high ground first and then approach the hill. And so far, New York, really good setup around the Hardpoint. They've got every answer already put together for them.
Yeah, they take full advantage of Atlanta Faze playing super slow off the beginning of the game. Usually when you're on Atlanta Faze's side to start off, you're instantly going to be the team into the point. They didn't want to go 2 to 3 dead and then give up all map control to the subliners, but that decision has been made for them. Only 20 seconds remaining on P1. You have to start hitting this rotation if you are Atlanta Faze. They find 3 in the feed, so they're going to be able to get the break, and that's even better shots out of Sim. You see the jaw drop to the ground. Cannot believe you just won that gunfight, and now off the rotation, subliners are forced to jump over this dumpster.
Yeah, and you're going to get a little bit of a refocus through the middle of the map just to avoid that. And this will be largely read by Faze, but not dealt with. That's the thing about it. So now Simp kind of has to hit the deck here. Draws a nearby. First shot's good from Simp. Still streaking it together. 5-in-1 start. And now it's just about the finesse game. And there may not be many better, if any better, than Simp at pulling stuff like this. Simp's got to be thinking, where the hell did he go? Kismet finally able to get the shutdown, but it comes 1 kill too late. Cruise missile earned, and Faze trying to reinforce from the front. Still have a chance to challenge the Hardpoint, which with that elimination from Abizi, they will own the numbers, at least for a time, to allow Draza to get a little bit more score built up.
Yeah, it's going to turn into a one-on-one, and Hydra's able to get the better of Draza in that gunfight. So the final 25 is going to go in favor of the subliners, but off the rotation, this is where Atlanta Faze need to be able to stop the bleeding, and with them dying off the rotation, this is where subliners can start to get aggressive. But you still see at least a couple spawns for Atlanta Faze, still going to be over towards the P3 side. One player's going to spawn all the way out, so the rest of the players have to clutch up in these fights to not lose spawns.
The thing about it is Hardpoint's going to open here, and Atlanta is still trying to get someone back to get into the Hardpoint. What does this do with spawns for New York? Ooh, bridge side spawn for Sib. He's going to catch Abizi off guard. Faze, okay, it's going to be Draza spawning in the exact same position to essentially guarantee his own trade. Sib is not going to like this. Pistol out, now back to the MCW. Shots are clean, enough to help Celium out for one initial trade, but still a really scrappy battle to confirm control over what happens at the third Hardpoint. Every kill, a massive one, and finally, Atlanta come on top of the kill feed to get themselves set up with 30 seconds till the fight for it.
Yeah, they're able to reinforce their numbers in towards the point, and now with only 25 seconds remaining on this P3, subliners have to be playing the exit kills. Try to trap them in as long as you can, but we know going over towards the P4, it's all about the positioning, not really about soaking up a majority of that hell time. So with Draza sitting on 4 in a row, make it 5. He's one off, earning himself a cruise missile, and keep in mind, Sip already has one in the back pocket.
A second one would be really deadly towards New York's efforts. So a shutdown, I won't say feels mandatory, but it would be nice. Sib playing deep, caught by Celium. I was about to say, if he can get to a sneaky spot topside market, he would be a good insurance policy to this initial setup outside the store, finding a lot of value. But there's kill number 6 for Draza. So now 2 cruise missiles have been earned. Trophy system down for Atlanta, trying to find their way back in. Sky's topside castle does well to at least confirm the first kill. Hard for Atlanta to find an entryway in with New York guns absolutely ready for every single fight. Simp trying to force something along the backside. Can he get more than just the first, though? Sees the dead body, and that alerts him towards Kismet's position, but the trades go out in favor of New York. Still 20 seconds to fight.
And New York do a great job. They were trapped in towards the back, and I know Atlanta Faze were thinking we can trap them in and potentially soak up a lot of that hill time, but New York kept finding trades efficiently, and then were able to at least walk away with 25 to 30 seconds on that P4. Now you're going to force Atlanta to give gave that one up. Hit the rotation over towards New, but this is where the subliners have to find some success. When Atlanta Faze rotate early with about 25 to 30 seconds left, New York can't even get close to the hill. They need a break.
First setup looking decent here for Faze. Cell tested over towards the middle of the map, but dealing with the pressure that is starting to be amassed here by New York. Hydra over towards the cubby at barrels. Looked at by Sib, the stun lands, but just a little bit too late to center up on the shot. Sib, knowing he's got low health pools, hoping he can find the connection onto Sib. Topside barrel, such a tricky position to force him out from, and eventually the third subliner will deal with it. So now New York really starting to build a bit of a lead. Cruise missile number 1 gets called in. That will take care of Kismet, but the spawns for Atlanta are still pretty far out here, so New York has a chance to establish a rebreak.
Yeah, they definitely do, because Selim still has not yet earned himself that trophy system to at least keep him alive on that point. So with the subliners have all in the numbers towards the backside of the junkyard area, they're just going to be able to funnel their way through. At least if you are Atlanta, you're keeping them off of this time. You can take the final 9, but this is where you have to make up for it. Atlanta didn't get any time off the P1 last go around, but they're going to be fully set up this time.
Big first rotation of hills, though, for New York. Simp, good gunfight down low at Rubble. Turns and finds Kismet on the high ground as well. And Skies will back away and wait for a little bit more assistance here. Atlanta trying to find their way to get this thing back to a tie game. Good support over the top. Draza also going to get over towards topside castle. Sib trying to wait and predict this gunfight. And now New York have numbers, but Abizi just kind of sneaks behind. Not enough to grab 2, and New York still hold control of the hard point, right back in the lead.
And they have AC control as well, so this is going to be very difficult for Atlanta. They try to break through red or try to push up through Soda. Draza does find 1, but Hydra doing a great job of at least staying alive in towards the point. Simp, the pimp, almost finds 3 with the pistol. Unfortunately, does fall, but there's only 20 seconds left. If you are Atlanta, try to keep them off of this P1, but you need to make this count at Cafe.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case, and that they're setting up to really establish a very far forward line of scrimmage here. Simp playing over towards, selling him towards Junkyard. Simp the one playing into the hard point. And the only route available right now is the one that Hydra is hitting, and he gets shut down. So the zone of control is immense right now for Faze. Split spawn situation for the subliners. Seeing if they can find a way to make the most of it. See if they can catch this Atlanta defense a bit off guard.
And I love the way that Atlanta are playing this. They're consistently pushing out towards Junk. They want to spawn New York over towards the backside, so they're forced to either hit Soda Alley or to jump over to try to break in towards Cafe. And that makes Atlanta Faze a lot easier off the rotation towards next. Just got to clutch up on these fights. They are trading effectively. Abizi finds a dumple. And now, Simp, it's your turn to just finesse into the Cafe like you did the last go around.
And he's doing it perfectly. That double from Abizi is everything to one-dimensionalize this next New York hit, but the rebreak is still looking pretty positive. Now it's just down to Sal, who is able to turn up and take care of a low HP Hydra. So a moment of contest for the subliners, but largely speaking, that is about as close to a full 60 as Atlanta's seen so far.
And now Atlanta Faze forced to break in towards P3, which tends to be a money hill on a map like Karachi. And this might be where Simp could play the timing to at least snip to the back. He doesn't even have to invest the cruise missile. He's going to get right past the setup of the subliners. Should be able to find a freebie to start off these straight fights.
Oh, and that's not going to be something that Skies is going to be happy to come over to his squad mates doing, like, what? Simp got behind us. Trophy system has been seen by Simp. I think he knows that Simp's playing over towards Junkyard side. And we're just happy to keep this hardpoint neutral for now. Sib back, though, over through the backside at Garage. Does well to help out Skies find maybe an entryway back in. Simp, though, prepared for it. Trades from Kismet, good. Once again, 50-50 battles over the top of P3. Hydra last one standing. Can he find more than one? No. And it's a 3-for-1 exchange as Atlanta will start earning some time here on the third.
And that all comes down to Simp just finding an opening, man. Didn't even have to invest the cruise missile. He's able to sneak his way on Pie right through bottom coops. And he finds a double right off the respawn onto Hydra. So the final 20 is going to go in favor of Atlanta. They're going to put themselves up by almost 50 points. But now the subline is forced to do double trouble. You have to soak up as much time as you possibly can off the P4, but just in case it gets a little bit scary, Simp has that cruise.
Crucial moment in this map. New York trying to get a reverse sweep and a map 5 on the cards. Perfect time to see how the subliners are feeling. The New York subliners listen it.
Yo, I'm small front diner. Back market on me. Top market, MC. Chasing him. Top market, yep. MC, top market, 1 top 3. I'm laying down that. One should be one. Last guy A1. I'll get time. Last time. Last guy A1. Yeah. Yo, back white truck draws. Good job. Go top 3. Back white truck, dead. Good job. Nice. I'm getting off time, guys. I still going diner. I need help. I got naded from me. Upside. I don't see him on time.
Nice. More. I spawned 2v1 on the left. I spawned 18. Last three here. Maybe one spawn new. Money.
I couldn't shoot him.
Money. Pretty sure one spawn new.
Alright, 3 no. There's no one new. 100%.
I spawned A2. I spawned A2 though.
Okay, maybe there's
one. Yo, one's gonna be pinching you fire. I'm watching top fire. Yeah, care. Watch top fire from 10. I'm gonna repinch it. I'm let me do it. That's all I have. Nice. It was a BZ.
Looking for draws and a BZ.
Yo, let's go to the back. Retreat, both of them. Yo, low market right now. He went to tools. Helping you. I have your back. They're gonna be dying behind us too, guys. P3. I'm getting it dark. P3. Inside. P5. I'm getting P3 dead. No, one shot. Back out. One guy's dark. I'm in my dark.
Josh is dead.
In the back.
In the back, dead.
One more. Same spot.
I got them both.
I'm missing one in front. That was full dead?
Yes. I'm on P3.
Yo, top head. He's on the block, on the stairs, laying down. On top of the stairs, on top head.
What the fuck?
On time.
Time, and he pitched it back.
Nice. And left. I'm going dark. Give me a sec. I'm going dark.
I'm gonna go right here.
I'm top with you. Top out. I sometimes empty. Yep, dark time.
And B street sim. Going scaff.
Go right.
B street went scaff.
You follow me then. I'm gonna go green. Two ult.
B street went scaff.
They're going top head. Yo, top green, cutting. He's going to you. Top gen's dead. Nice shit. They're gonna go right. They're gonna wrap green. They're gonna wrap top 3. One's gonna be 5.
Moment of maybe the air letting loose from the lungs here of New York. Felt like they had a really good survival moment through the cruise missile, but it's just Celium stays alive, blows up the play, and now Atlanta will in rotation back over to P1 with kills to boot here, Jay.
Yeah, they're finding all the kills in the feed, man. Subliners, they have to get a move on it, try to get it towards the P1 because Atlanta Faze are only 10 seconds away from securing this series.
And Abizi's watching one side of the play. He may be enough. No, Hydra does confirm the trade. Now the dash right back in. Low health pulls for Faze, but they're still winning gunfight. Skies, last one left, denied. And Atlanta Faze in a map that felt super tight. Outside of what? Sip sneaking through to P3, and then selling him there at P5. That felt like, the big moments of the map, because really it was a back and forth affair except for those two little rogue plays.
Yeah, because if the subliners are able to not allow Sip to sneak on by, then they would have had to invest that cruise missile to try to find a break on P3. And that's very difficult to even find a kill with at certain situations because we got players pushed out short junk. The guy in the hill, we know he's not going to fall. But once you allow Sip to sneak on by, then you're forced to re-break back into it. And then now this Atlanta Faze still have that cruise missile to break into P5. I thought the subliners, as soon as we jumped into a listening, they were accounting for everyone. You even heard Sip, no one in towards the back. He was able to go on a little bit of a spree there to at least put the spawns in favor of New York and shut down that first pressure, even with the cruise missile coming in. It's just like you said, Selim staying alive, giving his team another opportunity to find the break. And when they found that break, they did not look back at it, as they are going to be able to close out this hard point, close out the series 3-1. But Atlanta Faze is just continue to do Atlanta Faze things, man. They are just dominating in these respawns. They clutch up in a new search and destroy method they have yet to play. Obviously, you fall short in the high-res control, but you're still, without question, the top dog going into Major 3.
And this game flow also just reiterates that point, because it was from P2 to P3 that Sim snuck through, and then again P4 to P5. Celium stays alive, and that's some of the biggest growing moments in that game flow chart in favor of Atlanta Faze. Decent start though for New York. Signs of life. I mean, let's just reflect a little bit. Like, compared to what the general consensus was about New York, like people starting to say they're a bit fraudulent. Obviously, a couple of individuals maybe not living up to the standards that they had set in previous majors. Does this series give you more hope though that New York is still top 4 squad overall with how close they did play map 2, the domination of map 3, and then moments there in the Karachi? Like, do you feel better about New York here?
Yeah, I think New York, without question, is still a top 4 team. It's just so far in this stage, they're sitting at 0-3. Potentially going into the major, they're going to start in losers bracket, and that's going to be very, very difficult for any team getting knocked out.
Tough scenes, but it is the Monster Energy matchup going the way of Atlanta Faze once again. We head back to the dash to give us our final thoughts on the weekend.
Excellent stuff here as Atlanta Faze lives up to the hype. They dispatch of New York 3-1. Let's revisit what decided this series, as we had some strong performances, especially in Hardpoint from all of the Slayers. Draza, most importantly, 31-19, adds another 5k damage to lead the lobby in Game 4 out.
And just to rewind, he went 32-14 in the opening Rio Hardpoint.
Oh, so 63? That's pretty good.
Is now moving towards making their Hardpoint just basically untouchable. I mean, it was a very close game, that map number 4, but once we got to that second half of the rotations, it was all over. Atlanta Faze in that second P2, they had the early setup, they had the streak to work with, and Simp was winning some like unkillables, situations he should never be able to get that one in, and he stayed alive much longer than he ever should in that situation.
Yeah, I thought Atlanta Faze did a great job in the Hardpoints. Clearly the best Hardpoint team in the game that we have right now. The Rio was just utter domination in the beginning. They go up about 60, 70 points, and New York were trying to restabilize. Well, guess what? Draza drops a streak on them. Same thing in this one.
Right.
Draza drops another streak on them on the P5 junk. Later in this game, like, New York had an opportunity, but they had two people double stacked in junk on P3. So Simp was able to get all the way through Coop into the back of P3 and break for free. So New York clearly getting frantic. They saw BZ.
Allie, you're wagging the pen. You're excited. What do you got for me?
I just want to talk about that map number 2, because if you're New York, like, you're kind of feeling good after that high rise, and you almost feel bad because you could have pushed this to a game number 5, right? We go to round 11 and 6-star. Their attacks were looking very strong from the side of New York subliners. They just kind of figured it out a second too late, and they allowed Atlanta Faze a defensive round very early on, which hurt them in the end for that round 11.
Nameless, if it does go to the subliners in game 2, we see a second search and destroy. Does Atlanta still come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta's 9-3 on Invasion, right? We saw them play against New York as well at the last tournament. They're able to win that map. Some great, adjustments in the middle of it. So I think Atlanta wins it regardless. But you never know.
Fantastic matchup. I love any of our top 4 battles when they face each other. And tonight we have our play of the game. This one belongs to the one and only. Well, honestly, it's all 4 players, right? Let's just give it to Atlanta Faze. You shouldn't do this to people on Rio the way they did.
It's just Atlanta Faze doing Atlanta Faze things. This opening map 1 was a tough watch for sure. I'm glad New York Subliners did not get a 100-point club and joined one of the series we saw last week where Vegas Legion got held to 50 points. But for New York Subliners, they were just behind the entirety of this hardpoint. They were behind in the slang, they were behind on the rotation, and even when they did get it, they allowed players like Abe to pop a 2, pop a 3, shoot some bodies, and still get the time.
Yeah, I mean, just masterful. You saw it right there as well, the streak that comes in that gets 2 people. That was New York's opportunity. They were down like 60 points at that point. They had a good setup, had fought off the initial wave, and then from then you're down to 100. Atlanta Faze has options. We could rotate setup, we can hit scrap simultaneously. They steamroll them, man. That's how good this team is.
Turning bodies into Swiss cheese is the young man who joins us now in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Celium, a.k.a. MacArthur. Welcome to the show. How we feeling?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm feeling good, man. Obviously, after that dub, feeling good.
Okay, talk to me a little bit about this squad, because you're clearly on top of the leaderboard. You seem to have the matchup edge over everyone else in the top 4. Do you guys try extra hard against the top squads?
Nah, I wouldn't say so. I think our preparation for every team is the same. So I mean, it's just a good matchup every time versus the top 4.
Touching on preparation, do you yourself or Atlanta Faze have any pre-match rituals that you do every single day? Because you guys are looking unreal.
Yeah, how many bots are you shooting?
Nah. I mean, I'm shooting like 300 bots before the matches. So I mean, I'm feeling good. Obviously, our warm-up scrim, we go with that. But I mean, other than that, I warm up and then I play.
Celium, how has Draza affected your gameplay so far this year? It seems like you're having like way less interactions than you had at least the previous 2 years, and you guys are finding so much more success. So personal level, how's it affecting you?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it's been amazing. All my job this year for me is just get in the hill and just don't die in it, pretty much. So it's been really easy for me, and Zach's been the beast. Like, his pace has been insane this year, so he's just the beast, man.
Celium, it's kind of crazy to look at your resume and see what you've accomplished since coming into the pro scene. What are your personal goals for this year and I guess the rest of your Call of Duty career?
Just win champs. That's my goal every year, so I'm gonna try to do that.
Stay locked, my guy. Thank you for joining us. That is Celium, and that's your Monster Winner Spotlight.
Yeah, peace out, guys.
Love to see that guy. Love to see Atlanta Faze getting the job done as expected, unless your name was not who went with New York. Here's the reactions, though. We've seen some burners from all these squads this week.
Man, Sib he's having a rough one, man, these last couple of weeks. But listen, New York, they're gonna bounce back, man. Best believe.
Yo, I gotta get that bib. The thing's nice. All right, let's take a look here at some of the numbers, though. I asked for the control digits, Allie, because we were talking about it. Yes, you lose around 11, but you felt confident in a Game 3 win because of this guy.
Yeah, because of Hydra. Like, even though he's been kind of struggling everywhere else, control, he has been the best player in the game, rocking a 1.41 going into this and continuing it now versus Atlanta Faze.
It's time to recap the whole day. If you're just joining us, pause. If you missed any of the previous games, rewind, because we're here on YouTube. If you're live and you watched it all, well, let's revisit what we saw earlier. Going back to Seattle versus Las Vegas. This was expected to go to a Game 5, but since Vegas drops Purge, bringing in Asim, they have not found the same form. The team's still looking to find that foursome cohesion. But on the other side, Surge have definitely found it.
Yeah, Surge looked unreal right now. I wasn't really a believer in them until after this series. Vegas Legion, they were one of the best hardpoint teams in this game, and they got Booty Bop slammed in that Vista with Seattle. And then you move to the map number 2. You expect Seattle to take the Search and Destroys in this series, but not in the way they did it. 0-4, 13-7, he gets a cruise missile once again, and he is absolutely boxing up with one of the longest standing ARs and one of the better ARs that we have in the league with Attach. And then you go to the Invasion Control, and they win an attack round.
Yeah, Seattle are the real deal. Like, I legit think that they have potential to cause some upsets and make a deep run at the next tournament. 0-4 is simply that guy.
Are you the captain of the 0-4 fan club?
Dude, he talks the talk, walks the walk. I love it. If you talk trash, you can back it up. You know, see him get into some interactions with some of our storied players on Twitter. He comes to a match and just fries. Shout out 0-4.
We were talking about it. 0-4, the rookie going up against an old veteran in Attach, and 0-4 gets the best of him today. Optic on the other side faced off against Miami Heretics. We expected this to maybe be a 3-0. Heretics showed some life, Ali, but it wasn't enough. Shotzi and crew simply outslay their way to another dub.
Yeah, unfortunately, this wasn't a good series if you're a Miami Heretics fan, simply because that first half, not very strong. You take a walk away with a Search and Destroy win, though, versus Optic Texas. The only downside of that is Optic Texas is kind of testing maps right now. They're not that strong in Search and Destroy. And then you move forward to the high rise. You don't even push it to around 5. But I will say, medals, 31 and 23. And that Karachi Hardpoint, only a 20-point game. Miami could have pushed this to a game number 5. So maybe you walk away with that kind of information of, hey, if medals goes positive, like, we are about to finish up these maps, but it's a lot of pressure to put on one player.
Yeah, I mean, push comes to shove, you got to try to make it into winner's bracket. And for the Miami Heretics, they're now 1-3. So every match becomes that much more important. I'm excited for next week to see if they can rise to the occasion, because I do think that they have a talented roster.
2 weeks till Toronto, and here's where our standings are currently at. And it has been a fun ride to see Atlanta Faze standing on top of the leaderboard 4-0. Right behind him is Optic Texas. The only blemish is to that Faze squad. And Seattle Surge, the surprise of stage 3 right there with LA Thieves, who finishes with a better record going into Toronto.
Oh man, this is tough. I think I might be leaning Seattle Surge.
I like that call. If you're looking for individual players nameless, you haven't seen these numbers, break them down for me. What shocks you? What stands out?
I mean, Celium and Scrap are just unbelievable. I think Sky's having a nice bounce back this week. Honestly, you know, they lost, but Sky's performing is good for New York. And you look down, Flames. That's the guy.
Yes.
That's one of the biggest stories of the week. We're excited to see what LAG can become.
Flames in 0-4. We are super fans, and we can't wait to see you again next week. When do they play? Well, you can catch Flames and the Gorillas against Optic Texas on Saturday night, May 4th. And, of course, you're going to see everyone else battling across the weekend. Big fight for me. Can LA Thieves continue to impress against Boston Breach? And what's going to go on with Vegas? Because you are drawing Atlanta and the Subliners here in the coming week, Allie.
Me personally, I saw Seattle versus Miami on that day number 3. I think we might just go to sleep so I can wake up on that day.
Highlight of your week?
Flames in 0-4. These young guys, they're so good. Teams are getting better. It's more competitive. Stay tuned.
Young blood, making it fun. We will see you all next week, Friday, 2:45 Eastern.
Wait up. Wait up. Wait up. Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. I'm lonely if I shoot the tech, and I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm courtside. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my teeth, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Wait. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'll probably crashing it. Wait.
Yeah, can you get bomb?
He was left window.
Come on, get bomb. Grab it. Alright, you just glide.
Do I hear?
Grab bomb plant, yeah. I got it. Just drop it. Just drop it. Listen, he's on you somewhere. Like,
No. El otro, cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley, going alley.
Other Papain.
Papain en el Eli, Go, eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that. I know what you meant, but, like, it was like, the timing was so late that I wanted to make sure he didn't, like, just run.